very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And welcome back to RESEU, as we're going to be taking away our next set of games here, Cole, and we're going to have to say goodbye. It's that phase of the RES to a couple of teams. 4 teams are going to be eliminated here today, or at least 2 of them will be eliminated here today, and then 2 of them will be advancing. Group A and Group B are all going down to see who's going to make it off to playoffs, and some teams are definitely going to be going home sad.
Yeah, and some teams are going to be going home surprised with the end result from what we have seen so far. A lot of surprises already kicking things off here in the RES Europe Series number 1. I will say, I mean, again, not some of the teams that we expected to be in our elimination match. Maybe, I mean, obviously when we came into this event, we were really hyping up some of the major qualifier teams, right? And the big names were Amcal and Static, right? And right now, Amcal start off their campaign here in Group A not only with a loss, but a loss to a team that stood in for Guild Eagles last minute, right? This is Young Ninjas replacing them and coming through and then 2-0ing Amcal.
And 2-0ing them in dominant fashion as well earlier on. And then to also follow that one up, Bleed, well, yes, it's a new big clan lineup. I mean, a big clan lineup that has a lot of promise behind it. They also land in 2-0. A team who has really yet to prove their worth in the scene so far, Cole. This is kind of like their first step on the grind for Bleed and being able to take down Big. A massive accomplishment, don't get me wrong, but for Big, certainly a big surprise, and maybe their opponents have also just been upgraded in the form of Amcal.
Yeah, I mean, no question. If you talk about at least consistency and what we've seen out of this year so far, Amcal, they started off incredibly hot, right? They were playing just great Counter-Strike out of the gates in 2024. A lot of excitement on this squad here. But as they headed into the major, I wasn't so sure they were going to be able to keep that up there versus some of the tougher competition. But I mean, again, watching this roster be able to complete the mission finally with this core, with some of these individuals get to the major, I feel like it's such a big deal for this squad here, who's been kind of trusted with a new organization, and obviously Amcal immediately rewarded with the success.
Yeah, I will have to say, the former Entropic core, a team that used to stomp around all of these tournaments, is now back off to the major. But Cole, I'm not gonna lie, this team has not necessarily been praised for the good Counter-Strike they've been playing. Of course, the RMR got a lot of heat for the quality of CS that was being played, and we'll say that the map they played against NIP, what was it, the triple overtime affair, is probably going to go down, or I believe quadruple overtime, is going to go down into the history books for sure. But, well, they're going to have to pick themselves back up and get back on the grind here to get ready for that major, and their opponent's Big.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously talking a little bit more about Big and what we saw out of them just a couple days ago, right? And it looked like this roster was going to go down without a fight. I mean, it was just looking really bleak on Vertigo, the map that they picked into, and Bleed started out firing on all cylinders, really delivering on their CT side, which is was kind of the theme of that game entirely, was just dominant CT sides for both squads, and I thought, again, Big weren't going to be able to do it. They pulled back a massive comeback. They didn't complete the mission in overtime, obviously. That's why we're watching them in the elimination matchup. But what they did show is that these guys can hold in there. They can hang into tough series. They can fight back here, and I think that they're going to be looking to do the same up against this AmCal competition. The only thing is, again, are we going to see any marginal improvement on these T sides? Are they going to be able to deliver in those big question mark areas that we were kind of looking at last time we watched this roster when they couldn't get much rolling versus Bleed?
Yeah, it feels like this lineup should be able to get back into it. This is a really talented, group of five, I will say. Crimbo, Prosis, JDC. Those are just three talented riflers you have. Probably some of the best names that Big has had on their roster in some time. It's a long time since the Tizian and Keto days. Not to fire any shame towards them, but these are all just fraggers in their own right. And I think that's something that Big haven't really had to work with over the past a couple of years that this lineup has had. So honestly, I think Big have some of the best tools to use in some of their entire history, and I feel like Cole, they should be able to deliver here against AmCal.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. At least to deliver a little bit more on those T sides, like you were saying, like we should expect here. But we'll take a look at the veto. We start things off on an AmCal overpass pick, as we were kind of highlighting here in that last series and a couple in the past. Like, it just sometimes isn't the prettiest Counter Strike on this map for AmCal. We've seen a little bit of struggle in the past, and again, this was a map that they struggled versus Young Ninjas. But like we're able to use it in the major to get some effective work done. So, maybe not much of a head scratcher to see them pick into it. Something that they've been clearly trying to define themselves on. And hopefully they get to show that depth here versus Big.
Yeah, for AmCal, however, it's been just extremely rough. I will never say that any of their maps on Overpass have been clean. In fact, they lost it versus Young Ninjas, right? So there's that. But we take a look at Ancient as well, and it does kind of settle towards some middle ground. Now we kind of see what Big are trying to target in their veto. They went for a Vertigo pick against Bleed, but now locking in the Ancient, so kind of moving between the maps here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a little bit of that depth come through here as well, coming through from Big, right? I want to see what they're capable here on Ancient. Obviously, a map that they were pretty good on with some of the older cores. So I think that they should be able to pick up just nicely and step into a map that I think can get a lot more work done. It's a little bit easier to manage and call on the T sides of Ancient, and so I think that Big can get away with a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so as well. You can play a little bit looser on a map like Ancient. Once you just kind of get the CT side down, the T side can kind of get with the flow over there. So yeah, we're looking at Big, and we're looking at a team that's probably should be looking the best since ages, honestly, in terms of the rifling power and the tools that they have to work with. But well, the early start has not been great for this team. What do you think about in terms of the future for this Big lineup?
I think the future might look a little bit more promising than what AmCal have. There's not a lot of question about that, considering that they do have a pretty high ceiling opper. If they can get Searson back and operating at a high level, and a lot of younger individuals that are going to be an exciting future for these guys. But again, AmCal right now is the roster that actually made it to the RMRs, which is something that Big didn't quite get to do. They made it to the major. They took it one step past that point. And so we would have thought that this roster is dealing with like a little bit of a high in terms of momentum. And then we saw them lose to Young Ninjas out of the gates here in a 2-0 fashion. So I'm not sure if that momentum is in their favor. I don't know if that's even there anymore. But you're looking, if you're AmCal, to get a little bit more reps because the major's coming up around the corner. It's kind of rolling through at the end of the month, and when it comes around, you want to be well prepared.
Yeah, no shame to my boy Blue Phoenix out there, but he put some digits onto AmCal there, and it feels like that should never have happened. Again, this is the former Entropic core, Cole. If I run back the dates 3 years ago, this team. That team was stomping through all of this realm of Counter-Strike. This was all of it, and it belonged to that team. And eventually, they took it to the house and did qualify for the major back in 2021. But now, under a different banner, them facing elimination. It's their former stomping grounds have turned against them, Cole.
It's like the tier 2 online space that, like, I mean, even like just a couple months ago when they were underneath, like the 1-win banner just did so much work in, and we're like, again, just kind of powerhouses in this realm, and I expect them to still be able to deliver that form. I think obviously, again, young ninjas coming through. It was pretty exciting to see them do well. Obviously, we have a lot of exciting pieces on that roster that we know pretty well. When it comes to like some of the NA Counter-Strike that we know and love. But watching them struggle, it's like, you're scratching your head and you're thinking maybe it was like a pug thing where they were playing with the stand-in, you're playing very fast and loose, you're getting away with a lot, and Amcal weren't able to slow it down. And so with that being said, I feel like if you're coming through, you've been able to have some time to discuss. And again, you want to come through and prove yourself versus this big roster. Prove to yourself that you can take down some of these tough teams here in the scene. And again, that's all to set you up for a really important event right around the corner.
Yeah, but I mean, even the competition at the major, maybe it might favor Amcal a little bit. These are some unknown teams that are running around. You don't really know the Counter-Strike that they play. You think, a last-minute stand-in team, Amcal has any time to put in, some pre-prep or something like that. Not going to be able to work out for this team. So it's some different looks out of these very new lineups, and sometimes you can get caught off guard even by like some stand-in team. But it is credit to young ninjas to really be able to decide, what is this team and how are they able to actually take over the scene. Maybe we could see more from that young ninjas team after that big upset victory over Amcal. But we're finally jumping into game. Enough of our yapping. Big Clan trying to get themselves started with this lineup, trying to get themselves advanced into this tournament. They're here for a reason. They're here to get some reps in. Let's see what the damage they can do.
Absolutely. Kicking things off. We'll be able to start on that CT side of Overpass here. We'll see if Amcal can bring us a T side here. Searson looking to start things off. I mean, again, exciting to see him play out this big squad on Overpass. He's looking for some fun here. He didn't spot anything, I don't believe, in his aggression, so he's not calling for any extra help right now. That might be a problem long term here. The utility might be heard, and that might cause them to bring some extra help in, but is it going to come through in time?
We'll have to find out, because Searson's backed up all the way to the site, and, well, the rotates have not really arrived in time. Searson does need to get a kill on the way in, though, and it's JDC who runs through the smoke and gets a double kill. Tapson helping out as well in the kill feed, but eventually the trades are back on in, and Amcal slow it down. They want to take this extra control. Travis up close with the Glock, running into a pair of dually. Doesn't matter to him. He gets two, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Tapson versus Nickelback. Is he going to be able to slink away back towards the top end of Bank, trying to keep this T contained? Nickelback has the bomb. If he gets any free running room, could take this anywhere. And leg spotted. We have a duel in our hands here. Nickelback, though, is going to be elusive. Try to get himself down in towards the site, but it's just the game of ring around the rosy here. Who's going to make a mistake first?
Nickelback cutting noise right now. Tabson. He could cut him off into the site, but it's going to be a tough find here. He's got to get it in time. And they're so careful here. Nickelback eventually makes it into sight without being noticed. So at least a bomb plant here coming through successfully, and Tapson makes some noise dropping.
Does he? Nickelback? I don't think he recognized it. Now he certainly does. Jigs up. Now another game of ring around the rosy, around the site, and finally Tapson will put an end to that wild goose chase. It'll be the pistol round for Big.
Tapson closing out confidently right there, as expected. Massive clutch to kick things off there. Big 3K. But involved in all 5 of the kills there. That's what you can tell Big do really well on the CT side. Look at the flashes that they set up to dive through that smoke right there. Tapson throwing 2 perfect poppers. And they get the kills to back it up. Then the clutch Tapson does deliver.
That's what you want to see there. But obviously the T sides for both of these teams definitely need some work, even across the board, even back at the RMR. Again, just the the ill-fated NIP match. You know, no one could get a T-side rolling for both of those teams. So we kind of want to see some changes within that space here as well for this AmCal squad.
Yeah, 100% agree. Gonna want to kind of lift off here. It's to work your T sides. Oh my goodness, JDC. One too many jump ups right there. They're still jumping for some info. So the HEs won't be able to track them. Again, it's fantastic damage. A lot of pressure put onto these B defenders. Fortunately for the side of Big, they have so many players here. Just we're back. We're so back. And now it is all up to Big to try and hold off against this this pressure that's being applied.
Abson is going to hop his way up on towards truck. Flashbang, though, is going to be good. Searson, though, has got the coverage.
Oh
and then
my
there's
God.
a second. Searson scout. We know him so well for it. Is it going to be enough, though, is the question. As Travis and Crad reel it back in. For a 2 versus 2 post play. It planted reverse dice, though. We're going to continue challenging in towards spawn. Travis sees a shoulder. Koza's not going to go for the fight, though. He's not going to fire off. He sees the shoulder, doesn't go for it. And that leaves Crimbo into a 1v2. Pretty sure he got spotted out here. Now both players start to encroach. There's one kill. He's going to be ready for Crad on the flick. The answer's no. AmCal going to be able to win the force.
I mean, that's incredible resilience right there from AmCal. That's 2 incredible shots from Searson to just delete that incoming pressure right there. Tabson, look at the coverage from Searson. It's so perfect. That second shot just threading the needle. And yet still, Travis pulling things back there in a big way. The multi-kill of his own, immediately nullifying that man advantage. Crad in the clutch will get the revenge that AmCal needed. Right to an eco. With the side of Big, the success doesn't linger for too long.
I'm just really surprised Process didn't go for take out the shoulder there of that spamming player. Either way, AmCal handed a little bit. We've got some Deagles and 5.7s, and we've also got Forrester. A pop flash through, but these don't see much. Well, now they certainly do, and the help brought in by Travis. It's a quick 3 kills, and this force buy is basically all but over. Smoke blooms. It secures the chances here for Big to win any kind of round. Travis will even get some on the back end, and a completely flawless anti-force from AmCal.
No troubles dealing with that. We'll immediately shut down the force buy and really start to stabilize their economy. Get themselves rolling. We are looking at Big prioritizing Searson, at least with the AWP as we would obviously expect coming through into this one, but sometimes teams get a little aggressive with their purchasing, don't prioritize the Searson. Not the case. He goes for that eco while the rest of his roster purchases in. He'll be set up once the first gun run rolls in. Look at that. Getting wild with it. With the MAC-10, looking for some sweet, sweet ecos. Those look so good.
We should make songs about sweet eco. No, I can imagine like a Frank Sinatra singing the tune to Sweet Sweet Eeks.
That would be a love song.
Yeah. For North American players only, of course.
I mean, some EU players would tell you that they don't care about eco frags, but I feel like they're lying. Doesn't like ecos.
A hidden desire, perhaps, Cole? Wow, this could be just some sort of love song.
Something there. We gotta get workshopping it here.
Icy's blasting off here. Hold on. He's gonna make his way all the way up. And Tabson gonna try rattling off some shots. Coverage is decent, though. JDC's gonna keep his teammate alive. But only for just the moment. The connector players also marauding forward. This escape is gonna be awful difficult. And they're taking their sweet time about eventually JDC falls and so does Tabson. They just take too much time, Cole, to get away. Big overextend and this round's done.
They have just no health. They have no health at all trying to stand in front of front bathrooms, like you said. There was a small window of opportunity that they could have retreated on. And they didn't hit that. They didn't land the skill check there, and unfortunately, it does cost them the first gun round immediately, for the most part. Most likely. I don't see a lot of emphasis on this retake effort here from Big, and I don't think they'll be too interested in going for it long term. Yeah, I mean, kind of a shock right there. I thought for sure they would try and fall away. They couldn't make it out in time.
Yeah, I think
Like
JD's... Yeah?
I like how Icy starts out so aggressive. He takes a little fight. It doesn't fully work out for him, but he walks away with a lot of good damage. And then the connector presence it floods through, and that's what he was waiting for.
Yeah, he tied them down, to be honest, and got a lot of information on the players. Like, you know, 2 players forward and party. That's just going to call in for more backup, and when you stick around there for too long, then reinforcements are going to arrive to try and clear out that part of the map. Kind of working together as a team there for Amcal. And you're wondering, like, why is Tabson trying to fight there in that situation? Well, his teammate in JDC simply couldn't fall back. And so the idea there is to try and salvage something out of a bad situation. Considering JDC probably going to go down, but instead it ends up the worse for the 2 of them. It's a 4-1 opener. And yeah, you can see JDC couldn't escape, and then Tabson, he's going to get dragged back into the fight. And Amcal are just going to take advantage.
Yeah, both of those players below like 30 HP right there in both of those duels, right? So that's impossible. Versus the MAC-10, they're just going to run you down. Not a bad idea there from Dobson to try and aggress forward, but actually want the op here instead of trying to combine with some of the newer individuals, right? There might be a little bit of that lack of cohesion out of the gates, but JDC looking for his redemption. Look what he started it off with here. Not only a kill, but a pickup of an AK as well.
Oh, this angle's going to be awkward, though. Searson nails the shot, though. Going to bounce out of there as well and post back up. Icy going to think twice about swinging that one. They do it anyways. Searson, he could have been posted up on the angle. But instead, he's here towards long and misses the shot. Icy gets a gift given. Chance in the 3v5, but huge off angle from JDC, top of the trash can. And Big looking to put together a half buy off these saved rifles. Icy is still moving forward. Hold on. And Nickelback. He does fall. JDC turns his attention back to long. And, oh, footstep made by Icy. Surely that's giving up the game. But he still lands the headshot and gets the spot onto the next. But 25 seconds and no bomb control call.
Yeah, it's the tough part. Might just be a save call here with this sort of health. Got a nice belt of utility. Got 9k in the belt. Oh, and that's a good op right there to pick up right there. And actually just to ensure that it doesn't remain in Searson's hands. They're going to go for a hunt.
He's going to get shot in the
this round.
back.
He's going to go down after time. JDC takes him down. And, oh, the opposite recovered, but there's money to go around. And again, not the biggest concern for Amcal that they go down after time because they've got so much cash flow somehow this early. But we'll force some reinvestment that you never want to really deal with.
Now, pistols working together there, and despite even the missed shot from Searson, Big kind of play to their win conditions and just trade down the situation. Simplify. Make sure that this 3 versus 4, 2v3, then a 1v3, and then it's wraps. Got some boost action there, but just for a moment, if he held it, who knows what could have been on the other side of that smoke. But instead, he'll take some HE damage, which it's not all bad. But Forrester is going to be this constant presence inside of B short. Big. They were able to deal with him last round, but not going to make the same mistake twice, he says.
Well, Throsser's putting a lot of emphasis on connector control early, but eventually it is the CT side that has to fall a little bit further back. Searson.
Huge angle.
Just do like the forward opping on the A side. Be very fun to watch. That double HE is going to put Process on notice. He does walk away and only takes about half his HP. It's great damage being done here. Forrester tracks Process straight through the smoke, so he finishes the job.
Man advantage, but you know how much does that man advantage mean with 30 seconds on the clock? They have to hit the jets, and there goes Sears. You know, the op is also a scout in some respects there, Cole. And 20 seconds remaining to make a move onto this site. Smoke to be deployed. Tabson on the rotate.
They gotta get in.
And 10 seconds remaining here for Amcal. They've got to go. Smoke onto the plant spot. But now the USP is out. Icy's gonna fall. And there's no time here for Amcal. Oh. And Searson's even looking for extras.
They're able to survive it somehow. Seriously, he doesn't go down there diving through the smoke, but it is big with a successful defense. 4v5 not converted by Amcal. Put themselves in a great spot. I love the setup right there. Double up on the AT into the transition of the spam through the smoke to kind of get him where they flushed him out to. And you would have thought, you know, again, with all the attention turned towards that B side, it would have been enough to maybe apply a little bit more pressure, but as we said earlier, the thing that we love so much, that forward opping really works out for Searson. Gets a kill and falls back into the site, which is the biggest deal, right? No trade for Amcal right there. So Searson equalizes and is still able to provide more impact in the late round when we're talking like, I don't know, like 10 seconds left on the site.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Searson wasn't punished on the fallback there, because, you know, you're crossing open from Divider. And no one's really swinging for the trade exceptionally quickly. Obviously, the fact that an off is on the other side, but you know, some judgment calls and some plays unpunished. So, big their third round. JDC gonna drop a perfect molly on these two Ts. They both burned down to half HP. And so Big with some nice utility on the opener. It's going to get them complete short control.
As we said here, both teams putting a lot of emphasis on this connector control. Icy wants to fight. Get him the bait out right there by the jump up from Crad. That's a lovely 1-2 punch right there. Crimbo at least able to finish JDC's early work. JDC has to prepare himself here because they're close around that corner. Does he get a flashbang? Just an extra Molotov.
Yeah, he's moving forward to get that second molly. Searson looking to cut off this long rotate right now. Is there going to be a wide swing from Nickelback? Be prepared for this off angle. Well, Forrester deletes Process. That's short control given, but Searson not going to flinch. Brad continues to advance. Searson looking back up towards top connector. Jiggle peek from Forrester. And, oh, he goes past the angle. And that's going to bait out the swing. Crad gonna see the quick switch and slink right on out. It puts it on the JDC. Back of dice. First kill's good, but Icy with the trade. It's now 1 versus 1 for Crimbo. But, oh my goodness. 5 seconds. Hands busy. Crimbo leaping through the smoke, but Forrester's got the coverage. And Amcal with a 5th round.
Wow, I mean, really good positioning right there in the kind of mid-round to late round to deal with Searson. I thought he was going to do it again. I thought he was going to once again be MCal's biggest problem on that A side, which is a great sign for your op and your defense. You want to be that problem. You want to be that force, but positioning from Crad finally comes through in full effect. And MCal are able to trade him out and get away with some great success there. I think also on the lurk, they got him jump spotting a little bit too much right there, and MCal handled that with some sharp shots. Aggression this time not given, right? He's avoiding the 5-7, at least for now here. He does go back into it, and JDC once again gets success here in Process. Introducing himself to the server here with some big kills on a bit of a half-buy round.
MCal are taking these isolated fights across the map. And, well, Cole, there's a lot of punishment being taken for that. And oh no, there's no way. MCal versus the Pistols right now are crumbling.
Beautiful right there. I mean, it feels like it was just predetermined. His position right there. He sends a player up long to take a little fight, but there's no way if there's a player already fighting long that you would ever really clear out something like that. Tabson making sure to try and secure this bag on the half-buy. Nickelback and Icy looking to save the day. They've got a couple players without armor, so a real chance. But still not going to be easy.
Swing wide. Take a bullet, though, and instead lobs the grenade in. A good flashbang from Icy, though, gets him into the site. It leaves it to a Nova back of truck, and it's gonna work out for the kill. Icy, he can't even get the full shot in. The 5-7s run him down. Op delivery to Big in a 4th round. We're swinging back and forth.
Thank you very much, say Big right there. Absolutely yoinking the AWP and stealing that round away beautifully. JDC playing a very good game here. Getting aggressive on the short side. Not the first time that we've seen him succeed with a 5-7 and a little bit of armor. A little bit of a game plan right there. And MCal frustrated that they couldn't really capitalize on some of these opportunities. Could have been even more T-side success here, but they still have themselves a decent foundation. Will they be able to slow down this momentum that's been picked up?
Well, it could work out with this kind of play. Just a straight contact walk-up party. Tabson has no idea what lurks around the corner, and he made too many footsteps on the fallback. Now, however, JDC reveals his position, but no good on any kills. It's going to put it all in Crimbo. He's going to try and scramble his way into the site, and in the meantime, Grad's got the coverage. A 1-for-1. How many HEs are here, though, for Crimbo? Is there more underneath them?
Singular.
Nah, that's not going to be enough to stop this plant. The flank is beginning to activate. Forrester inside of Divider pops ahead. We're still gonna go for this for Big. Searson thought about it. But instead, there's the retreat. MCal with 6 rounds on this T side. Definitely can be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, instant redemption for them. Again, it feels like sometimes they're getting away with some of these timings here on this A side, not fully registering the possibility of what's around that corner, right? Expecting them to take a contact approach. You know Searson has an op, he just picked it up in that last round, right? So if you're gonna go directly into a contact approach, Big maybe expecting a little bit more respect here from MCal. MCal not giving has to be a big surprise.
I like some of the moves that Big are making across the map, but it is just the execution at the end of it there. And some... Can I call it a mistake or an outplay from MCal? Contact walk up Fountain was nice, but how about a B-rush? Just a complete change of pace. They're gonna try and make it work, and, well, they've gotten the space into the site. Forrester's gonna take out another defender, and the 4-man setup crumbles. It's just JDC. Searson, though, is also going to cut off the rotation. That puts Icy up into the clutch, and he picks off JDC, trying to fall back. It's 2 oppers and a 1 versus 1. Searson has got so much ground to cover.
Icy, smart reposition right now. I thought he was going to maybe route up towards short, but no, goes towards Graffiti and is able to play off the bomb that he planted in the position for. So Searson has a really tough task at hand.
Yeah, he's going to see the bomb planted in the open. He's going to wonder, where is he? But a silent drop from Searson. And a smoke kit is going to be in play. But Icy's not going to let him have the chance. 7-4 for Amcal.
Peeks before the smoke blooms, just gets that vision just in time. Smart from Icy right there to secure the round. 1v2. Just kind of capitalizing on one little small overstep, and right there, just kind of, again, like you said here, you know, questions as to whether or not it's like almost a disrespect play, or like just Amcal changing things up, giving him a big pace change. That Big did not really anticipate to try and close off this half. Amcal, they'll close off the T side of Overpass with the lead, which is, at least from the little sample size, a bit scary here. What is going on right now? No one accounting for Forrester.
Oh my, he just full sprints out Monster, and 3 players are lining up in front of him. Yeah, you can kind of see that there's some ring rust here for Big, but this is not the time to have it. Some uncoordination. I mean, some of the plays that Amcal are making, you bet they're going to catch any team off guard. I mean, you saw the 4-man contact walk Fountain. Now here's a monster rush.
Cred just jump spotted 2 players. He just jump spotted 2 players on long. Just gave him all the info as to where the weak point is in the map. Yeah, adjust accordingly here, but the big question is in time. Do they make it in time here? Is it going to be a little too late? You are still running into Tabson. This guy can do a whole lot with a little.
I mean, hey, 30 seconds. And Tabson weaponized the clock here. On entry, it's messy. He can't find the headshot until he does. On the slink back, he gets Nickel back. So now a 3 versus 3. Ooh, Crad's gonna trade him out. And there's Searson here, top of heaven. Can he find anything? Just with the scout, he does get a tag, and Prosis can't convert his kill. So close. Big might have to stare down a huge deficit from Amcal. They're gonna get 8 T-side rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that's just more than enough here for Amcal. If you're hopping into this one, and our big concerns out of the gates were the T-sides. What were they going to do here? We've obviously seen Big struggle quite a bit on these T-sides in our last series. Just a little sample size, a little dipping over our toes into this new roster. But right now we're seeing them struggle on that defense, which is kind of a surprising sight for me. These guys had excellent coordination. They looked like they had integrated, you know, JDC very quickly in this squad. And even Searson looks very comfortable with some of the fights that he's taking. But you gotta say, again, a couple just small little slip-ups. Maybe it's just, again, like you said, shaking off a little bit of the rust here, getting new players slotted in some of these setups. It's not exactly perfect. You wouldn't expect it. You got Tabson ready with the heaven smoke here, but it started off a little bit poorly.
It didn't even get off the ground, Cole. Travis rattles off a double with the dualies. Bomb on the ground. And in many ways, this could be round over unless Searson's got something with the Glock. Primbo as well, making his way out Monster, and at least they do scoop up the bomb. But they need much more than that. Krad's got the fallback cut off. And Searson's just going to get dealt with. No armor on that play. So that execute doesn't even get up the ground here for Big, and maybe not even this map. Just around here for Amcal puts them within 4. Just give it a moment here, Cole. Just give it a moment.
Hold on. Primbo is cooking. What was that smoke there? Actually smoked off short. He's just
Was that a
throwing
real
it out.
lineup? I
don't think
just
so.
kind
I
of.
think he's just trying to get rid of it, maybe so that they can't pick it up. If that is the case, that'd be you know, just min-maxing everything like these players love to do. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it
I was
is,
about to make a joke here, Cole, but never mind.
go ahead. No.
I was gonna say maybe if they don't look at the top of the scoreboard, they might think a second player's alive. Who knows?
It happens all the time with me. Like, oh, I thought there was only one, so I overswung. It's like, it's still not the right answer, right? Even if it's a 1v4, you still shouldn't overpeak, but it makes it sound a little bit better at least.
Yeah, but with this California driver's license, Cole, that gives me complete. You know, it makes sense that I'd want to overswing in a 1 versus 4. You know. Anyways.
This something to do with traffic there?
No, it just has to do with, you know, being NA, obviously. Oh boy, rule number 1 of anti-ecos, guys, you gotta buy head armor. I think it might work out here, though, for Nickelback. This is gearing up to be a bit of a farm as they all run through the smoke to their doom. A goosh is all they'll get. 10 rounds to Amcal.
Easy does it. Cal shutting down the Glock round, like you said. It's surprising. See these lack of head Kevlar, but it actually it's not like super uncommon. It can be risky for sure, but when you get away with it, if you don't go down, what you do have is a lot more money to invest and a lot more utility for this first gun round that sometimes can be a little bit trialing if you have like 3 MP9s. This time they only have 2, so all good. Forster diving into the fray here. He's forward. He's past this already.
Wow.
He's not getting blinded up by any utility. That position just way too much to handle.
And right now, all over the play are Amcal. They're just playing super aggressively across the map. I mean, I would just say it's unexpected, almost illogical plays. Perhaps in the mind of Big.
It's gonna be brutal. Maybe not. AC reins it in a little bit, just in time. Actually, I will say. He has deep connector control. He doesn't hear a lot, but his position is gonna be smack dab in between the A lurk and this B play that potentially could come through. That is gonna not be super fun for Tabson, who's in charge of dealing with them.
He's going to swing the Condor, though, and that only means one thing. It's heading back to the B site, and he sees the direction. I see that it's open. They're in short, he says.
Gotta scramble the rotates, but he's gonna have a massive flank. This is a round ender. Oh, but Crimbo turns around in time. What a save from Crimbo. He bails him out.
Yeah, and that gives him a chance. There's only a 2-man defense. Nickelback gonna swing forward, but then falls right into the monster play. It puts it on the Travis. Down inside the pit. He'll get his single kill. Trying to escape, though, and he cannot get away from Crimbo. But 5 seconds on the plant. Crimbo, hands busy. Smoke deployed into short. And Crimbo will pass the test on 1 HP. Keep Big in it.
I mean, Crimbo just saves that round in such a massive way. You saw them all lining up utility, and for a split second, in the back of Crimbo's mind, he starts to think, what could go wrong right now? What could possibly cost us? And a little connector flank, you can see 2 players even watching it. While the utility's being pulled by Tabson. Crimbo has the flank covered. Both times here, really, and deals with it. 1 HP to survive. But that's just enough, and you know, again, Big. They got to pull through a massive T side that I'm not sure if they'll be able to dig deep into, but that's a start.
And it puts the finances for Amcal in a very weird position. And they pulled back a 4v5 and crushing map control from their opponents. Who knows? Anything is possible, they say. So, Big need to tie together a few more in a row. at least a confident finish. Icy goes for the full glass cannon, though. Get 4750 in the bank, and he's down to 0.
All in on this round here. But it started off successfully with a massive kickoff of an opening pick. Last round here. Not the same success this time around. Not yet, at least. Pros is going to give him a challenge once more. And Forrester, he's once again able to best the opposition trying to challenge him.
This is a nasty, elevated angle from Crimbo right now. I didn't even know you can get up here.
I think you used to be able to jump up, but now you have to get boosted. I believe. But that's a Swisher classic right there. If you ever play him on overpass, just clear that angle every time.
And it leads to a 3-man A setup right now for Amcal, but the timing could not actually be worse right now. Icy, hello there. Searson's gonna enter your sight. Nickelback at least comes back in with one. Maybe that's the only entry they get. Tabson, though, to say otherwise. Around the smoke, Nickelback being elusive and hard to take down. It's Crimbo in a 1 versus 3. Smoke's obscuring, though, allows him to walk up onto the site. But no kills given. Forrester will cover for his teammates. And Nickelback staying elusive, and Forrester going up to 19 kills.
Actually just looked so good in the positioning right there for Big. The fact that they had a triple up on that A side and the position that Searson had found himself in to nearly get a multi-kill. It's just unfortunate that Amcal have so many resources on that A side, because that really could have saved them. As you can see, Searson able to crack things open in a big way. Still a bit of a wall to break through, even when you get a couple bricks deep. And again, more of this boost action here. Process this time able to survive a little bit longer on his short campaign, and that's a relief, to say the least. So again, this little wood wall nade. Double up, good idea. Not going to work out too much here, Travis. He's outside of the utility here. And again, there's some entries at least from Tabson, but it might be nullified.
Yeah, it's never even got off the ground again, Cole. The one entry kill's not enough when the short play goes awry. Especially with Krad activating. And even Icy landing this tag. This could be the map going out with a whimper here for Big. As Amcal's individuals are just having a field day. Tearing apart Big at the moment. Searson walks up under the site and will meet Icy. There's 12-5. A confident map so far here from Amcal. Maybe some hiccups to start it off. But so far it's been smooth sailing since the early portion of this map.
Yeah, it has been really strong. CT side. Just really good rotations already. Excellent way to handle that P play, like you said. Just cut off one prong of approach. Completely, the short side never was able to lift off. Now you're fighting for your life every step of the way here, Big, on the T side of overpass. Not exactly ideal. The one thing we gave them a lot of credit for in that last series was that they were a team that was able to hang in there. Times got tough. When it looked bleak. Be able to do it once again for any while longer with a pretty desperate force buy, lacking utility, lacking firepower.
Yeah, they have to get it done with the junk drawer. That's going to be annoying, and well, he'll get a dink off, but that's all. Tabson will sideline him. Icy, though, is going to step in front of some of this utility. Over between the angles.
One flashbang. Look at the rotations instantly off the back of that.
Icy sees everything. He knows that this lower sight is going to be the target.
Have another smoke as well for Monster if they want to recycle that. Forrester not super interested though. He's not super keen. So they're going to be able to get away with a big contact play.
He's going to move out Monster. Travis knows this is the threat. Going to swing. Flashbang. Good. Forrester, though, has many backs turned, but not the multi-kill he's looking for. It comes down to Nickelback. Through the smokes they go, trying to deny the plant. But that's going to be Searson to put him down. It's a 1v2 now needed for Icy. And he eats the grenade down to 2 points of health. He has to save. It was looking so good for Amcal. They had the stack. It just doesn't pan out.
Had all the information right there. Had so much going for them, but Big still able to resist it. That, again, is fighting for your life right there. That's trying to survive, and that is Big showing a little bit of grit. He'll be able to hang in a little while longer. AWP crucially saved, though, on the side of, oh. This is what I would have said if he was going to live that round.
Are you kidding me? Why did they do this?
Listen, I know I once had this like kind of hot take that Inferno bomb radius that was in Go that got adjusted and the increase was like kind of fun. I kind of liked it. It's out of hand. It's gotten out of hand.
Having too much. Icy is in T spawn and he died to the bomb.
This is insanity.
I'm crying.
Icy is too.
Top left though.
Quick.
It's perfect, and the smoke isolates the trade fraggers. JDC isolated.
Yoink.
That's the sound of a Galil being picked up. It could get worse here.
It's gonna be so scary.
Oh, here comes the Prosus and Crimbo handle it. Just barely. However, Travis is still armed with a Galil, but Molly makes it weird, and the awkward angle from Forrester. Easy to deal with here. Big will walk through the B site. And so 5 rounds the difference, Cole. You know, this 12-5 scoreline these past 2 days has been a very easy one to come back from, it feels.
Is that new Zonic's Law?
I suppose.
They haven't done the direct map to kind of transition the score lines. That would make sense. We've seen a lot of it. More so recently. It's tough to imagine they could do it on the T side. But all that they need is a little bit of momentum. MCal, they do like a good overtime on this map. I'll say that much.
Don't remind us! Yeah, so this team may or may not have gone into triple overtime versus the Ninjas in Pajamas and a best of 1 at the RMR. You know what Flusha had to say about that game?
What's that?
This is not good Counter-Strike I'm watching.
It's getting scrappy.
It is. With an opening kill onto Icy, that's going to let them walk in through Monster. And Travis gets completely blinded up by a flash. An easy entry here for Big into the site. And Nickelback falls next. 1 by 1. Every B site defender drops. And this round, Cole, is also over. 12-5 might mean nothing here to Big Clan.
All right. Don't want to jump the gun here, but I'm starting to believe. Because that round looked way too easy.
It's already gone to overtime in my mind.
Yeah. That's scary, right? I mean, again, that's a full gun round that is over within seconds. Just mere seconds. And Pros is the only one who I would say has kind of been falling behind here. On the side of Big. Has really woken up in this comeback effort. Not with like the most kills just yet. Obviously, the 2K he got this round. Really big. 2 entries. Alongside the presence of Searson. But You know, having that last little piece here, Process can be a really high impact individual if he is firing, if he is able to hit his strides. It might be that last piece that's missing here, and maybe he's just woken up a little bit more.
So 4 rounds necessary. Almost reaching the halfway point of the comeback. And this is one of the easier rounds that Big have to tussle with just 2 saved weapons. That's the last timeout just called in for Amcal. This is gonna get weird. It's already starting to get scrappy for the CT side. Maybe they're trying to come into this one with a plan. A couple pieces of utility purchased up, then a flashbang even juggled around.
If you're on the CT side, what do you do to get one more round? You just keep playing your game?
It's like 5 men towards B. That works. I don't think playing your game is what Amcal are thinking about right now.
Yeah. Well, if you... my mindset is if you stack every round... Oh, they're going to do that old double boost. I like this. It's not going to net them too much here, but it's a good idea. But, my mindset is if you stack every round on one bomb site, eventually they'll walk into the stack. It's a 50-50 shot every round.
Yeah.
So by the odds, you know, eventually, if you just keep 5-man stacking, walk right into you here. But they split up a little bit. Crad, another nice boost. They got 2 beautiful boosts.
JDC can just
start off
headshot
this
this
round.
though, right? Or not. He's not
Or
ready
get
for the
headshot.
boost. I thought there might be like a barrel issue, a shoulder spotted. But nah. Crad comes away with a double dink. But he does fall eventually, wide swinging long to Crad. Or Tapson, rather. And so... this kind of leaves Travis front bath. He could get a little bit antsy, but Process will deal with them. Now moving up onto the site. Process heating up, but Searson falls. One more rifle here on the site, and Forster also scoops another one up. So still a chance here for Amcal with 15 seconds, but Process is heating up here. He's gotten a 4K.
Uh-oh. I said it. Don't let Process heat up. Not right now. Saving that round. That little 4v5. It starts off a little bit awkward. Boost finally does work out. It's up against some of these ecos here, but it's all being built upon. Process has had 1 kill. He's had 0 and 1 kill for the longest time in this game. And this comeback effort here, you can see what he brings to Big when he's able to finally achieve a little bit of success. And I think the confidence is building as well. We're back to the rifles though for Amcal.
3 rounds of difference.
At that op. Look at this, the boost. I mean, it could just be plucked out. Seriously plays his cards right.
Oh, but Travis plays his better. Process does go down. He's been abusing that monster smoke. Travis finally says no. Let's see how...
Oh.
see how
Wow.
he gets up there.
He just jumped. He just straight jumped.
Mans is just...
I don't know if that that thing where like you lower your FPS. Have you seen that where if you like lower your FPS to like max FPS 10, it gives you a bigger jump height.
What the heck?
Yeah, so like
Also,
you can
what
self.
is he standing on? Sorry.
He's on like a pipe.
Oh,
That's one too many jumps right there from Nickelback.
oh boy.
There's an equalizer.
It's
A massive
bad.
relief. Fallen. And you can't get up. You're gonna end towards this B side, it feels like, and they're still gonna have to manage to get past a deep op scope here of Icy.
It could also be a very exposed op in just a moment. With this short play coming through, Travis has to do everything.
Dribble got him.
Icy just got deleted. Doesn't even matter the op's holding him. But 10 seconds on the clock here. Travis can do so much work. That bomb now on the floor. Someone's got to get it. Someone's got to plant. Someone's got to cross. Tabson won't be able to make it across. And that's the map right there. Just got to stay alive here for Forrester. And he does. 13-9. Big can't stomach the comeback.
Oh my god, the clock is what finishes them. You can't beat the clock on the top of your screen right there. There's no beating that. You might be able to fight back versus MCal as much as you can, but the dang clock time is unbeatable, and that's how they end up falling short there. It was a really nice effort coming through, but again, you know, the question was, is Big going to be able to fully do it? I thought maybe, but it wasn't quite the case right there. An unfortunate way to end as well, considering that we did really see some good T-side effort. That was a big question we were asking, but I think they dug themselves in too deep of a hole.
Yeah, I think the 8-4 half is just too much to deal with at the very end there. But, you know, some silver linings there at the end for Big, who were actually able to get some good T-side rounds going. And honestly, they kind of got all of their players into the server there as well towards the very end. So honestly, you know, despite the map laws here for Big, I think there are some decent takeaways.
Yeah, you got to be somewhat happy with the ability to resurge if you're Process. Again, like you said, getting everyone involved is going to be good heading into what is going to be your map pick.
Let's go ahead and toss this one off to a bit of a break as map number 2 on the way.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
chance, one dream, one match, one energy, one fight, one aim, one action, one hope, one XBet.
And so Big just couldn't stomach the comeback at the very end. Down 12-5, at least they run it back. They get 4 rounds in a row to get something rolling into the map of Ancient. But overall, it just wasn't what they're looking for. They couldn't tie together the CT side. Too big of a deficit. And now here we are.
Yeah. I mean, again, it was a really tough first half for them. Obviously, with the economy, the struggles there that came through from losing out consistently on that T side, and struggling to really build up much of a foundation. And in that second half, we got to see the rise of Process. We got to see what he's capable of. But I think we're going to need him for all the rounds here on Ancient if they want to start off successfully here, especially if they're kicking things off, trying to get more of those T-side rounds built in to their game plan here, which is not something that we've seen out of the gates. But, again, the more T-side rounds have been coming through today than they were versus Bleed, which is a good sign. And, at least that's a step in the right direction for Big.
Yeah, what I will say is, there were some mistakes that definitely can get ironed out, but there are at least some decent signs for this team. But of course, at the end of the day, you do just have to convert on those. And AmCal were the team who were just throwing some curveballs every single round. We saw some different looks every single T-side round, whether it be, how Forrester's able to stamp down on that short control. I think we saw, I believe, second to last round of that T-side. They go 4-man contact walk up Fountain, and Tabson has no idea what hit him. Like, there are some really nice plays that were being brought to the table there that Big certainly weren't anticipating. I know they recently added more coaches to their assistant coach staff, but when you see these little on-the-fly plays, how are you going to expect that?
Yeah. I think obviously it was AmCal. I think largely abusing some of the setups as well from Big. Whereas yesterday or a couple days ago, we saw excellent setups. We saw really good coordination, some good anchoring coming through from JDC. Today we saw like maybe a little bit of struggle between some of the CT individuals, and I feel like Overpass is like one of the best maps to abuse that logic. Right? It's very hard to coordinate your efforts. It's very difficult to join forces and play off of each other effectively on that map. You have to have that time and experience, and that's not the luxury that Big have right now, right? They don't have that just yet, but they're looking to build upon that. And Ancient, it might be a little bit easier, right? The CT side proactivity is required, but it's also a little bit more straightforward in how you want to do it.
Yeah, I think a little bit more of a simpler map, dare I say, for these teams. But on the one hand, I will say AmCal, we're looking pretty sharp individually speaking. I think Travis really put together a solid map towards the very end, locking down areas of that B site and making sure that Big couldn't get that comeback started. If he can keep it up, and I think the rest of AmCal overall, I'll just say it looks solid, right? I won't say there were any glaring weaknesses across the board there for AmCal. Even when it came down to the comeback, a couple of eco rounds here and there, they still gave themselves chances. So I still really have some faith in this AmCal squad. This could be a 2-0 if it keeps up.
Yeah, 100% agree, right? I think that they can come through, establish that confidence. Obviously, again, I think that they're not lingering too much on the loss to Young Ninjas. I mean, everyone's had a hiccup to kind of a more puggier team that's, playing with a stand-in situation, and probably didn't even know that they were going to be there a little bit before that. But now you are seeing a team that is coming through, I think, with a lot of different cool game plans, right? Even like you said, in some of those eco situations on the CT side, like the multiple boosts that we saw on Overpass, it shows that these guys are getting creative. They're willing to get a little wild, and I feel like that's a really well placed bit of like coordination between them when you're going up against Big in particular.
Yeah, that is the one thing about Big, is that they are a very like prep focused team. Like I remember there was a joke made by like Jonji or something like that this is back in North America, but against these like top level teams, like they know your number right now. They know your like home address and everything like that. That's what they're researching into. And for Big, they have the whole coaching staff that is, digging through, perusing through all of these demos before every single game. So you do just kind of have to switch things up. You can't play, our game. And I think we saw a little bit of that on Overpass where they brought some things out of the hat and a little on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like you said, relying on some of the good individual effort that they were bringing to the table as well. They had some great firepower coming through from the riflers that were showing up consistently. Icy was able to do some good work with the op there. He had some numbers as well. So when you're kind of experiencing that success, kind of getting creative and switching things up, throwing something in Big's face that they don't expect is a whole lot easier when you're hitting your shots to back it up.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're getting ready to jump into our map of Ancient here. And so, Big Clan, moving on through, again, a couple hiccups on that map of Overpass. But again, some silver linings to take away. Prosus finally got rolling towards the end of that map, so maybe they have some confidence coming into this one.
Yeah, I would expect it. It is for sure here. Prosus definitely had a really tough time in the first 3 quarters of that game, but fourth quarter he was delivering. Go back 2 shots, and they have to concede the space here. Force tries to run away. He's already dinked down. They're gonna chase down in towards the CT spawn, and the shot's just not connecting here for MCal.
Yeah, it's just the pistol round. You gotta hit the headshots, and that is sometimes how the cookie crumbles. Well, we will see Nickelback dive in towards A main, but you can see that MCal or Big realize something is amiss, and Prosus is gonna clear him out. Icy will get 1 kill on the fadeaway. There's going to be a way to stop this bomb plant, though. The shots are close, but just simply not connecting. And then Travis falls next. It's going to have to be the ace for Icy. Instead, he leaps right into Crimbo. And there's a pistol for Big.
Nicely done right there. Very solid pistol. Excellent coordinated aggression in towards the CT to A-Rap that, sometimes you don't see every day. It's always fun to see some cool pistol strats roll on out. Ancient the most Zeusable map, you think, or is it Nuke?
Wow, that's a very good question. I think it has to be.
It has to be Ancient. No?
You think? No.
Yeah, look at you got Donut, you got Cave, you got Red Room. These are all Zeusable angles.
That's fair, but Squeaky Door and Hut.
Yeah.
Those are. It's kind of unbeatable. I think those 2 positions beat out the other 3. I'm just saying.
Yeah, inside of Hut is the deadliest Zeus angle for sure.
Yeah, no chance.
Is Icy gonna get away with it?
Inside of A main. Here we go. JDC gonna properly clear is the question. Instead, it's gonna be kind of a mop up on the side. You think until the dinks start coming through and hold on, Icy inside of A main. Never mind, he's dead. JDC, I think, spun around and thought, something's gone wrong here. And down he goes. 2-0 here for Big.
Never hurts to be that diligent. Fortunately, the Zeus didn't come through, not being able to prove my point at all. But it was a good idea, good position for it. Didn't even think about A main as a common Zeus angle, but you can get in their face. A nice try here to fight up against it, but obviously the AK is being able to reign supreme, and oh wow, wasn't even diligence, it was just some quick flicks from JDC. Out towards the middle though, flying? No, they got scared off by the Molotov. So they actually don't fully claim this space just yet.
Class cannon op there from Icy could be an unexpected factor. And it's looking like Big could disrespect it. So nade, underhanded, smoke broken, and Prost is spotted running forward, trying to get this kill. Nickelback is better though. And that'll be the opener there for Amcal. Prost thought he had blood in the water, but he met another shark.
Did run into a bit of that brick wall there. Nickelback locked that one down. Orster catches him on the jump right there. That's brutal timing for Tabson. Doesn't just stop with one. Also wants to pull attention away as well. And that Molotov is so well placed. JDC still fighting forward. But the bomb is dropped in the middle of mid. That's the big problem here.
Yeah, and not just a big problem that, but a 2 versus 4 result of the situation. Now, the smoke does rain in, but not enough to beat the op of Nickelback there, and still gonna post up. Crimbo might as well just give it a whirl, give it a swing, and now position spotted. Probably just gonna be a 20-second save here, as Amcal will walk away with this first gun round. Ooh, but if he decides to go back into spawn, funnily enough here, Cole might meet his maker, but he's not going to continue progressing forward. So, Amcal going to pick up this first gun round. Mid just on lock, and Forrester continues his really strong performance this series.
He does. Excellent work there on the timing. Big left with a bit of limitations on the utility. It's really hard to crack through there. As you can see, Forrester, perfect bit of aggression there. Went through, and Nickelback picking up the AWB off the back of Icy. Covered and sent back his way now. No longer glass cannon, which is a bit of a relief for him.
Another purchase
Oh my
here.
God.
And, Crad! Just gonna stand in the flames, tabs it expecting. He doesn't get any of it. Oh, nasty timing just nailed. Hold on. JDC's gotten himself in a red room. I'm not sure how expected this is from Crad. Maybe called over on the possibility of a timing for Nickelback. But yeah, it's gonna be a jump scare, you'd have to think.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, but he plays his hand too early. JDC gonna be forced back.
He's gonna smoke down right now. Oh, JDC put on notice. Locked out at every seam, it seems. Can't get into this round just yet. They're gonna have to fight a little harder than that. Down a man as well. They're gonna try their luck at a B-side execute here. Could be the right idea. Could be the move. Given the numbers, only 2 players here. But again, as soon as they execute, as soon as they throw a little bit of utility, it's met by utility in their own right.
30 seconds to make a decision in the 4 versus 5. However, a weak A site could be the move. Nickelback starts to hear the movement, though, from inside of Donut. Just going to lob a flash to the sky. He's going to make no secret of his position. And as they start to filter on in, covered for that bomb plant, it's going to be Forrester to get the kill, but Nickelback falls easy. So post plants actually get to be established, but a quick 1-for-1 inside of spawn. Maybe not what they're looking for. Icy rattles off one. That allows JDC to get himself in towards Donut. This could be a solid post plant for Big, especially with the kill coming through. It's now the clutch needed here for Crimbo. Back in towards Donut. Time also ticking. This is just a deadly situation. Icy's going to have to stick it with the kit right now, and Forrester moving between too many different angles. He can't complete the kill, and there's a clutch for Crimbo.
That's excellent clutch right there for Crimbo. You know he's in that 1v2, and he's probably going to close it out, given the experience and the faith that they placed in this guy. He will certainly deliver. What's the most surprising about this round, though, is Nickelback's position. He's got it in the bag. Hey, main. In a perfect spot, but he throws a flashbang and reveals his position. That's a bit of a shock right there. It feels so straightforward. You've got the A main control. You've got one prong cut off, kind of. You have the perfect flank opportunity, and you kind of get loud about it. Trying to maybe buy time for his teammates, but instead gives himself less opportunities to work with there. And Big able to capitalize. JDC in some of these late round situations. Looking really good.
Yeah, it's Big able to capitalize on, the information that you're given. Yeah, I'm there with you on the Nickelback thing. I kind of brought it up in the middle of the round, but when you allow that plant to go through, that donut position is just so powerful as a post plant. Like, you might not be able to even break it with a 4 versus 4, retake. If everyone just piles in a donut, player gets on the defuser. Just take him out at every turn. Now boost here from Travis. Actually gets the spot on a Prosus and some decent damage in there as well. But no kill. In the meantime, Grad. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. He's gonna get punished for that. The jiggle peek. And he's down. Then a flashbang in. Searson doesn't get blinded by. He turns the flash in time. Some sick stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that saves him. That could have been a man advantage. Swinging in the opposite direction. Instead, it's held on to here. They're looking for even more CT side productivity. JDC is there to catch it. Easy does it. No sweat for JDC, and I'll give him another one. Feed the beast, why don't ya? They go back. Same result.
Just one by one, everyone falls on that B site. I mean, can you blame them? They've been confident, coming off a solid map of Overpass, and even that previous round feels like it should have been one they should have picked up. But I think the individuals there from Big certainly handled them. I mean, that turn from the flash for Searson, that could have been a devastating two-piece. Instead, he just handles the aggressor, no problem.
That's super impressive and necessary. Big want to keep succeeding. I mean, again, we came into today with question marks around the T side. I think maybe even Big did as well, as, like you said, kind of reinforcing the coaching staff most recently. So maybe even them identifying what's necessary to elevate their game. And well, I'll tell you what, marketable improvement on these T sides today.
Definitely in agreement with you.
Ooh, back. This time gets away with some of that jiggling. And Grad, again, looking to get a little disrespectful onto Tabson, but all of the CT side aggression is getting punished.
Ooh.
Touchdown.
These nades, I feel like... So, recently, it happened to me in a pug the other day, but I got 100-0'd by a grenade. It was just like a weird feeling. It made me feel mortal. In a way.
It felt so small.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, that nade hits you in the entire, like, solar system starts zooming in.
I'll tell you where it happened. I was running up alt mid on street, as the EU people call it. Ugh. But I was running up alt mid on Inferno, and I was running to jump up on the stairs on like to jump up in the balcony room.
They bounce it off the wall.
Yeah, they bounced it off the wall from mid bracket, and I just like it hit me for like maybe 2 damage, and then boom, I'm gone. Like,
jeez, whoa. I can't believe you queued Inferno. That's crazy to me. I didn't know people were doing that these days.
That's honestly, I don't know why I did it either. This is the most 1.0 KD pug you could think of. Of course, there's going to get some exit frags here towards the back end of it. But he also might get exit fragged himself. There's Tabson cleaning up the finishing touches on that round, and that's 5-1 for Big on this T side. Much more confident than what we've seen in the past couple of days. It's a clean start. It really is courtesy of that Crimbo clutch, and
jeez.
There's the 100-0 nade.
Way on the money. Yeah, I definitely agree. Crimbo doing really good work. You got Prosus playing a lot more confident. You know, not sitting at 0 kills for quite some time in this, but as 6 already. JDC as well. This new rifler here is feeling a lot more confident on this squad, I can only imagine. Process, not scared of anything here to fight towards the middle. I see utility already, and it's a perfect flashbang from JDC to set up his teammates.
Tabson is so quick. Icy thought he had a chance to hang about with util at hand, but instead it's the entire defense just vaporizing as we see it. Flashbang through here from Nickelback, but inside of the smoke, JDC playing up close. Nickelback gonna run through, but quickly gonna get traded. At least as the bomb drop, it stalls for time, and with Crimbo on the other side of the map, this actually gets weird. In the sight goes Crad. A chance to battle out. He knows where the Opera is too, but it doesn't matter. JDC and Searson pass both tests, and that's another gun round down the drain.
Scoreline is quickly spiraling out of control here. Only really able to claim, for the most part, Big's bonus round. Outside of that, it has been quick and dominant success in some of these rounds here. CT side aggression not really panning out, and when Big get aggressive, look at the way it kicks off here. JDC throwing some perfect flashes, and Tabson, like you said, executing appropriately. Searson, no way, you're gonna try and push the smoke with the AWP here. HE to blow it open, and instead it costs them. But good thing Process is nearby for a quick trade.
Yeah, and I think that was really the... Oh, I'd say it was the only win condition, but Crimbo's taken some liberties up the B ramp, but I think that's mostly what's there to be had. Now, we do actually have some late mid control, but the thing is, it's Crad with a Nova. Yeah, that's not gonna work. JDC is just gonna put him to rest. Icy might consider the swing with the P250. He gets a kill and gets out. Travis with the 1D as well at range, and suddenly the pistols are roaring up. Rimbo out towards the B ramp. We'll get back the advantage here for Big. But not all is said and done. Travis still gets to hold the cross.
And now Forrester's involved as well. He's close by. Looking to maybe capitalize off of the planting of the bomb, but they fall. I mean, just patient enough for them to completely give them some space here to at least start the post plant.
Yeah, Travis. Try posting up between the angles. A good flashbang. Tabson does go down low. Body shots needed here. But Crimbo will go ahead and clean up the kills. That's going to be 5 rounds in a row for Big. They're just going to march to 7 rounds. We could see a blowout here on map number 2.
Yeah, 100%. More and more likely as time goes on there. Even though MCAL up a map, Big still favored in the 1xbet odds. There's a lot of faith put into them. Made us believe on the first map. And I think they're definitely taking that energy into the next. With this T side. No real answers, and a big change here. Coming through from the side of Big. A fast A play coming through.
I see. Posted up. Flash is not good enough, but JDC might be better. Unable to be hit right there. Traded out. With Tabson. And a 3 versus 4 post plant to be established, and probably just a save by the looks of it. Some brutal entries from Big.
Brutal entries is the right term right there. You said it. Flashbang's maybe not flawless, but I tell you what, JDC's trades are. Crimbo sent out first. He's got the spawn. He's got the timing. JDC stands right behind him. They're ready to pluck some of that reply. So Icy, you think he's lining up for a little bit of a clip, right? Looks like there's some potential, but when he goes for the repeat, it is nullified.
And that's what you like to see out of Big. You like to see the individuals truly firing off. And that's what you bring JDC into this team for. talked about it a bit in the pregame, but this might be one of the best rifling cores Big have had to work with in a long time. I mean, shoot, maybe even since, like, dare I say, the Zentaris days.
Yeah, I mean, what's so good is JDC obviously can still be a very supportive element as well. Seen it with some great utility to help out the aggressive individuals. tabseN playing off of that utility effectively. But what's so nice is that I think he built a lot of confidence, kind of playing back in the tier 2 space with the 0-0, and off the back of that confidence here, he's hopping into this big roster, wielding that, right? Kind of a revamped player. He's definitely solid on mouse. We saw what they were capable of. But even more gathered from this individual as he hops into big, I think. Oh my god.
Look at this guy! There's a clean entry. He just runs up solo on the B site, and the whole CT side setup has to scramble. There's one player in Icy, and his position just feels so awkward. He gets the 1 kill, though, and is actually able to escape as the smoke blooms. Utility sets do need to go on through a smoke to allow some access, and JDC unable to escape. Taps it inside his spawn, though a team flash comes through, and it's no good. That could have been the refrag. It could have been a 2 versus 3, but some awkward scenes there for Big, and you kind of see a new team stumble there.
Yeah, they weren't sure if they wanted to fight for that that donut control, if they wanted to smoke it off. It kind of looked initially like they were going to give it a duel. Process is how this whole thing kicks off. A little scaling smoke and a lot of panic setting into MCAL early. That was all a ruse, all a setup there, as they look to set their sights towards A. Again, the second phase of that is trying to get the bomb down, trying to find yourself a post plants. They couldn't quite do it. Big control here. Forrester having to smoke himself off. Travis, though, starts it off big time. Nickelback follows suit. A trade comes through. But at least some advantages.
Oh, what a nasty angle from Forrester. tabseN just around the smoke. And Forrester not able to win the fight. tabseN somehow just dodges underneath the bullets. BC gonna swing wide, and he's gonna win his duel on 15 HP.
Look at this positioning, very strong. The CT side feeling the need to reaggress. And it probably as they should. Travis's timing is going to be big. Oh.
He doesn't see anything. He doesn't go for the full-on swing. And so he misses the bomb, making it into the site.
So does Icy.
Also sees nothing, but Travis realizes that something is up. I have to have missed something right here. Molly into cave, but hey, Travis is already on the angle, and then Icy collects onto tabseN. Molly down towards the ramp, and Travis also plays his hand. Both players' positions known, but that allows CS2 to post up. The smoke that'll get Travis into it. Right now, JDC is isolated. He needs to deliver on a fight here. And as Icy begins to walk up, he sees the barrel. Travis has got him. Now the bomb is planted in the open. That's for sure. Dodges out of the shot, though. Are you kidding me? Oh, just leaping around the corner. CS2 takes down the defusers. He's got the clutch.
Oh my god, what a play from CS2. That is absolutely stunning. The fancy footwork right there, avoiding the op of Icy to get the diffuser. Look at the presence of mind. Baiting the op out. Not a care in this world for that fight. He doesn't care about the op or posted up on him. He only cares about the diffuser. And big sneak. Another clutch in this half. That is so unreasonable right there from CS2. It's going to set them up here. Even more success for Big. It'll be a fast A play to just try and cap things off. The utility is already thrown out here. Nickelback put on notice. Flash is going to fully catch him. It's beautiful. And the aggression doesn't work out for Process. He still falls.
And this whole round is going to be going awry. Big Some beautiful clutches from Searson towards the very end. Was unable to piece it all together in a clean fashion to lock out the half. But hey, Cole, 9-3 is already plenty enough here for Big. Looking to get their first map win for the new roster. Just JDC. He's going to give this one a go, obviously. Last round of the half, he's not going to throw his life away. A 1 versus 3 is still very possible.
With Bum as well. Still has that in his control. And again, more information spotted here, Travis. Repeat. Okay.
Playing with fire there. Ooh, but Icy's gonna lock it up, unfortunately. JDC swings into his demise. 9-3 at the very end of the half. Again, for Big, it's definitely a dream situation, considering how the T sides have gone so far this tournament. They're gonna be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, 100%. Really strong T side coming through for Big. That is what they're looking for. Now they just need to deliver on what they've been doing so far. The CT sides have been strong. Maybe not exactly in that last map. We saw some struggles. But I think the individuals have heated up enough to really believe in this second half closure.
And so, Amcal, they need the pistol here to even stay alive in the map. And Searson is going to get ran down. He's going to hold the off angle that we're all so used to here. But it's also the shots just won't connect from that angle. It's Process who finds a collateral. And then Crimbo and Tabson's dual Berettas rev up to clean house on the rest. It's just Crad, bombs down, met with the smoke. And I think he kind of realizes the jig's up on this map. It feels like it's Big get another pistol.
Yeah, right there. I mean, you see the exact same play come through that Big did, right? They try and split in towards that A side through CT. But this time, Process is able to connect the shots. That's the big difference maker right there. That Process is able to delete them. No armor, but defends incredibly versus MCal's pressure. And that very well could put a quick end to this map here.
And might as well. Armorless Glocks. 11-3. Nyan guarantee, except for Travis's Desert Eagle. He's did it back on that CT side. He's going to keep his team in this one. Game could still have some legs for Amcal, but well, one of the M4s drops, and then the armorless pistols start to hit the deck. Travis has to finish what he started. And I mean, some 6 shots, but you have to hit 5 of them to win these rounds.
Everyone has to get theirs. And Travis gives him a couple. Gives him something to think about right there. Look at that. But again, a little too tough of a task. Stand behind it. It is still closed out a little bit comfortably there towards the tail end. Got a lot of opportunities to close here for Big. Still not on 12 just yet, but getting there.
Ooh, and flying through. Amcal trying to continue that momentum. Crad hard clears the corner. JDC will eventually fall. This is the sheer amount of mid-presence. Big unable to handle.
Just quickly. Again, trade things out. No big deal. Still holding on to that man advantage and likely, again, queuing up some more CT side aggression. That's exactly what's going on here.
Process, is he going to clear his corners, though? Oh, absolutely not. Forrester will get his. Tabson does trade, but that's more players' positions being revealed. But is Tabson going to clear every corner here? How diligent will he be? He's going to scoop up an AK. Icy plays his hand, but Tabson doesn't react in time. 1 versus 3 for Searson, and it's probably going to be a save. Amcal will take the first step in a long journey.
We'll start things off with the gun round. Close out a confident one. That's what they're looking for. Fast towards middle, win out some trades. And again, it's going to be maybe even a similar story here. We're asking if MCal can make things a little bit more competitive on this T side and give Big a run for their money. At least for now. It's always nice to hold your opponent off of map point here. Take back
all the guns.
Able to bend
That
his
works too.
bullets. Just wallbang him straight up.
Now, taking away all the guns, not bad. And Big are they're gonna go in for the force buy. If I've seen, games go awry, it's through this kind of decision making. The bunny's gonna be tanking here and flying out middle. This round could end very quickly. It was just one from Searson's Desert Eagle. That is all. And so this round's gonna fall flat for Big, and MCal are gonna take a few more steps in the right direction. Rosis needs to win this duel versus Brad. And yeah, P9 is almost the weapon for the job. It is, in fact, to bring an equalizer.
Boy. And Searson's picked up an A1S.
Tapson also slinks away.
Double swing
Gonna
towards
get
middle.
himself into the corner. He's gonna go down. Searson does come through with the kill on the Forester, but Tapson can't keep his end of the bargain. And so we will see Searson. He does get a big reposition, however, and on trying to sneak past. So close there. Searson almost nails the timing, almost beats out Icy, but MCal will take down Big's force buy, and here comes a freebie round.
Yeah, I mean, force buy doesn't really pan out as they'd hoped. So as we said, I mean, again, you're still talking about AmCal just pulling things a little bit closer. Big haven't claimed that map point just yet. There's a little bit of room for error, just the tiniest margin for AmCal. You got yourself kind of a freebie, like you said. Just in theory here, as long as you avoid donut, you should be golden.
Yeah, it's gonna be the big swing out middle, and yep, call in for backup, guys. Get out the mop and bucket and clean up. So there you have it. The freebie round goes through. And also another question here for Big, as I mean, okay, what are the odds Searson buys an op at 5,200?
Depends on what they want to do, right? If you want to take mid control here, it's probably more. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, there's our
We're
answer.
just gonna half
buy. Wow, MP9's in the mix. They very clearly prioritize Searson having all the tools. As I said from Overpass, it was a big priority for them. They went for a second round force buy, but Searson full saved here, and the MP9's fly up B.
Okay, down round the smokes. Travis tries to go through, though. And, his KDC's lost his gun and his head. He's gone. Icy as well, nails a shot through the smoke. And the rest of AmCal, well, Four-Star has the bomb. Four-Star has the bomb, and he's alone, and jumping up, but able to hit the headshot to keep his team afloat. So, just Searson, the Desert Eagle. And, well, not much of a dream either. Will be put to rest. A chance there for Big. But just a chance.
Bomb has been planted. 7 rounds locked in. 4 another difference. That's all AmCal really need. Pull things all the way back. doesn't seem all that unreachable. But Big have clearly put a lot of emphasis in getting into this gun round that they're coming up next. And that's where you ask the question, you know, what sort of game plan does Big have when they have every resource, every tool, all the utility you could ask for in the world? AWP included for Crimbo, or rather Searson, you have everything. So what do you do to close? Get yourself 12 and push to the finish line.
It's been 4 in a row for AmCal. I mean, this is the round to do it. This is honestly, you know, it comes back down to that force buy decision. Everyone goes down to 0. Then there's a full eco. And there's a half buy. Like, Big have been bleeding away rounds quickly. They basically handed 3 of them to AmCal just courtesy of the weaponry. It's the first, like, real gun round the T side has to contend with. And if they pass this test, we can have a weird game on our hands. Some decent wallbang damage in the Icy. And advancing forward, but as the smokes fade, he's out in the open. He thought he had a chance. But instead, it'll be the advantage here for Big. JDC continues this excellent game.
He does. 21 kills to his name. His new rifler has been built upon. And is going to be looking to be that solution. Cave control taken here. At the very least, a little bit of a reply from AmCal to recover this. Ooh, JDT oversteps just a little bit, though.
An elevated angle from Nickelback. Oh, Searson's dead to the grenade? Or he would have been.
That'll do.
But the molly does strike true. Searson burns. A 3-on-4 here for AmCal. But again, advantages don't matter when the time is so low.
Gotta be quick, and they're just gonna beeline it into the B site. Only one defender to deal with here. A confident pro assist in the back site. He's gonna have to kind of concede a little bit of space here.
He's gonna keep his eyes set up towards Cave, and almost finds the kill on the IC, but spins in time. Upshot delivered, headshot from Forrester, and well, Cole, this map is not done yet.
Not at all. Wake up call for Big here, big time. This is a whole lot more scary. Again, I mean, the biggest factor for me is that 12 has not been found for Big. They've been locked at 11 for way longer than they'd like. AmCal are pulling this piece by piece here. You can see the firepower is certainly available. And even with a man advantage there, it still gets ripped away from them.
And
It's nothing saved.
this is gonna get very dire for Big and fast. This is half by territory for Big. You know, a lot of these easier rounds have been handed over them. Again, it's this force buy that Big decided to go for very early on. That didn't pan out. Small all it takes is just a lick of flame for Searson. But there's been a lot of freebie rounds because that's just how the CT sides go. And we're going to see the very first tactical timeout from Big. Surprised it's even gotten this far, to be fair. You know, risky decision-making is not the first thing I think of when it's a big clan, I will say. But here we have it. Half by territory, that's for sure. And at least some mid-control for Big to start off with. I don't even think AmCal want this part of the map. Or maybe they do! Icy goes in for the swing, and JDC is always out here getting his one.
Another entry First kill for him. Doesn't last too long, but it's always nice. Icy down early. Any more solo missions? Any more choose your own adventures for Amcal, and that could cost him? As you can see, the position that the CT side, it's so strong to deal with some of these extremity players, right? The Travis and Foresters of the world. Trying to group up though now. That's the effective protocol here. Travis ready to deal with the aggression. Might need to call him for some support, and he does, man. So quick to react to his Nickelback.
Yeah, now all of Amcal group up. They just have to beat a single Tamsin P250. What could possibly go wrong? Well, he steals the first kill, but the headshots just don't connect for the multi. However, Searson gets up to no good inside of cave. Bomb gets planted though, and with Crad finding that kill, it should just lock in the round. No kit here for Searson, so yeah, I think this is gonna do it. MCal gonna put the deficit down to 2. This was 11-4. Both of these maps have had huge leads. What, 12-5? There for Big, and they allowed 4 in a row. Pearson's gonna get up to some funny business, but that's all. Sorry, excuse me. Was this 11-3? If I'm getting this correct, Cole?
Yeah, they got the pistol and a 9-3 half, and it was a full eco for Amcal. So it was 11-3. They pulled it all the way back to now just such a competitive map here. Big are lost for words as to what they do on this defense. On the gun rounds, at least. They've had even, again, opening duels here. I won't even count the last one. JDC gets infiltrated, but fast out towards the middle, and Travis has dealt with another man advantage found.
Yeah, and look at this. Tapson also goes for the swings here. And huge advantage for Big to lead off. His little plays around the smoke and Searson's unexpected position towards Donut. And JDC still jump spotting. Give his Opper some extra chances. He doesn't actually see anything. And so the walk through the catwalk. Elevated angle and dodging out on that. Now Searson's actually in some serious trouble. The Molly forces him to the right side though. It doesn't spread. Flashbangs will do some good work to knock him off the angle. Here comes an HE, but Searson nails the op shot. So now a 2 versus 5. Icy just gonna have to take out the pistol to make some headway. And a missed shot on a Crimbo. This round is gonna fall flat here as finally Big able to take down Amcal and push themselves to that point.
Distinguish Amcal there big time. Capitalize off of the advantage that they start things off with. Searson, good opener with that AWP, and Tapson feeling confident enough off the back of that opener to get his aggression going as well. Nice little 1-2 punch here. That's the thing. If you have this sort of deficit, if you have to pull back a 3-11 scoreline, you can do it round by round, you can do it piece by piece. It's a whole other story. Keeping things flawless, and that was what was necessary here. Crad take it down to half HP to start this round off. Still makes it. How far does he want to go?
Oh, well, Travis wants to go all in. Look at this from Crad. He snuck up towards this red room side, and he hears the fallback. JDC, though, thinks that something is amiss at the moment. Crad has gotten himself into a nasty off angle. He's cutting off all of the rotates at the moment. Look at this. JDC calls in for backup. Maybe he doesn't need it. Swings, headshots, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 5, and this map is looking more and more like a lock-in here for Big. Searson does miss a shot, though, and they start to close the gap. So there's a headshot from Forrester to get them into the A site.
Rumbo. He could be the deal sealer, though. Depends on if he wants to get aggressive. Icy has his line covered.
Nickelback also laying in towards the site. Smoke into CT spawn could buy them some valuable space, but will JDC respect it? Said he wants to wait things out. Forrester playing dodge flash by staring at the floor. It might be worthwhile. Flashbang is through. Forrester delivers on at least one. And then Icy comes through with one up shot, a second, and then all three. Amcal are still very much in it.
Oh my god, Icy saving the day right there. Beautiful sequence with that AWP. Amcal pull it back another round and another big man advantage there. They can't close. A 5v3 right there. You think, again, that's going to be enough, but look at what Icy does to keep things safe. Forrester as well. The duo full house between the two. It's only a 2-round game here as Big chuck through another timeout. I mean, dude, you're going to have... This is probably a maybe a good option to buy here, but maybe they want a half buy, and then, again, they've clearly prioritized Houston with the AWP, so... Go for half season. Oh no, it's full. It's full investment. Bit of a surprising call for me, at least. Expecting them to show that same discipline that they have for the most part throughout this entire series. Very safe with their economy. But they're taking some risk right now.
Down 11-3. But JDC out middle. He's just running there solo. He is on a solo mission. He's staring down the entire team. And he steals a double kill. Now, Crack's gonna walk through the smoke. He's gonna get the trade eventually. But the damage has been done. The insane map he's had. He could lock it in here for Big.
It's just phenomenal. JDC, it would be a fitting end if that was enough. But there's another 5v3 that they have to claw back, and seriously, you better be careful about this one. You're gonna wish you had this back if you keep on pressing forward.
The timing!
Or maybe the timing is gonna bail you out here instead. Icy, you couldn't have asked for it. Anything better here. Searson gets away, and the bomb is dropped in the palm of his hands, and an officer's gift.
Counter-Strike is a game of seconds, Cole. And, well, it was a millisecond there between that game right now.
Wow. What a way to finish right there. Absolutely insane. That timing. I mean, again, I thought it was for sure going to be the equalizer, and then bam, they're off to the A side. We're going the distance. We're going all the rounds. And with the economy situation, it would have very likely been an overtime affair. And that would have been really frustrating for Big if they let that slip all the way back. But, you know, again, like you said, it's a game of milliseconds, the smallest margins. And guess who favored here today? It's going to be Crimbo. Or rather, Searson.
Searson. And then... well, JDC also puts together an incredible map there as well. So, you know, it got out of hand. Let's not get that wrong, Cole. It got out of hand. Amcal made it work from an 11-3 down situation to bring it to 13-10. We're going to toss this one off to a break. Vertigo is our decider here. It's our elimination game.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
this is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And so welcome back to RESEU. As our first little, our series of the day is really starting to deliver in terms of these comebacks, in terms of the moments, the clutches, and everything in between. It's getting electric here in this elimination game between Big versus AmCal. Map number 1, it starts a little bit of a comeback there for AmCal, and then, or rather for Big, excuse me. And then over on the second map here, AmCal almost run a route in that one, running it back down 11-3. Third map here, Vertigo. Cole, what's the think?
I mean, yeah, I think what you said right there, it goes to show how much this game means for both of these teams. It's kind of saving your debut for Big. You really want to show up in this first tournament, and deliver. And as for AmCal, fresh off the back of a major qualification here, big deal for these guys. You want to be able to show up versus rosters at this caliber, certainly at the Young Ninjas caliber, but it couldn't hurt if you were able to do the same versus Big. And so, yeah, map number 3, again, we look to Vertigo to see what exactly Big are going to be bringing to the table, because if you remember, again, it was those T sides that was a big concern for me. It was not pretty the other day, and that's concern coming through there. It's definitely going to be needing to be adjusted here if they want to come through. But again, marketable improvement has been the case here already. So who's to say they can't complete the mission?
Right. Both of these teams, however, they're really looking to prove themselves, I think. For AmCal, they've had again, they're undergoing some criticisms at the RMR. Like, how much does this team really deserve the major, right, compared to all the other names that have fallen in their wake? And for Big, they really want to get this season started, and an elimination game here. One of these two teams is leaving the tournament in last place. Now, that is going to be like something that could weigh over both of these teams' heads for a while.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, again, it's all about bringing in a little bit of momentum here. It's going to be a big deal for the likes of Big. You're dealing with 2 new players here. We just saw the full effect of JDC, right? The full influence that he can bring to this squad here, especially when it comes to like the closing stages, man. When you need a hero to deal with middle and deliver, he just stepped up to the plate in such a crucial round. If they lose, it very well could have gone into overtime. But he gave him another 5v3, gave him another great chance. Searson on the op and overpass, it looked really good. He had a lot of good moments. Didn't maybe have the most influence in the last map, but we know what he's capable of. We know what he can deliver. So again, I think it's super important for Big to start off their campaign with these 2 new individuals all succeeding out of the gates, and that might not be the case for them if they take a loss here in this third map.
Yeah, well, they get to run back Vertigo, which yesterday, or actually 2 days ago, versus Bleed, it was just the T side just wasn't working, and like that B stairs position, JDC is not the guys over at Bleed had his number. Like there
Vladden.
Vladden was putting the digits on him right there. So it's like, how is that going to change? What's the move here day to day here for Big?
Is there going to be any big adjustments here? Like, again, is JDC going to be given the resources to work a little bit more efficiently? I think they had to adjust that mid like half almost for the side of JDC and Big. But once they kind of figured it out on the T side and had some more success, especially like overtime when they were a little bit more competitive. It looked good, but it wasn't enough to pull them across the finish line there. Again, they pulled that massive comeback off, all for it to still be closed out by a pretty exciting bleed roster. We saw a lot of like moments. Cypher, I think, really helped in pulling that one across the line, and I feel like there's not a lot of shame in losing to Cypher on Vertigo. Like that guy's a specialist, but you know, it still was a bit of a frustrating way to go out for Big, considering the comeback effort.
Yep, and so now we take it away to the knife side, the knife round rather, the metaphorical coin flip to see which team starts on which side here. Again, CT sides for Big versus Bleed was the name of the game. Is, you know, reverse 9-3 halves to decide that map, and it went into double overtime right afterwards. So here we go as we line up into our battle lines, or you know, we have some some people not following the plan here, and it's looking like Big are going to be able to pick it up. They win the knife round. They get to pick the side they want to start on.
Nicely done. That's probably a big deal for them, being able to shut that down, give themselves that side selection. Probably a big relief getting to start off on the CT side, which is no surprises there. So they have the opportunity to build the foundation, which is always where you want to be. If you have those good CT sides, you don't have to come back into this one. You can instead maybe start off with a little bit of success, but that still is a big F here. Amcal have been able to deliver on their T sides all day today. Let's just say that's going to stop here.
So let's go ahead and see. We have JDC taking a bit of a swing, but immediately goes down to 11 HP. That information costs you.
Always gotta be careful on those little info plays, like you said. Doesn't really scare him too far off. They will still fight for a little bit of this ramp control. So Crimbo, if you're gonna be tested on this B side. So really, Amcal just playing a pretty slow default compared to what we're used to on pistols. Maybe the off-spawn calling more common, but they're feeling things out a little bit more.
Trying to hear a lot of information. Now the jump starts, though, as those little jump spots get heard. Forrester tries to close the gap, catch him off guard, but well, now the alarm bells are ringing here for Big. They're gonna wide swing. Flashes is layering in towards ramp, but players running out of ammunition. It swings back there. Amcal, they almost end up the better, but Tabson wants to try and salvage it all. It's Crimbo who gets himself into the site. The question is, I think he might have been spotted on the inbound, but he almost gets them both. A little accident there on the crowd. It'll be Icy, though, who trades. 1-0 for Amcal.
Nicely done right there from Icy to complete the mission. Crimbo, again, when you put him in a 2v1, you really have a lot of faith that he's going to be able to deliver right there. He nearly did. Like you said, this ramp collapse coming through, it's such a good idea for Big, but not the ammo in the chamber to get the job done. Icy pulls it back piece by piece right there. I think Crab might have got caught in the crossfire, unfortunately for him, but he's happy that his teammate was able to close out that sort of fashion. We got Scoutson in the server. We've already seen what he can do with that gun.
Yeah. It feels like he might... Against KD with the Scout, pretty good. The rest of his team does need to follow up. And Prost is kind of sent into the blender there. I do wonder what his rating with the Scout truly is. Wish we could have that. That is a cool Mac 10 skin. That one has to be new, right? I swear I've never seen that one. And it has a Nickelback. It has a Nickelback.
Wow.
Well, we're gonna have a little bit of a fun play here towards the ramp. These Mac 10s are gonna have to put in work either way, no matter what skin they've got. And, well, Krads will. Flicks on a Tabson. Double dink goes through. info does at least add something to the tally, something to talk about. But it's quickly going down the drain.
Okay.
What on earth? Searson flicks up to take down Icy. These smokes are fading too. This scout could get even more. JDC, there's a headshot, and look at this crowd, he's so low. Pistols out, and he's gonna get it done with the Glock. It took a single body shot there from JDC, just off the mark as Hamcal, hold on.
Well, I mean, you get the round. You get the round. That's all that matters there for the most part, but it is not pretty. It's not clean. Seriously, nearly rips that away from you here. Entry pathing coming through looks good. The trades as well, efficient, but they overextend so much in this post plant. Just trying to find the kills right there. JDC nearly punishes both players so low on HP. The Glock, the high fire rate gives them more chances. Be closed out. USPs for the most part. Be the reply.
Just gonna see 5 pistols creep down ramp. Here comes the big swing. Forster ready to pop up at a moment's notice. One of the dinks are coming through. Dinks are coming through. 2 clean kills for Big. This is not real.
Alrighty, real for Amcal. Just got a whole lot realer. Into the site they go. Anyway, this could be back-to-back rounds where you do great economical damage. Could you take it a step further, though? And win the round here. Icy on 17 HP. It's so very doable. But it's always tricky with the lesser weaponry.
They have a flash, too. They have a flash. They'll sail in over the site. Travis gets blinded up. Crab, though, full vision. 2 kills. Starting to be collected here. JDC. But it's Samson instead who actually finds the kill on the USP. Icy is on 1. It's now a 1 versus 1. Oh, but Icy will clutch it up again on low HP. Don't die to fall damage there. It's 3-0 for Amcal.
Oh my god. Another round where both players just so incredibly low, but Icy able to come out with the clutch. I mean, it is as close as can be. Absolute insanity. But it is still being closed out by Amcal. It's not the foundation that they want to set here heading into the first gun round, but enough to give them some grace. Clutch is required, and clutch is won by Amcal every step of the way, even in the pistol. Still came down to a 1v1. You'd think that Big eventually are going to get away with one of these clutches instead, but that's still a big if here. Crimbo on this B site. CT side, so capable.
Is that a team name? Travis just took 50 damage from somewhere. You know, Cole, nades explode.
Hurt. Especially when your teammate, the ones that you trust. That's where it hurts the most.
And so, Amcal 50 seconds. They seem pretty set on this B site right now. And look at this, the information from Process could be perfect. But it might be a little too late. Already coming through into this site. JDC and Crimbo trying their best to hold on. But the 2 defenders do fall eventually. No one's here for the quick retake, and in fact, Nickelback takes even further control. Flashbang nade combo, and Nickelback gets ran over. Forrester can't hold his own. It leaves it to Crab coming through from middle.
Fake the fall off here. I don't know if they'll anticipate this.
It's just a stick. The stick is just happening right now. And the defuse just comes through. Crowd hoping they're on the fake. But Process pulls no bluffs here. First round for Big.
Yeah, we process a lot of faith in Tabson to cover him. As you should. So, smart idea from Crad. The only flaw in the execution, again, is a little too slow on the uptick. And all this economic damage does not make it easy here. You lose 4 guns to USPs, guess what you're left with when you lose a single gun round? Even with a bomb plant here. If you right into an eco territory. Ramcals, they call a timeout pretty quickly.
Just off of 1 round. It just shows how close these rounds have been. Both AmCals, besides the pistol, of course. Those rounds coming down to 1 versus 1s. With their players being on sub 10 HP. So it puts them onto basically nothing. Crimbo gonna start running a shop here on the B site. Moonwalking on the edge of the map. There is a chance the pistols can run him down, but it's just a chance. So the first kill, second, and almost even a third on the spray down. He'll get 3 in total. And the damage has been done. These pistols are just pretty brittle, I shall say, and JDC is going to break them apart.
Easy does it. Nickelback. He's hunted for some eek hunters. Hey, come and get me.
Start firing off some shots. Ring that dinner bell. Hey, hey, hey. I'm over here, guys.
Do you know that you can wallbang that little, like, plywood to Nickelback's left there? On the stairs?
To clear the corner?
No, I just lied.
Yeah, I figured you were lying. It's like, you're wrong for that. I'm like, which plywood are you talking about? Maybe with an AWP. I know you can go for AWP wall bangs into elevator from short.
Yeah, yeah. They're pretty fun.
I mean, hey, maybe. Waiting
One
for
of
teams
my,
to try that out.
Yeah, you know Koi, he hit that in one of my matchmaking games. He just kept spamming, and I think the other guy just walked into it for fun. They were losing pretty bad.
Friend Koi. Oh, that's been spotted. I see. He's... Oh, boy. Prost is in a weird spot. He still comes away with the kill. I think they're just sending Prost in. Say, go do your best work, buddy. I respect it.
Classic big right there. Kind of sending Prost to try and aggress forward. See if he can get some information. It is a 1-for-1 trade, though. So you're kind of expecting more behind this as Tabson get some information on the jump spot. Oh, he sends a pack in there. Of course, you want to charge forward, you're going to have to run into Tabson, who finds them all. Nickelback stands no chance. Neither does Travis. Nobody can stand against Tabson right now. And Big are going to coast their way to a 3rd round.
That's why this guy's been on the roster for 7 years. He comes away with the 4K. That is exactly what you want to see. He just manhandled every fight.
He loves those sort of duels there. If you're gonna run at him like that, you can't miss for a split second. Preparedness in every step of the way. You'd think he'd fall back after that. You've secured a man advantage. You want to keep that man advantage, but no. Pressing forward instead of retreating. That A1S clip just takes down everybody. Absolutely looking pretty in the server.
Yeah, they just went for a little nade stack for AmCal, but nothing gives. And Travis getting no space over there on the B stairs side. So the walk out middle for AmCal. And a boost up for Forrester. Not leg spotted. Easy headshot for JDC. Hasn't had a lot of action so far this map, I will say. He'll get his chance versus some eeks, especially because he needs to save Searson. And that is enough. 4-3 here, JDC. And Co will take the lead. Right there for Big. All of these rounds have been so close, but I feel like Big, they could be up like 6-1 right now if things really went their way.
I mean, if all those clutches were coming through there, would have looked even better. And those were on ecos. Those were on pistols. Yeah, you're definitely right. So close to becoming an even more dominant game for Big. Crimbo has been good on beat. I feel like Travis might have got a little glimpse, maybe.
Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. Crimbo just takes this angle. He's ready to pop up at a moment's notice. Here's the flash. A lot of footsteps being made. Will be a nade for your troubles. Amazingly, no true engagement there. And nothing seen in towards bottom ramp either.
I feel like sometimes Crimbo can be underutilized on this B side. But he's still so effective when he gets a full execute thrown his way. Feels like he's comfortable.
Well, he's gonna need to get cozy here on the site, because Molly's starting to rain in. Players starting to move forward on the site, and well, cozy is the word of the day for Big, it seems. 4 consecutive kills, the only trade coming through from Icy. And this execute falls flat once more. Big are all over this site. You know, 3 players stacked in position.
Yeah, but to go through as a one-pronged approach because Tapson just handled your mid presence right there. I mean, again, as you said earlier, just able to manhandle the situation. 2 big fights won by Tapson. Crimbo, again, just comfortable. He knows how to play that B side incredibly well. And for players as mechanically good as him, challenging that B side, it doesn't feel like much of an option for any team. Amcal right now certainly in that list of rosters that is going to struggle to test this this side of the map here. And then you have to think, like, what are my options? You know, maybe we try and get mid control. Then maybe we try and go A here. And then you're running into Tapson, you're running into players like Searson. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of good answers for Amcal at the moment.
And they're just gonna toss this one at the wall right now. Icy's just gonna look for a duel, fly up, and oh, it's awkward. As Crimbo could be in some serious trouble. Molly gonna be dropped right on top of him. Smoke to extinguish. And he'll preserve his life.
Good shit. So composed right there. That is a very scary situation for Crimbo. He just walks away with no troubles. Maybe a little bit less HP for sure, but again, it's worth it for trying to get these aggressive movements going. Oh, nice HE placement. Up shot not the same though.
And it's gonna get awkward. As the pistols begin to advance. It's just the nature of opping. You miss 1 shots and boom. All of Amcal take ramp. Rose is also gonna have to drop down. There is, though, Searson picking up the kills we expect him to, but there's a 1D right back from Forrester. Every missed shot has consequences. And a double setup into short. It could get overwhelmed, but these T-side smokes need to be utilized. It could fade quickly, and Tapson with the mowdown. And all is well for Big, as they're running a rampage on Vertigo.
So we saw Big's just so capable on this defense here. Second timeout used from Amcal. Try and stabilize. Find their footing. Even a little glimpse. A Searson missed shot into an instant 1D. You think that might inspire you, but it's right back to a wake-up call, having to run into that site. And Big don't give a lot of space over. Even if they let you run up the ramp, they don't let you run into the site. I like the way that they're playing that sort of forward, confident style here on the side of Big. It's helping out big time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really Tabson's map here, isn't it? 14-3 at the moment. He is going off. These footsteps being made. Here comes an HE. Some chip damage, though. Oh, the second one, though, hurts a lot more. Now the boost up. Established. And if a player stands up, down goes Nickelback easy. And MCal with no reply.
So quick to adjust as well. They find that kill right into a new setup here. Prost is going to get aggressive.
Look at
For what he
this.
does best.
That's just a wide swing here from Ramp. It is just protocol from Big at the moment. These perfect setups. Icy down to 11 HP as well. This feels hopeless. It's also Tabson's gotten himself out towards the sandbags, and Nade will meet him. Oh, there's a second one. But he survives.
Wow.
Tabson's got the bomb suit on right now. He's immune. And Icy down to 11. Tabson will emerge. 7-3 here for Big.
Absolutely wild right there. Able to get away with it. It is definitely Tabson's map right now. He's got a whole lot behind him. Everyone playing a good game, but Tabson doing so much on these A-side defense. I love the mobility of that setup as well. Big. I mean, I think if they get another, like, if they sweep this half, it's going to be another 9-3 half hit on the CT side of Vertigo. That's what they had to do to pull it back.
Yeah, the way that's looking right now, Cole, it might just be that. The amount of confidence we're seeing out of Big, and also the pristine setup. It's confidence mixed in with protocol, and that is a deadly duo.
Best duo you could ask for a CT side, that's for sure. Tabson, again, no fear on the ramp side. Just jump spawning, getting away with all this information. Can hold on to some utility for a little while longer.
MCal's trying to turn up the heat, but a perfect flashbang was just waiting. Unfortunately, he can't double up, but he gets the information, gets the kill he wants. And moves up to 16-4 on the half.
Still a good spot to be in here. Again, not a lot of concessions being made. 30 seconds left and some decisions need to come soon here. Crad looking for a gap in middle and quick kill coming through on the JDC.
Comes down to Crimbo here. Trying to dance around these smokes. The Tech 9s won't get the better of him. Moving between the angles, he flicks back onto Travis too. And Forrester, he's without a gun right now. He just has a Glock running out into Searson's off. It's 8-3. As MCal, they probably give their best chance in a short while, but even that looks flat.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's full display of what Crimbo can get away with, right? I mean, that's his mechanical talent put to the test right there. And the closest we have seen kind of in delivering a little bit of success is shut down.
Now we could see a blowout on map number 3 to see the elimination of a major qualificant. Is that the word? I don't know.
Count it.
MCal.
I like it.
I'm making up English words as I go along. But they qualify for the major here. And staring down last place, Forrester just going to run right into the off of Searson. I mean, he's been doing good work on entry. I don't blame him. If he has a rifle duel, it makes a lot more sense. But Searson's in the right position to punish.
Absolutely. Good to see him stepping up on the CT side. It is a full team effort here. Like you said, protocols combined with the firepower. The best duo you could ask. continuing to succeed here. Searson with a great trade. Process willing to put his life on the line, as is so often the case. And they maintain a man advantage. They got a big HP advantage as well. Nickel back down low. They're going to continue to test this A side. They still want it.
Oh, but you want it. You're going to have to earn it. Searson steps forward onto the line. Nickelback solo. And they meet Tabson, who will cap off the half. 18 kills. That's the captain for you.
What a way to finish strong right there for Tabson. Absolutely stunning. It is another 9-3 half here. On the side. A big, they get it done on the CT side. This T side is definitely a question, but you're walking through with so much confidence, so much momentum. If you're on the side of Amcal, man, I mean, again, you got the pistol. It was a clutch. You got the second round. It was a clutch. You got the third. It was another 1v1. Then nothing else was given to you at all for the remainder of the half.
So here we go. Trying to blast off for Biggs. Try and get this game done. But it's a 2-for-1. Start off over towards ramp. Shifting between the setups here. Smokes to be deployed for the wall. You know, in pistols, numbers sometimes don't always matter. It's just the headshots that do. And right now, Icy could be in trouble. But Crad does nail his. Process with one back, and he realized it's up to the frags. Process up for the clutch. Wrapping around the site, knows where Icy is, but now about to be closed in upon, and Travis will lock him in. It's going to be the 9-4. Amcal with a pistol round, and dare it be a run back of Bleed versus Big.
I mean, dude, with a start like that, getting a pistol, and all the comebacks that we've already seen today, right? I don't think it's fair to ever count Amcal out of this one. And now that they get a pistol instead of losing it like they did on Ancient, they set themselves up for a little bit more success here. And I think if they can deliver on this great CT side that Brig have brought to the table, it'll be again a test of this T side. And that improvement that we were talking about, just a short time period in which they can improve, but still it would be improvement. That's a big if.
So a fun run boost. A fun boost, perhaps. It's the leap across. And Travis will start picking apart these pistols. So, Cole, this game is not over yet. You know, we didn't see much promise out of the T side from Big. They ran very slow defaults in every single one of these rounds. And so, gonna need to see something to prove themselves. JDC had his number read. Every single one of these. Just want to see some improvement. Obviously, it's just the pistols, so it's not gonna be the round to do it. But that's the emphasis. I want to see something that changed in this upcoming gun round. It obviously helps that Tabson is still playing a hell of a game. He almost gets 2 on the Glock.
Tabson ain't taking it easy. Continues to be force, even when he only has a Glock versus the rifles, but right back into the fire here for Amcal, right? The pistols have been their strong suit on this map. Do they have the gun rounds to back it up here so far? To see. Process getting a little bit more aggressive alongside JDC. Again, that's that resources I was talking about that they had to give to help out. Influence around a little bit more so.
Look at that. JDC also feeling confident on the fights. He almost takes down Travis. We'll still have Crimbo in middle. At the moment. He's going to return back to ramp. Big going to set their sights to another part of the map. Nickelback could be in some trouble here as Prost is going to run him down. Catches him on the jump. And it's a quick 3 versus 4 now as JDC passes his test.
There you go. Prost is able to get aggressive and facilitate some CT side aggression over towards the B side that is punished by JDC. You're wondering why there wasn't a lot of movement behind Prost as he was sent into the Wolves alone to do what he can. And when he finds one, JDC finds one. But man, it's still doable here. So Tabson goes down on the lurk. They're going to execute into B, but it's only up to Travis.
Yeah, Travis, deep angle, and he realizes that it just doesn't favor him. Util set's going to go on through. There's an awkward smoke. That was not the intention. That just lets Travis fall into the site and get weird, nasty angles that JDC will silence. There's a flank, though, developing. Crad, to jump up, and we'll find Crimbo. That makes this retake doable, as now it's only Searson around the site. He does win his fight, however, and he even gets extra utility to work with. Drops the smoke, front of generator, running forward, he gets the headshot. Clutch necessary for Big to get the 10.
Well, the clutches start going the other way here in the second half. MCAL had a whole lot of those to bring to the table here in the first, but now into the second, Big start to be the ones to close things out. Big are the ones to turn the tides here. And as they win that clutch, instant third timeout. Finally, the last one called out from AmCal. They load it into the chamber here because they've got to be flawless from this point here. And again, there's even questions about if they want to buy. There's our answer. They will go for it, but massive pickup right there from the side of Searson. No HP in that clutch as well. Still delivers.
You know, a lot of criticism of the course of his career that he can't rifle. But he's picked back up the sticks. Here for a 1 versus 2. That's what you want to see. Here for Big. Also important, JDC. Oh, he's going to get handled. Travis just barely survives the engagement on 17 HP, but it's an opening that AmCal need.
Absolutely. It is going to force Travis to fight even further, though. So once you know someone's low, you want to continue to test them. Travis may be calling in for a little extra help now.
It's aggressive positioning here from Tabson. Gets him up to danger right now. And they don't know what lurks behind these smokes. Tabson flies through, but it's Crad who picks up the rifles and finds an important double. I'm not sure if the flashbang didn't connect or what went wrong on the play. But Big will have to sit this one out as AmCal, you know, rack up another round. Get them ever closer. This is looking like a concession here from Big. 30 seconds. And Nickelback in bottom ramp. So we're going to wait this one out. JDC, if he got that opening kill, it would be a much different round. However, every, you know, gun that Big do take away does have its weight for sure. AmCal's cash, this is basically a force buy that they threw into this one.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, it is. It's a force buy for sure. It's a force buy that pans out big time. MCal very much so going all in on that round. And it ends up panning out in their favor. I am with you though. I feel like there's maybe a missed flashbang or maybe the flash just kind of flew over his head. It's one or the other, right? Where it wasn't exactly meant for that close right angle. And Crad just does so much work to tear through. off the back of the opening duel coming through. Travis.
Fast play. Hitting the jets up A ramp. Searson's gonna do the entry work. But then Prosis also goes down with the ship. I think he also wanted to fly through the molly there. And, well, he's met with a grenade. And that's the util sets expended. Tanks gone. From the big jet. So, not a whole lot to toss in for the rest of this round. It has to be frags.
Does have to fight their way back into this one. Had the opening. Doesn't last too long. Great utility usage from Amcal to keep it that way. Out towards the middle, though. A pretty fast route. Being covered, though. It's Crad. Looking for more. Position is good for Crimbo.
It is good. It's great, even. Walking up, though, off angle from Icy could be devastating. Corner as well, and Icy's got him. Out middle we go here for the rest of Big. He's trying, and crap. He's nailing shots here on this CT side, Cole.
This is increasingly scary because this is all too familiar. You've seen this before. Saw it just a couple days ago, but no T-side depth coming through for Big just yet. They do have one big clutch that Searson delivered. But is that all? Is it just that flash in the pan? They need more than that. They need some consistency. I think for the most part, they need a little bit more unity. I want to see some group up executes. So far, we've seen a little bit of like spurs of aggression come through from players like, well, Prosis and Tabson. We haven't been able to see them like get control of some part of the map and then execute accordingly here. She's gonna hurt so bad.
Yeah, but maybe it goes both ways. And there's a chance. Nickelback out of ammo, but his utility is enough to get him across the line. Some M4s will be scavenged, but it's just armorless pistols trying to attack this site. That AG could also strike true. Oh, it's some good money. This didn't actually nail the shot onto Crad, but getting flanked out right now by Icy didn't even matter. Travis has got him in. The deficit is now 2, Cole. Amcal needed the pistol, but now they're running in with guns.
They are running it back here so quickly. It's been a real tale of two halves, it feels like. Tough to keep track here, because again, Big have had some good T-sides today. They just can't bring it to Vertigo just yet. Map that I kind of have high expectations for this team on. So you think get more of a grouped up fight here. Searson just not even a chance with this AWP getting flashed off the line. Same for Prosis. No success. And Searson just has to retreat with a man down.
I mean, this is just an easy opener for Amcal. And there's going to be no reply across the map. Crimbo doesn't want to make moves out middle. There's no reaction. This is just a clean opening kill. Fortunate for Big, they still have map control, but they run out of gas to find a kill back.
Just kind of talk about the map control. It gets taken right back from them. I mean, look at this. This lane to around here. Elevated angle. It's a bit volatile, but that's why Icy's here as well. Just the extra icing on the cake.
I think Tabson's going to be ready for this.
Not a chance.
Forward. Oh, but the kill doesn't actually come through. That reveals a lot. Tantalizing chance here for Big. As now advancing onto the site. Explosive as they're going up for the boost. JDC double spray down. A chance The nade, it doesn't actually finish off Tabson either. But Brad charging forward will get traded out. And Searson walks through a smoke. All of a sudden, Big have brought it back. Travis looking to deny that plant. The digits are in. Crimbo just barely surviving inside around the smoke. It's desperation here. Travis, he's searching for this kill, but he's also... Did he? No. No, there is no way this has just happened. Travis, in the 1 versus 1, what is going on?
Is he tabbed out?
Oh, something's
he
gone
lagging?
horribly wrong. Is it for
No
both
way.
players? There is no way it has just happened for both players. They stand still. Crimbo realizes
just waiting.
something's gone wrong. Travis in the worst possible situation. It's 11 rounds for Big.
Oh no. I mean, just couldn't have been any more poorly timed right there. That's actually surreal. The most winnable clutch. JDC though, this is the way that it all comes back here. So many risks taken by Big, but this is the way it closes out here. Absolute devastation and probably just complete frustration for Amcal as the tech pause gets called out. I cannot believe that happened. Your game worked so fine until such an important moment like that. That's so brutal.
That is comeback deciding, Cole, because look at the money for Amcal as well. So many of the rounds have come down to the wire. And when it falls on the other side, it is ruinous. Travis is back in the server, but Amcal are down to their bottom dollar, but you can also say the same for Big. 0 players survived that previous round. Oh boy. Well, this has gotten devastating.
See if it defines the comeback here, because they start off the next round with a man advantage. That could be misery for Amcal unless they start to recover it.
I don't know how to feel there for Travis. It has to be a desk slam. He has a chance to redeem himself. Oh, but he just gets deleted. First bullet out of JDC with a massive flick. Huge entry. And this will be a walk-in. Crowd with a nice shot through the smoke, but this has already been a resignation from Amcal. They're taking their sweet time planting the bomb, I should mention. But nothing more to be said.
Don't have any kits on the CG side, and if you all three went for it and went down, you're on Deagles and 5.7s to fight back with, so no question about the call here on the save. A big find. 12th round. Like you said, you don't know how you feel about it. Never know how that clutch is going to end up. We know Crimbo is sharp in it, but if you're Amcal mentally recovering from that point would be impressive, and Tabson has just been able to remove one from the server.
Crad, he's made a lot of footsteps here. Tabson, not going to find the kill. Half a second away from death. And Amcal are staring down series and elimination point. Again, a team that qualified for the major. Big didn't even make the RMR. The difference is here. And Amcal leaving a lot to prove going into the major. Now, I can't say that... You know, it's some unfortunate circumstances for sure, but now you have to work with what you got. And now in a 4 versus 5 on series point, Icy's down. Rotates arriving as well. Prosus gets out to sandbag, leaping forward. Forrester will just come away with the kill. Crimbo searching through the smoke. Instead, it's Prosis running through the whole site. He's on for the ace to end this map and series. And he's gonna get it. 5 kills for Prosis as Big will lock in the 2-1. Amcal will have to sit fuming as they're eliminated.
What an ace from Prosis right there. I mean, talk about just kind of horrific start to this series for him. A really tough time, right? He was at 1 and 0 kills for the longest time on that first map. Didn't really do much and started to rise from that point in the second half where they started to fight back there. And then to
really able to add himself into that tally as well. I think that map of Ancient in particular there for JDC was a real show of force to say why he's been brought into this team, and also some of the moments he had on this map. A much different T side overall. He wasn't necessarily getting boxed in like he was versus Bleed. In fact, he was able to find some good entries. I mean, you saw that kill onto Travis was something to be shocked about right there. But on the flip side there for Amcal, I mean, this game really came down to just some timings. Even that comeback on Ancient, where, you know, Icy a millisecond away from finding that kill and equalizing. Now on this map, Cole, I mean, Travis is in a 1 versus 1, and there's literally nothing he can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a tough day at the office for Amcal, and that is them getting eliminated. As we had headed into this matchup, we were highlighting the fact that this roster is a team that is qualified to the major, and you know that for any roster is like the biggest thing you can do. Just lock yourself in a position at the major. If you're kind of on the outskirts of tier 1 and you get your chance to play at the biggest event, that's such a big deal for these guys. And then they come into this online format here, you know, kind of away from LAN, and you know, young ninjas to start it off. It's that one is the bigger shock here. It's unfortunate that they meet big in the lower bracket, but I feel like again, like young ninjas for Amcal, that should be one that you're able to take down in a pretty convincing fashion. It just wasn't the case for them. And again, you know, obviously Big have made some exciting adjustments and additions, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, JDC and Searson slowly starting to prove themselves as a roster, and honestly, I think a deep run in this tournament is expected. But you know, starting to get these reps in and taking down a solid team in Amcal again, qualified to the major, and they're there for a reason through that RMR. Obviously, land can make a little bit of a difference, but they're getting their reps in to start off the season. This big team is not down yet, but we're taking away a couple more series going on through the day, and we have a bit of another surprising elimination game as we find Fnatic, such a legendary name in Counter-Strike, are also having to fight for their lives in this tournament versus alternate attacks. That one's going on pretty darn soon. What's the think of that, Cole, before we toss it away?
I mean, it's going to be a really exciting one. Of course, alternate attacks, I think, gave us a whole lot when we were watching the versus Bet Boom. So I have some high expectations for that squad.
Yeah, we're just going to take it to a short break because these teams are getting ready right now as we speak. Alternate attacks and Fnatic on the other side.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
And so we are back on in. Our first best of three had a lot to deliver and also a lot of storylines, as we do see, again, a team that qualified for the major eliminated as the first team out in the RAS EU series. I mean, these tournaments are brutal. any team can win, any team can lose, and that was just shown. And hey, we're in another one of those series. I'm joined by a usual suspect, and Cole X and McHenry. What's good?
Yeah, I mean, we got a very clearly a pretty exciting matchup, and maybe a surprising matchup, like you said here. Alternate attacks coming through. I don't think there was a lot of surprises with some of the changes in their loss to the likes of BetBoom. It was an incredibly close game, though. Alternate attacks give us a lot to be excited about heading into this matchup, whereas Fnatic taking a pretty tough loss to Preezy. And coming off the back of Preezy, I think did some impressive work. I think they should have been happy with the accomplishments at the RMR, and obviously not being able to qualify, but came pretty close and did some good damage. I think it hurt them that they weren't able to do it, but still Fnatic taking a tough loss to them here in the online format. And so again, another elimination matchup where I think if Fnatic aren't careful, they could be in for a run for the money.
Yeah, I think so as well. But there are some caveats and questions. Let's talk a little bit if we can get into alternate attacks here, because I think this lineup is really developing as they're adding in some completely new players, like a new core. They chop and change. If you remember, Slacks picked up by M80, and so at the end of it all, it's after the dust settles, is this the team that they really want to work with?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like again with this new core here, we've already seen some really good signs. We saw a lot of like excellent coordination coming through there from the side of alternate attacks in a series that very well could have been a 2-0 for them, right? They had a great opportunity to do so on Anubis to actually close it out, and I think they kind of choked it in overtime, and that I think is as a result of the newness and nature of this core and this roster. You definitely kind of look towards some of the more exciting individuals, like Ozek in that series was absolutely incredible when it comes to opening up things. Hyped had some good moments with the AWP. And so, a really strong roster. I think that they've done a good job of team building by picking up a lot of younger individuals.
Yeah, but what I will say is that BetBoom kind of gave them a lot of chances, is what I will say. I think a team that has really gone through the ringer in terms of, the mental and, how this year has really developed has been pretty poor. So I think BetBoom gave them a lot of opportunities into the game. And against a squad like Fnatic, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Right, I think BetBoom played a style that is so easy to break down, especially if you're like a mechanically sharp on the day. Whereas Fnatic are coming through here. And I don't think they're going to give you those same opportunities, right? They're not going to give you the same play style here. They can still play that loose nature, that loose style that works out well for them. But what BetBoom were doing was like a lot more surprising and just very individualistic. And whereas Fnatic, I think, are going to be able to coordinate a whole lot better to make this a little bit easier for them.
Yeah, a team that came also very close to making a major, but eventually just got KO'd by a couple of teams that you don't really expect them to falter to, realistically. A lot of 0-2s as they kind of exit out the RMR. Very sad, to be honest. But they had some moments, right, in that RMR. But I think there were a lot more deserving teams that did make it to the major in the very end. Again, this Fnatic team is kind of downsizing. I think, this organization, crazy as that is no longer the juggernaut in Counter-Strike. And I think we kind of have to understand that this is the reality we're starting to live in.
Yeah, the international change that they've gone through is it's definitely exciting to see, but it's a necessary reroute for them given some of the scene situations here. We'll take a look at the veto though, and we will kick things off on Inferno for alternate attacks picked out by them out of the gates here. I mean, again, I think it's a great option for these guys here. Have a lot of success up against some pretty tough teams, right? Took down some tough squads. So I feel like starting things off pretty exciting for them. And whenever they play on maps that they're pretty comfortable on, I think they've been able to really work. Especially BetBoom, when they played out in their last map pick versus BetBoom, it was pretty strong, and they gave us a lot to be excited about. They had a big comeback on Anubis, so we won't be seeing that here, but we will get Overpass, which is the map that they certainly showed up on.
Yeah, but that is if we can even get to it for that one part. Again, They're playing against a team that I think is a markedly, I think in a better state than BetBoom is. I think there are a lot of players on this team that are very hungry to get this across the line. I think a player like Kyubi wants to prove himself. Mattis has got a huge call-up when Fnatic comes knocking at his door to go ahead and play for this team. So all in all, I really do think this Fnatic team is a lot hungrier than their BetBoom opponents, or at least alternate attacks previous opponents, if I'm getting my point across here. And so I'm expecting a lot more dominant affair, but I'm willing to be proven wrong here by this alternate attacks team.
I'm right there with you. I kind of hope to be proven wrong, but I have a lot more faith in Fnatic and their ability than like BetBoom's current form and what we saw, because I 100% agree where it could have been so much more manageable if they were able to capitalize on some of the newness in this team, right? This roster's fresh, and while they can show up individually, you don't expect them to have some of these protocols down, some of these details. And the big rounds that we saw out of BetBoom were very much so like individuals finding like 3 entries, and then bam, it was kind of over from that point. So I don't think Fnatic's going to give you that same grace here. But as you said, we'll see if we're proven wrong, and if we are, credit to this alternate attacks team again for still building an exciting product, even though they've gone through so much change.
So let's go ahead and see it. Fnatic, yeah, a lot of changes here. They were so close to making the major, by the way. They had 2 opportunities, 2 separate best of 3s, and the Iberian squads got the better of them. Both Koi and Saw went ahead and qualified over Fnatic on their way to that. And some, again, really close maps in between. Overall, I mean, a disappointing result that, to be fair, could have went either way. So let's see if alternate attacks can put in some of the heat as Afro will open up, and a great walk down middle. A team kill is not exactly what they wanted out of that situation, but the dual Berettas of Kyubi, not good enough. Spam through the smoke from Ozek is good to get him in for a 3 versus 3 post.
Starting the post plant here. So then close it out strong right now. The retake coming through. All individuals in CT spawn as well. And Ozek's position is so deadly, especially when he has a teammate to play contact off of.
Yeah, but I think there's going to be a good flashbang to toss in, but there's Ozek able to dodge it out. But Body and Crims come through with 2. Make it a third.
Oh my
Crims
God.
Keeping it clean on the retake. There's a pistol for Fnatic.
I tell you what, that right there is what Crims does best. Talk about a player with just nothing but experience gap on this alternate attacks team, right? I mean, you couldn't ask for more of an experience gap between some of these players, and Crims just out of the gates here shows and develops that. Just catching them, pressing forward right there. Looks so composed as they try and take him down. And Fnatic, they pull a really difficult retake off it. I thought those post plants were way too strong.
The craziest thing about Crims, like, as a player right now, is he is just so talented, still so good and sharp, and he's almost 30 years old. Like, he's been competing in Counter-Strike for a decade, and I mean, it is arguable to say, Cole, that he is the most consistent player on his team.
I don't think it's crazy at all to say that. And it has been, especially with this like Fnatic roster, it has been the case for a long time now. I feel like he's just been that consistent force. You know what you can get out of him, and somehow you don't think it's gonna last. It always does.
Kind of makes me wish he made the major to keep that storyline going. But honestly, I feel like he's a player who he'll just be back. Now, Hyped could be in some trouble. Or is he? Afro will drop inside of the apartments. There's a double dink. And some problems arise for Fnatic. Smoke to be deployed from Kyubi. Crims could be caught out. Or Willie. Instant edge shot to Arrow. And Crims still playing from this library position. He's going to get some spam in as well. This guy is still being a problem for his opponents. Kyubi on the site will get dinked up and finished off, but the damage has been done. Man advantage here for Fnatic.
Crucial time, crucial advantage right there. Being brought to the table. And now they're all charging here. No time to get into position. It's going to be a chase,
Hype?
but Hype still has more body. We'll keep him at bay, though, with the dual Berettas. And Fnatic will barely hold on, but a close round coming through from alternate attacks again.
What an effort. But it's still Crims who drags it back in their favor. Like, Hype started that off with an opening kill. That was a 4 versus 5 opener. And alternate attacks started to wrap through the site. But it's Crims finding 2, uncontested, towards that art side. That keeps Fnatic in it. But, oh, we are going to be dragging through the mud early on in Inferno, aren't we? We're forced buying back for alternate attacks.
There we are. Of course, I mean, doing so much damage there, you know you can get away with it. This time a little bit faster towards the B side here. Nades land. Oh, beautiful. What an opening right there. Body doesn't get a chance to fire his gun. Another 4v5 manufactured, this time a lot earlier.
It's going to get awkward. Alternate attacks have also made their way in through the apartments. They're sneaking out onto the site. QB. Not going to hear any of these footsteps. Sky thinks he's nailed the most insane timing. And you know what, Cole? I think he just has. Afro's a dead man. Well, he sees the shoulder in the shadow. QB, though, still in the sight. And yeah, let's see if he can get the double. He does. Scours for the weapon for the extra ammo. Now Crims. Oh, he's going to hand his back over to the Tech 9, or does he? He sneaks away into Boiler. Alarm bells ringing.
Oh, flank for the flanker.
Oh, but Mattis will find him. And Crims will stay alive. Now still up in the apartments. And he sees Ozek cross on over. Ozek sees him, however, as well. So the retake is on. The 2 versus 2. In from the lane side. Hyped on the off angle. Will be able to deal with Crims. Mattis now into the clutch, but can't hit the headshot onto Hyped. Alternate attacks will break through.
Hyped will to finish the job this time around. Give him a second chance. And he won't let you down. Brilliant round right there. All off the back of a great start. Nade stack to kick this whole thing off there. I love this angle. 3-8 cheese tossed a body. He is instantly nullified. And then Sky, you actually can't believe the timing that he finds. Very empty A site here until Kyubi able to deliver some sort of multi-kill presence, but not enough in the end. The op already strikes beautifully.
It's into play. Afro was hoping to get his own scout rolling on that, but beats his big brother. So how much can Body do on a 5-7? There might be not a lot. Kind of just hoping to nail the timing, and nothing strikes through a smoke. Now Crims is fighting down bottom middle, spots out Sky as well. Again, giving his team a chance. He's making himself appear bigger than he seems, so that allows the rotation to come through. And flashbang.
Flash of the smoke.
Here we go. Body trying to get on through, but calling it off at the last moment. Open for the smoke spam, but nothing's given. That bomb's going to cross, and I think we have a save.
Smart idea to call it. Don't have a lot going for you. So keep yourself with a really good purchase still. Even the scout picked up as well. Be tossed back over to Afro. It's like you get a whole nother force buy for the cost of 1. Imagine that. That saving thing is pretty useful.
It's pretty innovative. I haven't seen many teams do that.
Not an Inferno.
Not an Inferno. That's a very unique thing that you can do on Inferno is save. Most people go for the literally impossible retakes that this map has to offer. Really interesting, Cole.
People do love a nice A-side post plant.
Yeah, that was.
That's me personally. My favorite duels in the game is running up Moto, fighting in pit.
Yeah, fighting mini pit. Yeah, the
Yeah.
the tiny pixel headshot angles that all of the A site has. Yeah, that's my favorite. I love trying the 95 to 5% retakes. That's offer. Oh, going towards top banana though. Crims doesn't want to even let it get to that point. He almost drags down Hyped early on to this one. In fact, we're gonna get even cheekier with it. He's gonna get up on the boost. Hyped wants to get onto the angle. Not today. Really great positioning there. Anticipates the play.
And immediately adjusts. Oh, or not. Hold on. We got more aggression. Maddie's forward angle. They're going to re-elevate this boost here. They're going to collapse instead. The Deagle is not connecting until it does. But it is answered back there. Hosek with the Glock does job.
Oh, and Crims trying to pull it back. Ozek will at least double up to keep it a 2 versus 2. This is all split across the map, though. Alternate attacks not committed to this play just yet. So some house cleaning done from Ozek. But Arrow's left to work the other side of the map.
They're both so isolated. You wouldn't think that they would want to go in alone. So it looks like Arrow, more than anything, is just looking for a little bit of re-aggression. Once he doesn't feel that, he's got to go back and join forces here. Ozek might be in that like one scoutable territory. So Afro could do a lot of work right now. Smoke to give up the game.
And even a second one back in towards Coffins. 10 seconds. Is Afro going to run through the smoke or not, is the question. Surely he's going to go for some spam. Could be good. It's so close. It is so darn close. He gets a no-scope tag.
What?
And Kyubi through the smoke. Arrow didn't even see both of his opponents. It's down to Ozek. Just got off getting his hands busy, and Kyubi's going to hit the shots with the Desert Eagle. Fnatic with an eco.
My God, I thought right there that he had landed the no scope, but it was still wild. The spam through the smoke from both ends gets the job done. This is the kill. Perfect lineup there. A little bit of diligence right there goes a long way as he closes out as well into Ozek. Fnatic will just sneak around away from them. Never fun to lose those ecos here. I mean, again, as like a lesser experienced roster, having to deal with like the force buy situations here and losing them and then being able to mentally recover, it's not an easy task.
But attacks are at least in with the bomb plant, so they're going to be able to buy back. And we're going to get a pretty awesome Inferno, to be fair. Both teams with guns, battling, brawling. And flying through bottom B. There goes Body. Freeze is down early. The reaction up top mid, though. Afro has to be prepared. He has to wheel that scope back into the right position. There's no way they just go for the silent walkout, though, right? And Afro, well, is going to get surprised anyways. Up top, QB down next. Arrow clean entries. Spears through the defense. Bomb's going to get planted, and as quick as the rounds start, it's a save call. Grim's about to walk into his doom, and we're going to go 3-all. All
right, back and forth we go. A great call coming through there off the back of an opening pick. Alternate attacks know what they need to do. They don't have any space towards the B side at all. So quick up towards that A side. Arrow with the entry pathing right there. I mean, his crosshair was locked on balcony as he walks into the site. That was his goal. That was his mission right there. Mission accomplished.
And the 4 versus 5, just the walk out middle. Afro has no idea what's knocking on his door. And that's going to call in for a timeout. Bit of a frustrating way to lose the round, despite getting full banana control, like, surprised on that A site.
Definitely a surprise. Don't really expect the op to be in boiler like that, but you see it every once in a while, trying to go for like the window jump up shot there, and it doesn't necessarily work out for Afro, but I understand the vision. Those 1x bet odds, again, for a team like Fnatic, you might expect it to be quite a bit more favored for them, but it's not the case. The alternate attacks hanging in there, and I feel like people properly rating this alternate attacks roster, giving them some certain chances as they've already shown what they can do.
Yeah, kudos given to a lineup that is just days old. And Afro, oh my goodness, standing inside the molly, but he couldn't hit the shot. Ozek connects instead. And Mattis also looking down towards bottom B, but no kills coming through. The definitive disadvantage, but doesn't want to stay that way. Hyped, overextends. Longer than is welcome. And now it's back to the 4-on-4, and Fnatic are happy with that. Or are they? Mattis isn't.
Sticking around at an off angle. Going for
Flashbang.
aggressing.
He's sliding back in again this time, but he will be punished. Confident swing, but it doesn't work.
Oh, need alternate attacks to really overextend either. They've got some good space over towards the A side if they want to reroute that direction. There's no need to rush things. Body's starting to maybe feel a little bit uncomfortable. Or maybe even getting called back over to watch CT. Make sure that they don't wrap in upon him from multiple different directions. 20 seconds left on the clock. I mean, they do kind of got to move on here. We'll see if that smoke fakes him out. There's still 2 players in pit. They're not moving. They're not budging.
Oh, this is over. There's no way you can win this. There's actually no way. With 10 seconds on the clock, QB, all he needs to do is survive in this situation. Crims can just stop the bomb plant, or, well, they're gonna let Freeze get into the site.
Okay.
All right, so now there is a chance. When there was no chance, there is one. Crims, though he comes up with 3, make it 4. All right, Crims is gonna lock it in for Fnatic.
All right, Grimm's showing up right there. As you said, it very well should have been over, but they get their way to the site, and that is the one win condition, is the fact that you're able to get the bomb down. The double pit setup can't really fully flush alternate attacks away from getting the numbers planted, but you know, no one can flush Crims out of position here. Absolutely phenomenal. One clip of the A1S does the trick right there.
And Crims now starting off 10-4. Made responsible for the pistol round and picking up a quad. But alternate attacks still can rise up. Another bomb plant. Oh, that op though from Afro comes so close. Ike wanting to get down to the underpass. And he's gonna have to pay a price. Oh boy, body, dangerous game. Yep, gonna get deleted for it. Mattis though does answer back, and that nade down deep. It's gonna strike true.
Able to follow up there. Maddie's unrelenting aggression. But maybe he should have fallen off there. Maybe a little over-aggression. The site, again, going to be claimed here on the B side. And again, you're going to be asking about a retake. What we had already kind of hinted at is a map that you never really like to retake on.
There is so much utility here for Fnatic, but that re-smoke spawn, and you're going to see the 3-on-3. It's a save call, and I hate it, but it's the right call. That's just how this map goes. I mean, Mattis wants everything at top banana right now. He has been swinging this entire map. And it hasn't really been going well for him. Ozek was able to handle him once. This time Freeze hears him switching guns behind the smoke and says, I've got this one. And so, timeout going to be called in from Fnatic. Their second one of this map already. I'll just say it, Cole, there have just been some mistakes.
Yeah, I agree. Very eager CT side to crack things open. And in some of these cases, mistakes on both ends, right? We're seeing it from alternate attacks, these late rotations with not a lot of time left. Crims capitalizing, post plants getting broken down. But also on the side of Fnatic, you're getting hyper aggressive. You're getting caught off guard in some of these plays. And so both sides are showing that they are fragile, and both sides are fairly new as well, so maybe to be expected. Definitely a lot newer for alternate attacks in Fnatic, but still Fnatic don't have a lot of time underneath their belt either.
Oh,
Body.
my goodness.
Wow.
I mean, you think it's smoked, right? But that's a T-side smoke, and it's there for a reason. A gap exists, freeze exploits, and easy man advantage there for alternate attacks. Now the porch setup has to hold. Crims needs to take first contact, though, and he does. He does well. Him and QB add up. But eventually, he has to back away. Still a 3 versus 3 in a workable situation. He needs to trade out mags. He needs to buy time for support. And he just extends too far. Arrows got him from the top rope. And this is another save.
You're able to strike from above. Looking really strong here. I mean, trades are just perfect coming through from the side of alternate attacks. They lose out on a couple of those early duels again. Like, playing it properly, I feel like. Crim's first contact, KUB following suit there. But of course, going to be overwhelmed and finding yourself in a really strong position in this map for alternate attacks that you picked into, that you look good at. Having a great T side. Again, for a team that is so incredibly new, it feels like they've got a good grasp, the same exact grasp and coordination that we saw last time we watched this team. Just feels like they picked up right where they left off.
Freeze is pretty sharp today, I will say. And then this angle right there. If Crim stays alive for a couple more seconds, which he certainly could with the smoke bloomed, but his elbow just spotted out. Also, Afro has not been really able to get activated so far. That op will make his home more towards this banana side. A trap has been set here for Freeze to walk into. Nothing gives just yet. Instead, the players are just going to move into position dry towards top B. And in fact, Fnatic are going to start to scramble. This is really good map control so far. A deep flash. And a smoke down towards the bottom of B. Afro's op is going to be punished. There, Ozek walks right into it. And Crim's next at bat. The A site under threat, but Fnatic up a player. Let's see how they can work this one. QB catches Sky with nades in hand. Even gets the reposition here. There's another headshot. Now there's an AK, and everything starts to compound against itself. Fnatic pick up another eco.
They do it again there. I mean, again, making some small errors on some of these gun routes, but they make it up when they close out these half-by situations. Massive work coming through. Finally, a little bit of output from Afro as well, who's had a bit of a tough time, but Kyubi on the site. I don't know how you wouldn't want to reload right here, but he holds his nerve. With 2 bullets left, he knows only one is required to take him down. And that is going to be right back to a tied scoreline here for Fnatic.
After forcing out a couple of saves, that top banana map control, the fact that it was taken silently was super important. There, it catches alternate attacks off guard. In their minds, we just cleared it out. No problem. Now we're back. Hyped is gonna just send himself up and forced back by the Molly, though. Disciplined utility coming through from Fnatic to stop the play.
Slowing it down. Keep them at bay again. Instilling a little bit more discipline as I say that, though. Afro. He shows it. He shows it. Falls back into a setup instead of peeking middle with the op, which could be fun. It also could have been an easy way for Hype to sneak a pick off.
Good HG onto Hyped. The bracket, though, could be taken silently on the side of alternate attacks. It upholds the arch angle. Sky can actually close the distance here. 50 seconds. Something seems to miss on the side of Crims. Good Molly. Are you going to go forward or backwards? And that's a absolute perfection. Spidey sense is tingling there for Crims. Forces Sky right into his barrel. Crims with another chance, and he gets arrow before he gets sniped down. 2 for 1 again from Crims. And now a Molly dropped right onto the bomb. This round is done here for alternate attacks. 20 seconds on the clock to somehow claw back a 2v4. Ozek's already called it. And Hyped is going to do his best to save, but he's just going to walk right into Afro's op if this continues. And so Fnatic are going to take the lead.
And excellent work right there coming through from Crimson Kid. You can just see how knowledgeable, how experienced he is in some of these rounds. Like the internal clock right there of the way that you use utility. Talking about 30 seconds left and there's no contact taken towards B. You kind of have this feeling, especially if you're Crimson, you got just so much wealth of experience of where these players are going to be, and then separating them with the Molotov, just flushing them out. Right there, so perfect. Really good look here from Fnatic to try and close out the half. Got an excellent opportunity here with this investment coming through not being the best.
Oh, hello, what is going on here? Hi there, Crims! Oh, he's running down bottom mid! Oh, Crims is just having a field day right now. He eventually falls. But, you know, a 2 versus 4 start, not all bad for the last round of the half.
I can't believe it, man. Crims just feeling himself there, gets away with so much. And the alternate attacks, not expecting that whatsoever. It's still kind of doable, though, oddly enough. This defense is split up 2-2, so it's not the end of the world. You just need to get the entries. Get a cheeky miss onto Afro, and you could actually crack your way into things here. The timing onto QB. You're right back into it here. That's a great smoke to give him space.
And Afro. He's watching the smoke, sees him walk through. Very good discipline there. And Afro even just walks out of library and hands Ozek the book. 7-5 there, and Fnatic just with raw confidence right now. Crims ends this half with 16 kills goal.
Yeah, great half for Crims. Just played a near flawless CT side. Round and round again. Does just, I mean, it only gives them 7 rounds on the defense, but, you know, kind of splitting it even isn't the end of the world. Or near it. Yeah, alternate attacks on the defense. Couple chickens left in spawn. Of course. Shot lands on Ozek just to frustrate him a little bit.
You know, crazy as it is, that shot might matter because the Glocks in the server, all of a sudden, Ozek is one-hit headshot.
True. Have a little bit of distance on those Glocks. Doesn't do as much, but he's already a little bit lower. A whole lot more effective. The dualies, though, are so deadly. Ozek, he might be able to nullify that.
It's prime positioning here for Ozek and Sky, but it's only 2 players on this A site, and the kills, they're just not working out there. Ozek can't get a headshot, neither can Sky, and so a clean take of the site. Nade to the smoke as well. It's not good enough for Freeze. He can't get his target. I mean, I hate it. I hate this map so much because it's going to be a pistol round save.
Oh, just release all the anger. It's so fair. It's actually crazy that it's become like an extremity map as well. Oh my god, what is that movement from Afro? This is disgusting. You can't even track him, you can't even shoot him.
What is
Yeah,
going
no,
on?
this map is it's become a bit of a pain, I think, for a lot of teams.
It's become the least played map in CS2, Cole.
Right. Well, what's really interesting again is like think of like VP. Like I think they might be the most entertaining team to watch play this map.
Why is
And,
that,
it's
Cole?
VP. They've mastered it. They were born for this sort of map here. The impossible retake. And not because they try it, but because they're the best at knowing when it is impossible and saving. Yeah, no, this might be talked about as one of the bigger fall-offs in, like,
Yeah.
CS.
Yeah,
Especially
like
into CS2 specifically.
I mean, Inferno on CS2 is like Shaq on the Celtics, Cole.
I apologize, I'm not familiar with your game. Ooh. Got a little apartments popping. It's not going to be fun to deal with this.
Yeah. Gonna walk out onto the site. You know, apartments pop when there's a lane setup. Oh, that's just like, that's tantalizing right now as also arrows falling down. There's at least a kill back, and Body struggling to finish off Hyped here. He's has so many targets on his screen. He will go down, but he's also got a lot of damage on the way out.
A couple guns to be retrieved is perfect, because, again, this is Inferno. It's already planted on A. You can't give this one much of a go. MP9 picked up.
I'm being serious. Like a 1 versus 2 or like a 1 versus 3 post plant on the A site. It's like, I'm not gonna say it's favored for the T, but
It's like, sometimes it can feel like 70-30.
yeah, right. Which
You
just
know?
is, which is just wrong. Which is just like
Yeah.
wrong. It depends on how much time is left, obviously. You know, if there's just like 40 seconds. But, you know, if the player, say like, gets in a pit in the 1 versus 3 with a bomb planted, yeah, it's like 70-30.
100%. So that's actually, again, a bit different than what we know the fundamentals of Counter-Strike to be. This map does like to challenge them. Especially in the current state here. You gotta fight early, but you also gotta win those duels on the CT side, or otherwise you have to most likely save.
Nades. Gonna be good to chunk down Freeze to 7. I mean, Arrow is the only player in this round, realistically, for alternate attacks. He's gone. Is it very bold for Freeze to stand behind a smoke on 7 HP? That's not gonna work. Last player here is Hyped, facing down 3 players, and he's gonna get cleared out, spam down, and there's one more challenger. Ozek does arrive in rotation, but it's like one after another, these challengers. Ozek needs a triple kill, unironically, and, well, he'll just go down. Sky gonna go ahead and try to save, but look who's already in T-spawn. Thank goodness for Crims. He's all for the entertainment here. Oh, never mind. He's going back to the site. We're gonna have to wait this one out for a little bit longer. This is gonna be double digits for Fnatic.
Still so careful about just planting. A little bit of concern there for them, but all good. After eventually gonna punch in the digits. Like you said, Sky, definitely the save is right call. Double digits landed by Fnatic. 3-0 to start off the second half. The pistol looking good. This might give us a little bit of fun. On the way out of this one. Sky's not too interested in saving. He's interested in going down with a fight here, but yeah, instant trade. 18 kills for Crims. A timeout to start things off for alternate attacks on this defense. For the first gun round.
Yeah, first gun round. Hyped gets dropped over an AWP immediately. And so in we go. Yeah, Freeze on 2 kills. Now, I remember one of the kills he did have, which was on Matisse at top B. And it was a round-winning kill, to be fair. But hasn't gotten a lot done since. I think Freeze... He just kind of play a bit of a gimmicky play style. He loves to walk through smokes and kind of just be very annoying and a nuisance. But, I mean, we've seen it a couple times where he's just been read into. See if that can change. Hype's going to stand up top with the AWP and immediately go down to half HP. But things could change. Arrow through the smoke. As he drops early on and... We'll take bottom B control. It's an early advantage here for attacks.
I feel like that setup a little bit risky.
It's gonna sway back, Cole. It's gonna sway back. Grims walks his way up, and it's the A site that's just been taken. The problem is the bomb.
Pushed down mid.
What's going on here? The bomb still bottom mid. Afro nails that shot though, but there's still a win condition here. Freeze has walked through here, but he's about to get backstabbed surely by Body. Body could walk him through. The timing is just absolutely backbreaking right now. Crims is still in mini pit though, and they're about to call this entire site clear. Crims knows where one of these players are, or does he? Arrow knows. So Body's going to be tossed into a clutch, but his opponents are on the wrong side of the map.
Lined up for CT. He's going to take a deep angle.
Oh no.
He's got a smoke as well. He's just deployed it.
Oh, that's devastating.
There is no kits. Oh, no, there's one. Sorry, for Freeze. He does have that.
Into the smoke. Does he get away in time? He does. He gets himself in towards the coffins. First kill, but not the second. Freeze is there with the trade. And Body playing too far forward in the clutch. He gets caught off guard, and attacks will come through with the retake.
Yeah, that one right there, I think, just a big missed opportunity. It seemed like they were somewhat aware of that possibility of the flank, and they kind of had the idea of that rolling on in from like Afro's positioning, but not being able to fully capitalize there with Body being stuck behind the smoke. Crims getting like a round-winning position, or at least that's what you would think. Missed opportunity for Fnatic to really seal this one in. A lifeline given to alternate attacks by saving that one.
Surviving on a single player. The money's low, and P9s will have to do. Walk up top B. What a shot there from Mattis. As Arrow goes down, and they're gonna try and slingshot that into the site. You'd have to think. Yubi's gonna walk up top. Oh, just as he unscopes, but he spots 2 players. That is just gonna only further this execute into the site. Matt is just gonna jump up top. Down goes Freeze. And all Ozek can do is drop grenades onto the planter. That doesn't even do a lot of damage. It's looking like 11 rounds, but Ozek's going to keep his team in it. And this is not going to be a save for attacks. They're going to put their hat into the ring. Or are they? Or are they? Come on, guys! It's so winnable!
Taking an overextension right there, but I think the biggest factor is that 4 went down in the last round.
I mean,
they're always thinking about the bread.
What about the rounds, Cole? I don't know. Like, yes, I'm yapping about these Inferno retakes, but that one felt winnable. If Sky started to move over to the B site, because you have backhaul control, right? You have access into coffins. You even have a sprinkling of utility. Like, that could have worked.
For sure. With you. There's a chance. Right there when Ozek recovers on a big kill for onto Afro, but not enough to encourage them. Not enough to encourage them. Instead, they want to give themselves another shot with the guns. But man, I tell you what, that aggression up banana right there, so fierce.
This though.
Ozek.
Now it's aggression into alt mid. Dang, with the angles, but Crim spots him out. Just jumps up on the ledge and say goodbye to your entry. Probably your most impactful player. Ozek is down without firing a bullet.
Gambling 4 players, all stacking over towards this A side here.
Say that. Freeze makes his way out, and it's just a 2-man. It's a very brittle setup. Like, one flashbang could do a number here onto these players. As the util set's gonna go through, though, this setup will be challenged. Oh, or will it? It's actually going through the apartments once again. Hyped, blinded up, but still nails a shot. Hold on. This could go wrong. One missed shot, though, allows them into the site. And Hyped is gonna have to give up these angles. But he gets another chance. He finds Crims. 2 versus 3, very winnable, especially as Afro unscopes Kyubi. Up into the clutch, but first kill on the freeze comes easy. This Sky running through. There's another headshot for Kyubi. Now he even gets himself inside the smoke. Low HP for Hype. It's dancing around, but Hype will find it. He has the defuse and attacks stay in the game.
Oh my god, I think Hype just missed him with his back turned right there. And it almost cost it everything, but Hype able to recover with USP, just breathes a massive sigh of relief. As they close it out, and again, another lifeline bot for alternate attacks, but if you keep winning rounds like this here, it's never going to be super stable. You gotta get these consecutively. When he cannot maintain here. I mean, again, it felt like a perfect read. Hyped. I mean, you talk about Ozek being down early. That has to really kill the momentum here, kill the drive. But Hyped has been kind of a secondary factor here alongside Ozek. These two have been powering forward here. Hype just barely misses on his mid-aggression.
Look at this T-side smoke. Get up. Lurk. Flashbang. Now they start to blast through. Hyped misses another shot, though, and they get ever closer. And Ozek falls next. The wrap is beginning. Hyped has nowhere to go. You just have to stand and fight, and Mattis is going to drop him. A perfect execute here from Fnatic. The only thing that could stop it is freeze inside the apartments, but other than that, this round's done. QB is going to readjust too, and that is devastation for alternate attacks.
Wow. I mean, instantly replied on by Fnatic with a lot of pace. Fnatic haven't really shown us a lot of that aggression over towards the A side. Maybe towards B, Matties was able to get up to some antics, but A, he hasn't seen a lot of early aggression. Well, there you go, turning up the heat to 10. And it is absolutely blown up. Alternate attacks face, and again, that economy problem is still going to be that big factor.
An arrow down to 2 HP.
Oh,
There's no way he dies to the bomb here, right? There's no way he dies to the bomb, right?
No.
Okay, right? Not this time, but he's gonna get hunted down by Afro in the end. Nothing held onto here for alternate attacks. And with hardly anything in the tank, they have to face off against Fnatic to keep holding on to their map pick.
They do. Gotta hang in there. Jiggle. Hello. Tech pause doesn't last too long. So we get right back into it. Again, it's kind of all in right now.
It's just Crims again. He's a solo Mac 10 running up the arch side and finds the entry kill. And doesn't know how to stop. 21 kills. How many more will he need to close down this game? This is the easiest chance for Fnatic.
His easiest opportunity. They got 5 of them. I'm gonna complete it right here, right now. Again, alternate attacks map pick, of course. Kind of highlighted that Fnatic, I think we're gonna be able to bring much more coordination than what we saw at a Bet Boom. Out of these T sides here, I think we've definitely gotten that example. It's hard to really get these big individual plays that we were seeing out of alternate attacks when they're trading so effectively.
Dangerous game being played here by alternate attacks. Jiggle peeking the op, and there goes Mattis looking for the trade fragger on the site as well. It's just Arrow alone. They're not really going to challenge him. That nade as well strikes true. That MP9 becomes a little bit more lethal. Oh, but instead, Body, he's going to reuse these smokes to get nasty with it. And then QB as well, still top middle. Now, the thing is, there's still 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds. Ozek, though, out in the open, and QB wins an important fight. It's just Sky on that A site. And Body as well, trying to call it in. Arrow's just going to moonwalk into him, though, and Sky goes down to Crims. Ending on 22 kills there. Crims powers Fnatic to a map victory here to try and keep themselves alive here in RES EU.
Yeah, a great look here out of Fnatic. Again, you come into this one and you kind of want to see these guys be the favorites. They've built up a lot of incredibly exciting like tier 2 move-ups here. And when you're talking about alternate attacks, they've gone through massive changes. So Fnatic's goal here is to show that they are the heavy favorites, I feel like. And out of the gates, I think first map, full example of what these guys are capable of.
Yeah, just a couple of like little overextensions here and there, but I feel like the timeouts kind of, reeled in Matisse towards top of B, and I think Crims just got rolling from the very start, and just a ton of impact out of him in this first map. But map number 2 is coming up on the way, but it's the pick of Fnatic here. We're going to toss this one off to a break just in a bit. Let's see if Crims can keep this up.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expect.
And that's what we expect here out of Fnatic in map number 1. A pretty clean 13-7 victory over alternate attacks. And they're doing what they're supposed to do. Crims, I'm not necessarily to say he's like playing out of his mind, but just round by round consistency out of the guy. Powers, 22 kills at the end of it? It's just some solid stuff.
Yeah, it feels like he's showing obviously the just wealth of experience that he has in the server compared to the other side of things who just kind of lack that experience. And again, it's a really good look to see this sort of Fnatic show up versus this team, because I like BetBoom really struggled against this roster. I think BetBoom has like some high caliber players, right? They have some really strong individuals, but I just think the coordination, the calling is just so much better placed. And there was some chaotic rounds, there was some mistakes like you mentioned, but the timeouts that relieved those mistakes pretty quickly was just all the promise that I want out of this Fnatic roster in this matchup. And now they're hopping in to again their map pick, which I think is going to be pretty exciting for them.
Yeah, especially with the players just playing as solid as they are. I mean, Afro wasn't even really needed in that map, but it was just QB, who also was able to find, nonstop multi-kills over on that A-site defense as well. That made life a lot easier there for the Fnatic camp. Body was putting in work when needed. Like, again, it was just solid across the board. Again, there was a couple glare mistakes-ish earlier at the top with Matties going a little above and beyond towards top B. But, as you said, once that gets reeled back in, this is the Fnatic that we expect. And honestly, a Fnatic that might be able to take it really far in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. If they can try and complete the mission here. Obviously, it's not quite over just yet, but we will like what we see out of the gates from Fnatic, and alternate attacks putting up a fight here on Ancient. It's going to be a really tough story to kind of drum up here, because again, just don't really have the success at the moment on this map here. They don't have the best track record, and I think that's going to come out and haunt them pretty early on when they have to challenge Fnatic after what they just put together. Again, there was some promise. There were some moments that looked really good, but I feel like, especially in the second half, like Maddie's, we talked about the mistakes that he was making, but then we saw the value of his aggression come through in that second half of like the T side, the entries that he was able to find, the setup that was given to him. I felt like it all really worked out well.
Yeah, I mean, there are some like bright spots there for attacks. I think Hyped was able to garner a lot of impact when it was necessary. But at the end of the day, it's not enough to push it over the line necessarily. Not enough consistency across the board. Freeze had, well, to say it, a very cold map on that side. Like, normally a player that you're trying to, he's like the X factor of this team. Like, you have Ozek, who's a great entry fragger. You have Hyped, who's starting to strive for a lot of consistency, but Freeze wasn't able to get a lot of this huge success for his team, where he's normally there on the extremities making that space happen.
Yeah, and they kind of needed that. And then again, like talking a little bit further about it, like Fnatic showing up in the like half buy situations. There's so much. If you're like a younger team, lesser experienced roster going up against what is a pretty big organization with big players on it, losing in a couple of ecos is certainly going to take a toll on you. So we'll see if that is redeemed here on Ancient. Again, not going to be the easiest of tasks for alternate attacks, but these guys are a resilient bunch. We said after they lost Anubis versus BetBoom that we were likely going to see the end of the story, but they're full of surprises. We'll see if they can keep that up, or if it is going to be, again, like one map away from elimination, which is a scary result for these guys.
Oh, this is a really nasty move here from Fnatic. Slow walkout. Gonna take it to middle, or are we going towards cave? Looks like mid. Freeze. He's gonna be tasked with a lot. He only spots one player, He has no idea the amount that he has just let pass going towards Donut. It is a full-on split. There will be a smoke deployed, though. And then Fnatic, all of a sudden, they don't really feel like it. 5 players in Donut, they're just going to go right back to mid.
I wouldn't want to push that smoke. Understandable reroute. Now in towards Red Room they go. They're going to take a fight versus Freeze. He kind of concedes, and they're hoping to play out that pesky off angle that we've seen all day today.
No one can hit the headshot to the back of the head. We've seen this in 3 separate rounds. And it's going to happen again as Hype can't connect. It's happened 3 for 3 today, Cole. Arrow as well in the corner at the moment. Being just tough to hit. And look at that from Body. He's just waiting. It's so brutal. It just guarantees the loss there. And all the kills go the way of Fnatic. No one falls. Pistol round there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think that angle's cursed right there.
I think it is.
You're exactly right. It's just that back turned, dealing with moving Glocks. It's just not fun. It's not fun in any way. And alternate attacks don't quite get what they're looking for on the pistol. Don't get that luxury. They go for a full eco, though. They like their 4 spies in the last map, but not as willing this time.
Usps. Alright, this is going to be fun. Over who is the question. Matisse better get his gun ready. There are 5 USPs on the other side of cave. A-side execute going through. This is going to be clean. Just wait for it, guys. Just wait for it. Alright, 5 players group up. How many will Matties get? As they start to hop on out. And there's 1. 2. Oh, but he's out of ammo, guys. Alright, that's all he'll get. But then the rest of the firing squad arrives, and Afro and QB will indulge in some eeks. 2-0 for Fnatic.
They dabble. I dabble in eco fragging. I dip my toes in.
We'll try it out once or twice every so often.
Maybe even 3 or 4 times.
You know, when someone offers me eeks, I'm not going to say no.
It's rude. It's rude to say no.
Yeah.
Very rude. Never turned down a good eco.
Some guy said the other day, want some ecos? Well, here's a little force buy play. The bonus round's going to be working out here for Fnatic. Matisse is going to keep going through. He's thinking about walking through the cave smoke. He's going to do it, and he'll get punished for it. However, Freeze does fall on the big flank. So it's quickly... Rather, Sky falls on the big flank. And so it's a quick 3-on-3.
I think at the same time they both pushed to smoke. Both got taken down. But Crims is just taking way too much space on this A side for it to be at all comfortable. And as QB finds another pick. Hey, good luck with this round here. Arrow has a chance to defend, though.
Ooh, and they almost line up for him.
Ooh.
But instead, Afro's got him in. Was that just like a 100-0 team kill? I think it might have been. I think there was a dink and a body shot involved. Doesn't matter. Ozek's going to walk out from Temple. But Crims finally misses for once. Now 1 versus 1, and Ozek's got it. 4 HP is all he needs. And he'll get it done.
Excellent clutch. I mean, Ozek again just delivering in the impact. His first 2 kills of the map so far. It's so high impact there. This guy's definitely one of the more exciting riflers. Again, has been on this squad for a little while now, and ever since his first introduction, I feel like there was so much promise and potential. And every time I watch him, he's always delivering here for the side of alternate attacks.
I mean, it's honestly like every stage of the game. This guy's been so good. On the opener and the clutches, any task, he's got it. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he someday gets the call up to the top level. And Afro's sticking around there for, dare I say, Cole, far too long. And Freeze even fishes out the op. Come down to the A play. The op might be arriving soon, but it might not even be needed. A little 1-for-1 action there. Freeze still wants to fight for it, though, and that in its own right could be an overextension. Back to the 3v3, but that bomb still needs to get planted.
Body's so quick on these trades and entries as well. But like you said, bomb needs to be planted here. Aware this mid-lurk hype is not going to fall victim to it. Way too aware right there to be surprised. And they've lost sight control a little bit here. Sky's moved in.
Yeah, Sky's gotten himself back a default. Doesn't matter. Body takes him down. Crims has got another. The kills are just rolling through. And 40 seconds to think about this one. Hyped is just going to post up. Has he made noise? They don't know where he is. They're not 100% about it. Slowly but surely, Body works between the angles. Crims is going to go down to the op, though. Not going to respect the angle. And now 15 seconds. Body does scoop up the bomb, however. It's not really going to bait Hype forward, but he misses the shot. Overflicks, overcompensates. Body wins the head-to-head 3-1.
A really tough way to exit that round here. Have to win another 1v2 clutch to keep your sanity. And like you said, just one small overcorrection there, Hyped. It's a tough miss. But an even tougher round for Body. He just puts up some work right there. Instant trade on the Maddies. So that there's no multi-kill potential. And Fnatic able to use that great utility to take care of Freeze as well. Hype very wise to the flank and the potential of that little mid-lurk that they were waiting for. But I tell you what, man. Body putting up some real good numbers in that round to keep his team in a good stead.
So, calling into the tech timeout. I mean, I will say that the swing for CT there from Crims is a little surprising. I mean, using that 1v2 to go on a fact-finding mission, I suppose. Actually goes right into a Fnatic timeout, which, to be honest, I kind of respect. I don't think these rounds have necessarily been won by tactics. Here from Fnatic, they've been mostly saved by some strong individual play. We saw Afro go down very early on, and it feels like similar mistakes that were happening early on in Inferno, where players are just getting caught extending. So here we go.
Into the action once again. This is going to be very much so eco territory. You got one singular P250. That's about all you have to cook with.
Running it back, baby. We are doing the exact same pistol play. This time it actually might work, though. No one is watching this right now. No one is watching this. Well, now all the guns turn back. It was just for a moment. It was just for a moment, but they couldn't get the first kill fast enough. So, 4-1 there, as... I'm sure Fnatic got a good laugh out of attacks running it back as well.
Oh, yeah. As long as you're not the sole person to drop in the round. You're laughing all the way to the bank. You appreciate a nice, fast eco round, you know? They fly by. It's Fnatic. The lead does continue to mount here. We're back to the gun rounds, though. See what Fnatic have in store. A bit claustrophobic in the doors right now, but it's all just establish a little bit of a foothold. No flash to peek forward, just trying to go for that isolated duel. And punished by Hyped.
I think the hope there is that there's no op in play. But there very much is one. Well, now there isn't. Matthews is gonna crack open this B site. 2 kills in. Ozek, the only player who could really fight back, and he does, with one right through the smoke. Tapping away. Does also find QB, but reloading behind the smoke. Bold play there. And quickly it swings back. Flashes, saturate, freeze. 2 versus 3 retake. He could be in some trouble, though. He will be. Freeze finds him. Smoke even to the ramp. Oh, but body swings before it pops. And there you go. Freeze without a kit. Having a dance between the site. And look at this from Cribs. This is disgusting. He's gotten his way up onto the site silently. Oh, no way. No way. Knife Natic is back, baby. 5-1.
Oh, man. Crims. Had to do it to the young gun. Oh, just no fun to be had here on the side of alternate attacks. Absolutely brutal. Again, Fnatic showing who's bossing the server right now. Very, very exciting here. Crim showing who's boss. Knife Fnatic, I like that. The good old days.
It's just too perfect. Look at this. Swinging forward. Matisse is just going to keep up the momentum. There goes Hype. This is an incredible start. Guy who had a little bit of a rougher Inferno. Oh, he's back with a vengeance. So are all of Fnatic. These rounds are flying by.
Look at this map if they don't slow things down here. It's just a steamroll. Maddie's again, I mean, this is what I mean. It's almost like you kind of want him to be able to get those aggressive movements, because I tell you what, when he finds those entries here, he's one of those players, again, who just doesn't stop at like 1 entry kill. He always takes it the extra mile, right? He always takes an extra. He's greedy on those entries. He wants more when he finds one. Better for worse sometimes, but still so efficiently used by Fnatic here so far.
So I went into the archives to find out, how many kills, the knife kills, rather. Yeah, hold on. We'll have some fun later. Sky is actually going to be able to handle Matisse in this one. Crims has got 33 knife kills now, career-wide. If you want some other fun facts, he has 0 M249 kills, which means he doesn't do a lot of trolling. And neither does Afro, but he does miss the shot there. Just off the mark. Instead, now it's over towards that B ramp area. Ozek does steal back on the body. He's playing the Jiggle Feet game. Oh, and he's going to overextend just a little bit. That's going to draw them forward. Ozek on low, but passes the test on a QB. And they don't want to continue pushing this one forward.
Uh-oh.
But that makes things complicated. Afro starts to wrap up the site and might have Ozek pinned. He tries to fly through the smoke with the flashbang. Crims is prepared. Look at this. Afro, he should know. He should know where this flashbang came from. Crims, he's going to go for the plant. Freeze. Is he going to try and deny? He's not going to run through. Afro instead trying to hold down inside a cave. Freeze now. He knows he has a 1v1 on the site. He'll nail it. On the meantime, though, Afro will be able to nail his shot. And the problem is, he has to switch to the pistol. He trades out AWP, and he knows Freeze faked it. This is unbelievable. Freeze shifting around the site. Here comes another fake defuse, and Afro calls the bluff again, or does he? As Freeze goes for the swing, he picks up the kill, has the kit, has the defuse.
You can only not be baited out by the taps for so long. And the fact that he held his nerve for that long was impressive there, but goes eventually for the swing, as you would think any logical person would do. Freeze just keeps on tapping and tapping away. That's a great way to play the clutch, right? Because again, you have a lot of time. You don't have to panic as much with the amount of time that you have left. Smart Counter-Strike showing out to get another one, but still, I mean, you are talking about a pretty big advantage right there. 4v2 right now, as you can see. I mean, lovely shot from Afra all the way through. But, I mean, really quickly does collapse. It doesn't last long, it doesn't linger. And again, another round is won, but it's another clutch. It's another 1v1 that comes through here. We've already seen the implications of the economy that come when you only win rounds because you won a clutch.
They need to find more consistent ways to win, and maybe it could be here. You need to beat Matties. This time around, he's not feeling the challenge. Things are dead silent from the CT side. Too quiet.
Ooh, same though for Fnatic. They're a little too quiet up this ramp side. There's a freebie is what you would have thought. But it's no longer the case. Nothing comes for free here up against this Fnatic squad. And in fact, it cost you a whole lot instead.
That is such a sick execute. Yes, Ozek doesn't connect there. He was getting traded either way. Hold on, Hype might rattle off a shot. That's the case. But the fact that Fnatic, they take the site and they waste no time getting in through cave. It feels like they already knew the setup that alternate attacks were in. And Sky just nowhere to run. Like 7 T-side rounds is already crushing on this map. And alternate attacks are still left without a consistent way to win rounds. Because Fnatic aren't giving them chances to fix their mistakes.
Even if we see some small like shift ups in the adjustments, a little bit more presence towards middle in some of these rounds. You got some of the op presence coming through from Hype, trying to work these angles. It feels like Fnatic are calling around that very well anyways. Perfect movement up the B ramp just as they go for the adjustments, and Fnatic punishing aggression just as it comes their way. Feels, again, a team where so little can go wrong. Finally, a timeout used by alternate attacks. We'll see if any adjustment does come through after the back of it.
But it's like, what adjustment necessarily? Because I feel like that double cave setup was exactly that. You know, Matisse continued challenging and challenging. And this time around, he shows a bit of discipline. Fnatic just hit the B site straight up. And boom, nothing you can do. What can be the difference here as we're seeing a half buy? A couple of saved guns. Oh, and Crim snipes Hyped with the grenade. What? What on earth? I'd be fuming. There's gonna be a pot flash. I mean, we're gonna see some desperation swings come through from alternate attacks. But Matisse is also just playing anti at the moment. Now we're going to walk forward, swing, and he just nails the headshot. Like, this guy's a prodigy. And just handled. Sky, wide swing, body deletes. It's systematic for Fnatic.
That it is. It's becoming unmanageable at this point, it feels like. So incredibly difficult to deal with. Yeah, Maddie's and his mouse pad. That dang mouse pad.
And that thing could be it'll turn into like a scroll of papyrus. It'll be locked away in the tomb with him. For aliens to find.
Do you have anything that you, like, never have changed?
Do I have anything that I...
Because I feel like that's... I don't know the reason why he has that same mouse pad. I imagine it's because consistency reasons.
Like I have some of like my hats, right, that I wear that I've, you know, that are
You have a
definitely
lucky
like
hat when you play.
definitely like well worn. Lucky hats? Not really.
Lucky
I have a
socks.
favorite one. I enjoy. I wouldn't call it
favorite hat?
lucky because I don't think of myself very lucky. It's like a. I couldn't really. It's like a. I'm not doing brand sponsorships here, but
No free clout.
no free clout. None of that. Oh, and Maddie's is just gonna get
Matties.
the old mouse pad doing work again. But there's a collateral. Oh, and there's 3 from Hyped. All right, that's gonna get him back into this one. All right. You get 1 freebie, or do you? Oh, Matisse almost caught the timing through the smoke to get him back in the round, but yeah, you get 1 round like this alternate attack. You get 1 of them. Wearing his lucky hat for that one, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait,
Uh-oh.
let him cook.
Hold on. He's doing something.
Oh, I hate this off angle from Freeze. I got killed by it in a pug the other day. Yeah, it's so lame.
It's a cheat code right there.
Yeah, when I got killed by on that angle it was literally a pug yesterday, I was like, dang, that is so lame. And I'm pretty sure Afro just said the same thing.
Yeah.
That is
Really,
so
man?
sick.
Yeah. Saving grace right there, big time. Beautiful sequence from Hyped. Like I said, you might only get 1 of those and a half here. You better make sure you
Oh, they
capitalize
really
on
are
it. There's
getting only
nobody
1.
on the A. What is going on here? Free real estate. You see that sign on the right? It says free real estate.
Look at this, like, what is this from Crims? I mean, Ozek is watching this, but Hyped isn't. Gonna be lucky to survive. Drop a smoke, pray, hope and pray. Crims going down to 28. Doing
Run to the
hopscotch. And he ran through it and he got what? Quick Crims, what is this? He got the kill into Ozek and then proceeded to go all the way. 9-3 here for Fnatic. This is their map, their series.
Yeah, that it certainly is. There's no questions about that. They are dominating here in the server. Looking to dominate this 2-0. Just way too good of a look out of Fnatic. And it's such a relief because, again, I had high expectations coming into this one. I really thought, you know, watching this team versus BetBoom, that they were going to get away with a little bit more versus Fnatic. But I really do feel like it might be more akin to, obviously, like Alternate Attacks being a new team here and having some struggles. But, again, BetBoom kind of just being a little bit of a, you know, tough roster right now. They got a lot of soul searching, I feel like. We'll see on the pistol if Alternate Attacks can pull things back just a tad. They have free real estate.
Hey, this worked against us. Well, why don't we try it? Ozek. Oh, that plant not guaranteed, but just off the mark there for Crims. And so, post plant established, time ticking, and at least tempo control for the T's, which is something to work with on the post. Freeze even got a pot flash primed. So players filter into the site, but Body taps down both. All the kills work out for Fnatic. And someone's got to get on the defuse. Afro, he's on it. And Freeze unable to make any progress. Oh, time. Gonna run low. Less than a second, baby. The Fnatic got it.
It's a flawless retake right there. 5v5 into a 5v0. The post plants, they can be hard, especially when Body just cracks 2 of you open. Right there. That doesn't help whatsoever. And Fnatic continue to coast to the finish line here in the series. They still have maybe a little bit of resistance to go up against here, as it is a force buy. Flying out mid.
Oh, Afro's already on the line. The deep angle. The back 10 Not the weapon you
Not
want.
the best. Yeah,
Nope.
not the best for that duel.
Who wants to try him? Matisse has gotten impatient here. He's like, I'm tired of you guys just sitting in spawn. Like, guys, you're down 10-3. You got to make your own moves here. And, well, they're going to wait for this smoke to fade. And there's just a crossfire waiting for him. I mean, look at that. Hype just spinning around left, right, and center. He needs a mouse pad like Matisse.
It's that ultra glide. Frictionless.
Frictionless, because I don't know, dog. There's like no cloth remaining.
It's actually just like the glass table that's doing any sort of work here. But Ozek, what do you got for us here? Another one. Flank, not fully formulating here, so Ozek's got a little bit of life, but time is of essence.
Yeah, time is money. And
You can't save. This is an inferno.
Oh, Matisse could have just. He could have waited. He could have had some fun with it. Yeah, this ain't inferno. It's not easy to save. 11-3. Yeah, this. You know what? This is the Fnatic that we expected to just dominate this tournament. I mean, they had a tough time versus Breezy, and I'm honestly gonna give it to, Breezy. They're a tough opponent. Like, they are a good team that I think just had an unfortunate string to not make the major. It's a little different here.
Fast day through the Molotov, through the flames, into Crims, who actually has to follow it.
All right. Chance for a plant, but honestly, the post plant is its own different story here. Just off the mark there, dancing between the bullets. Looney Tunes style, but pushing spawn, hyped. Again, on these post plants, you need a little bit more, especially in the deficit. And so forced to make some plays. Starting to get cut down here by the retaking CT. Series point looking likely as Ozek almost goes down to the grenade. He'll fall to Afro instead. And Freeze unable to get anything started. A clinical retake from Fnatic.
It's going to be a quick day at the office here, it feels like. Fnatic coming through. Getting work done here. Going to start their lower bracket campaign, it feels like, anytime soon. And not asking too many questions about it. If your alternate attacks... You did some serious work. That last series, you put... and pushed Betboom to the limits. Fnatic. Again, it just feels like they got the protocols set in stone. And they just got the players showing up today. Maddie's really in the second map delivering a whole lot here. Ozek, though, he's still been such a strong piece. And he will give us something to get excited about.
That man just says, hold my beer. And he just full throttle.
He's had enough.
Body another challenger. Well, that's a sick molly. It's gonna lock out the trade fragger potentially. And it spreads the sky. Here comes the flash. And the retake is almost perfect. But the molly eventually allows Ozek to trade.
I mean, great trade from Ozek. I know it kind of comes at a sacrifice. But at least you're able to keep that man advantage maintained here. The big question is this kind of gamble being called from Fnatic. It's just too well read.
Oh, but the shot doesn't connect. Oh, Afro's in some trouble. He doesn't know who to shoot. Now, there's one thing, though, Crims. Oh, this is the bomb. This is the bomb on Hyped. And he doesn't look both ways before he crosses the street. Molly to ramp, smoke to cave. And he's going to stall this one out. And look at this. Are you kidding me? Matisse not checked. He gets a double. And in the 2 versus 4, Calamity strikes here for alternate attacks. Crims just looking at find the backstab on the arrow. Knife out. Shot to the back of the head. 2-0 for Fnatic. This is the tournament favorites that we're looking to see.
Yeah, if you didn't expect that sort of result there, I could kind of understand. Again, we kind of had a little bit more hope for alternate attacks, but again, Fnatic is an incredible roster with great pieces here, and they're able to coordinate those pieces so effectively. And it does look like a team with a lot more experience up against this kind of fresh look alternate attacks, this debut of a tournament for them. Obviously not going their way in the grand scheme of things, but I feel like again throughout this tournament here, they've given us a lot to be excited about in that first series, and of course some of the individuals have had their moments. So yeah, I mean, credit where it's due here. Fnatic looking really good, and I have high expectations for them to make it out of this group now.
Yeah, I think again there's some mistakes early on, tiny little overextensions, timeout called in, everything gets fixed instantly, and it's just a one-way street, and alternate attacks kind of get ran down there. Again, you were talking about it, a bit of a, confident early series again, but I think it's more akin to Bet Boom being in a little bit of a weird spot right now. So in Group B, that will be Fnatic getting themselves at least to the decider, but we have yet to actually see who their opponents will be, because, I mean, in these later series today, that mentioned Bet Boom's team is going to be playing later on versus Preezy.
Yeah, it's going to be the bigger test here for Bet Boom, right? And I don't think you can get away with some of the same antics up against Priest. I think they're going to punish that a whole lot more effective. Of course, though, outside of that, you do have Bleed versus Young Ninjas, which is going to be a pretty exciting matchup. Young Ninjas get to test their mettle again up against some solid teams. They've already proven that they can do some excellent work versus Amcal, a major qualifying team. So, what's to say they can't replicate it?
Yeah, there's subbing in last minute as well, and a group of players that are very just like unknown. Maxter's one of the very few players remaining from the previous lineups, and shoot, they have kind of like our NA boy Mistem joining alongside them. So a very unique group of players, as well as Bleed, have a kind of a lot on the line to try and win that matchup. But that's going to take a bit of extended break here, Cole, as we get prepped and set ready to go. We'll be back in just about an hour with Dweg and Jay taking away those games. We'll see you guys in a bit.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And welcome back to the Rest European Series. We're getting into our second half of the day as we continue with our Group A and B matches. Now to the winners proceedings to see who is going to make it to the playoffs as the first couple of teams there. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne, as per usual, as we always are in all these second halves of the days. And we've had some very interesting matches in terms of Group A's openers. Now for Group A and B's, I mean, both Group A and B openers were fantastic, but now we get to those winners games, Dwayne. And certainly some names that we didn't expect to be here, but the matches themselves should prove to be rather intriguing to watch.
Yeah, I think any time, of course, you can upset in that opening game, gives yourself a little bit of leverage. I think a great opportunity, of course, earlier on today for Fnatic to bounce back. They would have been disappointed not to have claimed that victory over Breezy. And good to see that Big can bounce back after being upset in the opening game. That does mean, though, for Amcal, who's qualified to the Major, is now just gone in last place in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about upsets having ramifications for the group stage. Young Ninjas, of course, in this first of the winners' games, and they were the ones that beat Amcal, set them up for elimination against Big. So just to show you how things can change with just a single best of three, it right is there and true, and you can see how that bracket has played out as a result. Of course, Big waiting for the loser of this game, but both teams want to be winners in today's proceeding. Bleed and Young Ninjas will be our third match of the day, and certainly didn't expect to see, but I guess you could say either of these two teams. I guess in terms of respective consistency, you would have thought that Big and Amcal would have been that upper bracket match. So in that sense, you have got a little bit of a push forward.
Yeah, it's definitely not like a could or it may have happened. There's no way that this should have happened. I mean, for Bleed and their inconsistencies to upset Big is quite an upset in itself. The only caveat you can say is that Big have just made roster changes. But then you look at the other side and you should just be thinking that Young Ninjas just shouldn't be able to beat Amcal. That's a team way above their pay grade. It's a team that is so much more defined in the Tier 2 landscape. And for an Academy squad that's pretty much brand new, that's only played a handful of officials on HLTV under their belt, that was a very large surprise. So I think for Young Ninjas, any more surprises from this point onwards would just be maybe something that we can expect, to be completely honest.
Well, focusing back on Bleed for a quick second, because you mentioned obviously the caveat in that Big series was that Big made roster changes. Well, I mean, Bleed have been making roster changes over the last 3 or 4 days, right? They've had stand-ins, they've had players coming in and out. Vladden's been taking various positions. He's been in for Cypher, he's been in for Launch. I think today he's in for Launch as well. So, you've got, just this really weird situation with Bleed's roster. I'm not sure all the details of what's going on or why this is the case. I know that Kassad was tweeting a few weeks ago about he's wanting to make changes. I'm not sure if this is an effort to bed Vladden in or whether there's other external factors. But for Bleed, it doesn't necessarily scream the most stable of situations.
It does for me when you look at results. I mean, those last two results for me speak volumes. A 2-0 against Big and a 2-0 against Godsend comfortably. Even that Big series, they went into overtime on map 2. They probably should have closed in regulation. I think they were up 12-6, 12-7, some sort of scoreline there and just couldn't quite close it out. And if that did come in early in regulation, we would have looked at that have been an even more comfortable series. So you are right with the idea that the last few officials has been a bit of a rotating door, but the last two officials in terms of results look really clean for me.
And maybe the unpredictability might aid Bleed in terms of their overall campaign and how this roster will stabilize out over time. I guess we'll have to find out as time goes on. Their opponents being the Young Ninjas, though, and you said it earlier, they should not have beaten Amcal, certainly not beating them in 2-0 capacity. This is such a brand new team that it feels so unpredictable. And whilst you have that key opportunity right there, that victory against Amcal, I did mention at the end of yesterday's broadcast that they just lost out to Zero Tenacity in another tournament elsewhere. So we've got some very high highs in terms of rests, but looking at the rest of the scene, doesn't always ring true for the Young Ninjas.
You mentioned Bleed not being able to keep a stable 5. That's exactly the same conversation for Young Ninjas. Before their game against Amcal, they'd played 3 total games on HLTV, 2 of which featured the full 5 roster. They then go into the Amcal series, and Rez is standing in for Jocab. They then go up against Zero Tenacity, and Rez is standing in for Maxter. So we've actually only seen 2 out of 5 games for Young Ninjas this year where they've brought their full 5 lineup together. I don't know what to think. For Young Ninjas, they played a very scrappy game against Amcal. It was very chaotic. It was very back and forth. It didn't look like both teams had played the best kind of Counter-Strike. But in the end, they were able to push it for a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup today seems like it is going to be that full 5. I'm not sure if there's been some substitution that we're not certain of as of yet, but looks like we've got all the main players in play for the Young Ninjas camp. So at the very least, we'll get to see this lineup in its full capacity against a team that certainly are not at the moment. But however, I do have to say that, look, again, they've hit some decent highs for the Ninjas camp. Can they continue to do that? Can they make that consistent? Do you see that being a possibility for this lineup?
Probably not. I mean, again, it's a very fresh lineup. And I suppose similar to Bleed, again, Maxter has been a part of the organization for almost a year now in some different iterations. But JoeCab, Silence, Blue Phoenix, and Mistem, 4 players of the roster signing up in January with a new head coach as well. This is a brand new rebuild. And it's not a rebuild for Young Ninjas where you're kind of getting familiar players in the scene. Guys that we've seen at the higher end of Tier 2 before, when maybe Nilo came back into the roster, or maybe when LNZ came back, or ZTR, and guys that we were familiar with. This is definitely a new direction for the organization, and I think it's difficult to see progression quickly out of the gate for these guys with results.
We have seen both the highs and the lows in the last week or so, so I'm hoping that they hit some decent highs and bring the fight to the Bleed camp, because I don't think they want to go down out of this upper bracket match, or this winners match here in Group A, without giving at least a little bit of a showing of what you saw against Amcal. Whether or not they can continue to bring that chaos to the fold and be able to benefit from that like they did in the opening match is another question entirely, because you could argue the same thing for the Bleed camp, right? They're still uncertain. They're still not 100% lined up with a full 5-man unit. So, again, a lot of question marks whether the same strategy is going to end up working out for the Young Ninjas. Maybe there is a bit of a more stabilized playbook that still needs to be ironed out. There's a lot of questions, again, surrounding this Swedish course. So, as we look towards our best of 3, Dwayne, I want to ask about veto process, about map pools, about what we could see out of this particular series.
Well, we know that Nuke and Overpass gets banned quite a lot from Bleed, and Overpass is a really strong map for Young Ninjas. So I'm expecting a bit of a punish ban to come through from Bleed, get rid of Overpass. Young Ninjas don't like Nuke as well, so they'll probably have to ban it. And it means in terms of picks, we'll probably get an Inferno to come through for Bleed. For Young Ninjas, because they can't get that home turf of Overpass, they'll have to go a different direction. They'll have to maybe go into a Vertigo or an Anubis and just go for something that isn't typically their map pick normally.
Inferno, Vertigo, and Anubis is kind of what you're expecting. And that's sort of like key sort of three map unit that could well be picked out in terms of our first wave of the picks. Overpass and Inferno actually gets banned from the Ninjas side. So Bleed are going to have to go in with Mirage. Nuke will actually get picked in by the Ninjas camp here.
Yeah, so both teams insta-ban is Nuke. So that is crazy right here that Young Ninjas are actually picking into Nuke. Ancient as a decider as well. We've got quite a lot of game time for Bleed on that map, but don't have a huge amount of success on it. So yeah, I don't know what to expect on Nuke, to be completely honest with you. I really thought that Nuke, if it didn't get banned in the first wave of the veto, was going to get banned in that second wave, but maybe Young Ninjas have looked at that one and thought, do you know what, let's just try and risk it. Let's try and give ourselves a bit of a curveball in this veto.
I mean, it's a hell of a curve, like a 6-yard curve, to be honest. Like this is a very, very unorthodox pick. I don't even think we've seen this lineup play with play on Nuke. I don't think.
If it's their insta-ban, of course they're not going to play it. These teams do not play Nuke.
Yeah, but not even like any sort of like punish pick from anybody else or any sort of that capacity.
It's their insta-ban. Why would it be picked from anybody else? It's their insta-ban,
and that's why it's so wild, right? That's why it's so wild, Dwayne. Do you understand? I don't know if I'm getting my point across so weirdly. It's like it's such a left field pick that I don't think anyone could have even anticipated that. Not even Bleed could have prepared for a map like Nuke here.
No, of course not. Again, when both teams ban the same map, it normally always gets banned in the first wave or the second. So for Young Ninjas, I think it shows that they're quite uncomfortable in this series. Like, I know obviously that they beat Amcal and they caused a little bit of an upset in the opening game, but I think they know with just the freshness of the roster, they have to try and offer something different. And going into Nuke, I mean, looking at the way they played against Amcal, the scrappiness worked for them, right? Those chaotic rounds where there was a lot of madness going on, there was a lot of aggression, there was a lot of plays around utility. I think we're going to see something very similar on Nuke from them, where if they can create the mess, if they can just create the chaos, then there's a way that they can threaten this series. But for me, I've just been more impressed by Bleed's recent run of form.
Yeah, I have to concur in that respect. Like, again, I don't know what to make of this Bleed lineup because I think compositionally it has quite a little bit of potential, but it hasn't quite lived up to that as of yet. So the fact that they've got some wins on the board, the fact they're starting to formulate a good run of form at the moment indicates to me that they're walking into this one as the favourites. So again, whether or not that Chaos is going to work like it did against Amcal is another question for the Young Ninjas side. It might be their best shot though, honestly, because in my eyes, Bleed are coming into this one as the favourites. Nuke does throw quite a lot of questions into it, but I'm still going to back Bleed in terms of my prediction.
And I'm keen to see what Hampus is going to do up against his old organization. Not the main team, but their academy team. Maxter looking to try and see if he can make an info play aggressive up from top mid. Basically, everyone taking a contact in from ramp behind Cypher.
P250 taking its quick shots initially against Mistem, who will fall back out to some harder cover. Watch out for the Palace entrance. Silence is also peeked in from the sniper's nest over at jungle. Maxter leaning forward. Plant will look to be secured. Silence picks up that frag. Farvan can turn on to 2, make it a 3-on-3 with the 2 trades at the CT side, though. The Young Ninjas are holding their nerve.
They get that bomb down, open out towards Connector. Blue Phoenix struggling to come out from ramp to deny that bomb. He does at least get him off it.
Vladan found an initial pick back for the T side line, and Blue Phoenix can continue to strike. Now it's Vladan all alone. He's got 2 kills, needs the 3K, 1-on-1 in this situation, and has no info onto Jokab, who's being very silent about his peeks forward. The spot of the Glock, still unable to catch that man. Starts swinging a bit more aggressive, but right into the hands of the USP. Pistol taken by the CT side.
Yeah, decent work coming through in the end there for the Young Ninjas. I think for Bleed, it actually felt as if it was going to be a fairly easy take. They come out from ramp, they put pressure up there towards top connector and to stairs. Silence gets traded with a 1-for-1, and it seems as if Cypher's going to get that bomb down pretty easily. They play out the post plant, but that backstab from Blue Phoenix, okay, it was a little bit awkward. There's no denying that. It's still 2 kills in the bomb plant sort of denial to kind of waste more time in that entire matter. And Bleed still looking to force buy into the second round anyway.
We've got that 1 automatic on Cypher, seeing what he can do with it. Careful placements from the other pistols, particularly Farvan, who is taking the initial forward face ahead of that smoke. Might not be ready for Mistem. Worry about the central site rather than the initial contact at the CT side. It's very slow and carefully placed from these guys. They do walk up mid. Cypher evading Jokab just by a small amount, but will continue to walk. Molly sent, Jokab seen, spray goes very awkwardly. At least Farvan can get that deagle shot and a second onto Mistem. Maxter now all alone here, going to wait for that bomb to cross. Will Vladan check it? Yes, he will. He'll still go down for it. Maxter providing extra pressure as well against Farvan's position from range. That SMG only good for so much. USP finally gets rounded the corner by Zerg. Picks up that M4, trying to provide support against Blue Phoenix. It's a 2-on-2 for now. Will they consider a rotate of that bomb?
Unfortunately for Hampus, he was trying to cut the rotation of one of those B players, but they both come in from CT. Cirque just about gets away to start maneuvering that bomb back out, but Hampus needs to do damage. Hampus is in a power position right now to try and cut those rotations.
But again, they're both going through CT. They're not going through Sniper's Nest, so Hampus is not going to see them. Bomb is on its way in through Apps. Is going to need to basically be covered off on the cross because they will make it to market first. Silence. First player in, footsteps heard. Hampus hoping that they aggress a little bit further forward, and the Young Ninjas know to lock out this bomb carrier. He'll get to the site. He'll go for the plant. Just initially, he will. A bit of an open one. He's going to try bait for kills. 10 seconds on the clock. Now he needs to prioritize it here. Giving some breathing room, giving some time to work with. A spray so manic, it comes up good for Silence, and such low HP for Zerg. Blue Phoenix will close it with his own pick. And a follow-up can be gained by NIP.
Well, I actually think that's a very good force buy there from Bleed. You've got to remember, pistol round wasn't that successful from them. They didn't have bomb plant bonus, so the economy was lopsided into the buy. They've now come into the second round. They've got 3 kills and another bomb plant. This is now a very good chance to force buy again. Try and get Farfan and Cirque probably on AKs. Everyone else can go down towards those Galils. And one thing that I have noticed since this Bleed roster's come together is that Farfan is in really good form, in really good touch. And it's nice to kind of see him back in the Tier 2 landscape farming, because I think a lot of people remember that when he was out on Sprout. Before he made that journey over to the big organization, he was for sure one of the hot prospects in Tier 2.
Quick burst forward of those rifles picked up by the Bleed side, but the 2 M4s of Mistem and Maxter good for the first couple of kills. They are fighting hard in mid, and it's working out for the CT forces. Bleed are caught off with not much that they can do here. Even Farvan overwhelmed. Vladan in the back from the back lines of the back stab. 1 pick out of 4 required to this clutch. This has been a decimating round from the Ninjas.
Well, it's just a very good counter, isn't it? We've seen Bleed not bringing a huge amount of pace in the majority of rounds. They go into that 3rd round force buy, and it's an aggressive mid-take, and it's just hit head-on, basically. You've got fights coming in from bottom mid, you've got fights coming through from short, and just multis transpiring quite consistently there. Maxter helping out his teammate, trying to get down towards underpass, and then Miston comes involved. Hampus tries his absolute best, but just trying to peek back into top mid. That's where the incendiary went down. Young Ninjas with a 3-0 beginning. They'll be very happy with how Mirage has started out.
Oh, good shot from Cypher. Start on Maxter. Kill has been found. The Eagle shot kicks it off in an instant, and you're still seeing the Ninjas trying to press on, still trying to fight back for that man advantage, try and take something else away from Bleed. Is it going to cost them, though? No. Bladden doesn't hit that headshot. Jocab gets in, finds the pick, and gets out of apps.
The Young Ninjas just got to try and make sure that this round doesn't get too expensive for them. With the light upgrades, any few picks here from Bleed will be looked at as a success. Farfan with the late lurk out in the Palace position in the last couple of rounds has done some damage. This time around, though, he's got 1 player out towards ramp. The issue is for Hampus, he's got the scout in play, but 8 points of health. It's going to be difficult for him to get a lot of damage.
Very slow. Press on the T side. Jocab bites on, gets his frag, doubles up. Nice shot onto Cirque. Heads will roll out in mid, and Hampus all that remains. Dealt with by Silence. 4-0 start for the Young Ninjas, looking very proficient right now against Bleed. Of course, you would against those pistols. The rifles will come back, and they need to get a start soon.
And I think this Young Ninjas roster reminds me very much of the first iteration we saw of Young Ninjas, where it was kind of young Swedish players that we just weren't familiar with. Guys that hadn't really played at a pro level before. I mean, obviously Maxter's been there from the previous iteration, but Jocab played on Goodfellas, played on the Prodigy Sweden, didn't really play at a high end of Tier 2. Silence, he actually played in the UK scene for a little bit with 7am, and then also regrouped up with Jocab on that Prodigy's roster. So getting some young Swedes that don't have a lot of experience, but have a lot of potential. Silence with that AWP getting the opener.
No response yet from the T's. Damage continuing to pour in against the likes of Farven. Just take to 86, so not a massive amount being done here. A little over a minute to play with, so there is time, but very little being offered up by the Young Ninjas. The AWP shot from Silence is so good at that vertical flick. Right down onto Hampus, the casualty taken. Blood and Farvin and Cirque walking their way in through that B-bomb site. Maxter and Blue Phoenix have the perfect cross basically being held here. Blue Phoenix will be able to spot them first and foremost. Swing, sees 2, gets 1. Cirque, the bomb has been known. Backup's going to make his way in as Maxter will also look to strike. And, well, this is a very deflating kind of rifle round from Bleed. 5-0 on the Ninjas' start. And these rifle rounds have just not been all that competitive.
Yeah, not really. I mean, right there, I think it shows for Silence. Look at how much movement he's creating. So not only does he go for the opening pick out there at B in the apartments, but he instantly moves that AWP away. So he gets that first pick, and then what, 20, 25 seconds later, he's getting a pick towards top con. And it just shows that moving around the map, looking for impact, there's the quick boost to get up into the apartments. The second shot, though, with the AWP, I mean, vertical flick, that's not an easy one to hit at all there onto Hampus. And then this crossfire, Blue Phoenix just not really over-facing out there from bench, and a good crossfire being established on the Ninja box.
Shot from Silence again kicks things off. Bleed unable to find opening frags. The 1 AK left on Hampus, making noise, trying to jump into the sniper's nest, but didn't get anything out of it, forced to fall away, and Max is going to hear all of that info. Only aggressive player in mid is Blue Phoenix on that short control. AK looking down range, hoping for someone to pop their head up, but no such luck at the moment.
And if you are Bleed and you're going into a map like Mirage, it's still picked a little bit. I mean, this is the 3rd time in HLTV Best of 3s that they've picked Mirage. They obviously normally go towards their Inferno. You need your individuals to come up. You need your individuals to create opportunities. And right now, we're actually not really seeing that. Bleed is struggling to make chances happen.
Silence, another shot. Peeking for the triple, doesn't quite get it. But now aware that they're going in for the apartments take, backup is on the way. The crossfire's low. Silence will get overwhelmed in the end with Cypher getting one more frag on the way out of the round. But the HE gets in with that low HP, and Bleed will continue to try and act out here. Circus grabbed that AK. There's another rifle for the Tech-9 to pick up if he goes back out to the truck position. Plant will need to be secured by Bleed. Need to force Ninjas to act what Blue Phoenix will like before the plant is even secured. Straight shot on Vladin. Mr. Netta close out Cirque. 6 in a row for the CT side.
And this is obviously getting quite concerning from the Bleed side, because when this round streak gets to a position of 6-0, you think even if we start getting some comfortability, even if we start getting a bit of rounds together and start showing some level of success, is it too late? I mean, Young Ninjas have consistently held, what, 1, maybe 2 or more AKs in gun rounds on this CT line, which is always so difficult to play against. I think Silence is quite comfortable right now in looking for opening picks. He's not being defensive with the AWP. You can even see it in this round. What's that? Less than 15 seconds into the round, and he's already looking for that first fight. He's already looking to put that AWP in a dangerous position.
Straight into App. Silence does land another shot onto Father. Not quite the kill this time, but I don't think it matters. Just the consistency he's holding this apartment's play with, the amount of trouble he's causing Bleed with the AWP.
I can't believe he's still AWPing B. I mean, it's just so unorthodox. Sometimes you get a B anchor, right, as that secondary AWP that will play Van, but normally you want that AWP in window and connector, and Silence is actually bringing consistently this AWP towards B in the first round.
60 seconds remain. Doesn't get the shot on Cypher. Finally, a bit of revenge dished out by, and that opens up the B bomb site. This plant should be secured.
I think it just shows there for Young Ninjas, they were quite happy to leave Silence by himself, stack up towards that A site, but just a little bit of an overextension. If he's further back, he can drop down, he can fall off. In that sort of position, he has to fight. And as soon as he misses that first connection onto Cypher, that's just it. One entry opens up the round and creates Bleed's chance of faking their first.
Holding in for the save call, which honestly I would have liked to have seen them try it with the money, or at least try some sort of exit with the money that they have here.
The issue is 3 AKs, right? You at least set yourself up for exit positions. If you're losing players, you're losing that advantage in which you've been so solid of winning rounds here in the first half. Don't even risk it. Don't even look to tantalize their economy. Keep those 3 AKs in play.
Well, there's your starter last for Bleed. Now where's the follow-up? One thing I've seen a lot of is that just quick returning round and then nothing else after the fact. Young Ninjas already found 6 in a row. To get any more out of this half, not bode well for the Bleed camp. Need to keep on them because the buys will keep rolling.
Jocab looking to get aggressive out from mid, getting up towards short very quickly, looking to try and press against Hampus.
Nades up in position. AK around the corner. Hampus still wins that fight. Now we're starting to get some consistent opening frags. Struggle still for Hampus, down to under half HP. He's still working in the mid control.
Jocab was completely alone there. Yes, he had some support with a teammate of a nade, but no extra flash and no extra teammate to peek on the contact means that it is just a 50-50 fight. Now they've got to try and respond, and it's a heavy mid-take right here. You got Maxter in window, missed him on an off angle out there towards connector. Flash is perfect though, missed him's completely blind.
Blue Phoenix have his back turned towards that short entrance, so kill for Hampus comes in easy. And once again, the B site has been overwhelmed. Once again, the plant will come down, and this time there is no sense in throwing yourself at any exits or retakes. 2v5 for Silence and Maxter. Get as far away as you can.
Bleed will be very happy with how these last couple of rounds have come, and it feels like finally they're getting to show not so much success, but show their game plan. I think right there, they were a little bit more comfortable when working out the apartments, Hampus working top mid, getting that first kill, putting pressure out towards the split. You could just see how more comfortable that default is in that round. A perfect flash in towards Connector means that Mistem's completely blinded. There's another great flash assist here from Bleed.
Silence trying to hold on to this orb. Might need to. Players coming in real fast. Oh, shoulder bait of Vladden. Second player also there. He's completely blinded off. He somehow gets away with that no-scope. So indeed, the orb stays in by the skin of its teeth. Unreal and very heavily pressured situation there. Second on the board of Bleed, though. The Ninjas can still buy here.
Yeah, first tactical coming through from the young Ninjas. A chance to chat to their coach of Spray XD, who, funny enough, Jay actually coached a little bit in the UK scene back in the day. Was the head coach of Vexed. Was also the head coach of ATK. So a little bit of familiarity with him and the in-game leader, of course, of Mistem on this lineup.
Chance to have a chat. Think things through on those last two. Not tide changing for Bleed just yet, but they have found their foundations in this match at last, and off the back of a very concerning streak against them. Now they press. Smoke set. Molotovs in. T-side players walking their way into the defaults here. No further action from the Ninjas. Smokes at the ready. Counteractions will be there, of course, from those A defenders, but this will be an execution. Hit the jungle instead. Smokes, counter incendiaries will come out to try to block them out of the bomb site, but they do overwhelm the player in the back of CT. Mistem caught dead. Cypher caught to 3 points of health. Silence flash blinded, as is Max. The CTs have no breathing room here. That HE doing damage. They're chipping away at those HP bars, but ultimately the bomb plant has been secured, and the Ninjas have very little access to the retake.
Yeah, this might just have to be a save call. You can already see the way that Bleed is starting to pressurize towards CT. There's just no way in. There's no opportunity. No one's extended far enough to give the CTs a bit of a freebie and allow it to get to a 4v4. A good utility usage. Another strong entry there from Cypher. And I think we've seen, obviously, his kill towards the AWP Silence out to B, and now his kill here in round number 9. One kill from Cypher has changed the round, and it's taken a round success for Bleed.
Yeah, through on the trot.
And that's got to be such a kick in the teeth as well. If you are the Academy squad, you've just taken a tactical, right? You've just taken a tactical. You're speaking to the coach. What happens against a set Exy? And you just can't hold off. You can't quite establish enough to be able to even consider going for a retake.
Bleed formulating their own streak. Still, the savings and loss bonuses adding up for the Ninjas camp. A lot of players being saving onto their weapons in previous rounds, enabling this in the long term.
Now, we saw a streak-heavy game yesterday. I wonder if that's going to continue in this best of 3.
Well, Silence. Try and end that streak earlier for Bleed. Molly's in against him. And Maxter, a little bit of damage return onto Farven on the utility basis. You've got him acting out over in the apartments. Hunting on to Blue Phoenix. Look at Hampus all the way snucked around the sniper's nest and into the backlines at Marky. This is perfect. They've recognized the weaknesses on that B side. Blue Phoenix is going to have to hold this basically on his lonesome and an attack on all fronts. Surely he should be a dead man.
Oh, well, this round is just already over. I'm calling it right here. Hampus has got the perfect lurk. He's creating so much space. It's an easy killer to Blue Phoenix, and it should just be an instant save. Right there, I think there's a lot of distraction, right? You've got Cypher pressuring out towards Connector. You've got the likes of Silence, who's getting mollied, getting blinded, trying to retreat. And sometimes when you get those kind of moments where there's a lot of utility usage going on, when the communication's quite high, there is just that gap in the defense. And we saw previously for Hampus. Remember that round where he got that boost up from Vladden? Tried to get into window and he couldn't make the jump. He was making a little bit of noise. This time around, completely silent. Did not make any noise whatsoever. And you know, if you've lurked into window and you've got out of murder hole without a contact, that round's just done. You've just created so much space.
Yeah, 4 on the trot for Bleed now. Returning everything back to the young Ninjas camp. Shots of Silence. Trying to get exits. Trying to hold on to any sort of rifles that they can here on the CT side, because the money is still looking solid after the loss bonus comes in, but last thing you want in these last few rounds is to start facing buy issues, so just best to protect it as best you can. That's what they'll do. They'll be fine for round 11. They'll be fine for round 12. Decent pickings on the T side line now. The young ninjas yet to formulate a response, yet to try and find any returns back. Bleed. Very slow to the approach.
Yeah, they've got a crossfire fairly aggressively out towards A main. You've got Maxter working at Tetris, looking into Palace. You've got Mistum to take that first contact of a jiggle in main. Bleed, though, will not even establish this kind of crossfire whatsoever, because you could just see the mid takes coming through with the bomb towards top mid. 2 players on underpass. Farfan might just be the late lurk out from Palace, and it could be a connector work.
Shot to connect, some damage on Hampus. Max still holding for Farvan on the other side. Silence does get one pick before he finally falls. Farvan has been seen, but Maxter gets very little for his trouble. The Nades will try driving back, as will the Molotovs of Cypher. The second teammate also backed up there around the plant. Can be secured relatively safely. Smokes inbound of the CT side. Will actually do more towards Bleed in terms of the short-term game. And the Ninjas will finally get a man advantage. Miss them getting Farvan. You still got very far away from sight players like Jocab watching at the short control, and Blue Phoenix waiting back at CT for Cypher to try and extend. He might just get his wish here. Time halfway ticked, but Blue Phoenix clotheslined out by the AK. Cirque in mid, waiting for Jocab next. Will find him, leaving Maxter all alone to fall away with the AK in hand. No way at the clutch. 5 for Bleed. What a recovery this has been.
It's been a very good recovery, and it's been down to Cypher. I mean, I look at that kill again, and I think to myself, that's a round-defining play for both teams. You've got Blue Phoenix and Cypher fairly aggressively from one another towards CT. If that kill goes the way of Blue Phoenix, it adds more pressure in from that direction on the retake. If Cypher wins out that pick, it slows the round down. It puts more emphasis on the connector players to come through. Whichever way that kill from CT goes, it makes a difference in the round. So for Cypher to get that kill, to then turn around and make it 2 towards ramp, that just ends it. Cypher's been creating very good chances for Bleed.
You said you needed players to step up individually. Well, Cypher as an individual certainly has in these last handful of rounds.
And something to add as well for Cypher is that he is still true to his roots. I mean, Epic LAN, BYOC in the UK scene happened last week. He was there. He was competing. I played opposite him. And it just shows that it doesn't matter that you're playing with tier 1 players like Hampus and guys that have played at the higher ends of the scene like Farfan and Cirque, that you can still stay true to your root, right? That you're not just kind of going all the way forward and having a bit of an ego.
Man's a true homeboy. Jocab with the frag against the homeboy, though. Straight through the smoke. Man down to start. Hampus trying to see if he can pick up a trade. He does indeed get Jocab. Max, they're extremely low, but look at the progress he's made. He's gotten right behind Hampus. He turns back on Cirque as well. Understands he's somewhere in that smoke, and he gets everything for the CT side. Bleed will not make minimum 6. It's 7-5 instead for the Ninjas.
Well, you just think one stray bullet, one small timing there for Hampus, and that round is completely different. That takes serious guts. I cannot believe Maxter on low HP has just... I mean, I suppose he needs to keep pressing, right? Like, once you've already committed, it's not as if you could fall back. But the idea that he gets both kills up there on top mid, just spams Cirque through that top mid smoke as well. Crazy stuff.
Well, 5 rounds isn't terrible when you consider they were down 0-6.
Oh, they'll be very happy with that. It looked as disastrous at one point.
The new question is it going to be enough still? They are on the CT side. Time to really pick it up if you Bleed. Engagement to the pistol, seeing Cirque going down to Joe Cab. He did take Maxter with him, and Cypher there to maintain the man advantage, but it's drawn so much away from that B bomb. So like the bomb will look to try and cross right here. Vladen still taking some decent tag shots against him. Cypher does get caught off back in market. Silence again pushing on. Top fragger of his team. Hampus will trade back on his teammate as Mistim's caught off in the center of the site. Two players of the crossfire working in against him. He gets that headshot. Back to a 2v2. Farman involved. Now Silence needs the full-on 3K in this clutch. He doesn't get past the first headshot. Vladen closes for an all-important pistol on Bleed.
And another thing to add for Vladen is he seems like he's the stand-in king at the moment. He made his name more known on iNation, had a little bit of stint previously on 00 Nation, but he obviously stood in for ENCE out in China. He's now standing in and helping out for the Bleed side. And we haven't seen that many Serbian players across the last handful of years kind of dabble in the Tier 2 international rosters, right? Like the ones that come to my mind in that scene is kind of like your Dav and maybe your Dimki and your Impulse that kind of played with the endpoints of the world and kind of mixed in those rosters. But normally, the Serbian Tier 2 players stick to their region. They don't normally go to international projects.
Well, here he is being quite the character for Bleed. And not just filling gaps and playing to add numbers to the tally and field a 5-man roster. No, he's among those top 3 fraggers right now. For his team, of course. Him, Cypher, and Hampus. 3 guys you look towards as the individuals to mount the impact against this T-side line. They have, of course, got the buyback with 3 rifles in play. One of them trying to prod out on Mistem, being heard over and that sandwich individual. Backs turn, Mistem caught, sprays good for Farvin. And Blue Phoenix won't be able to get him back. That smoke will line up and he should try and escape that position. Meanwhile, walk out from mid into connector. Sprays very awkward for Hampus and he does go down.
Farfan in with the crossfire. Cypher in a good position, but long range. Both that Galil and that MAC-10 are able to come up trumps. The difference is the damage level. Cirque out from CT has been detected by Blue Phoenix. The spams come through, but not quite the kill.
Okay, 125 points of health is hunting for Vladen now. Smokes unavailable to the to the T-side forces rather. No utility, in fact. Vladen does have one that he can put down in that short position, so he will use it to try and protect against Joe Cab, unawares of what's going on. That bomb has been dropped in connector, and Blue Phoenix may feed Cirque exactly what he wants. And indeed, the gap in the murder hole gets that tag damage. Not quite the kill, though.
Now, Cirque can come out from CT. The issue is, do him and Vladen work together? Do they go in separately? Now, looking at the reposition, it looks like Vladen's going to come through from Con, and Cirque's going to work out from Ticket.
Vladen makes his way in from short. Down into connector. Joe Cab out over at Palace. Blue Phoenix. Here's Galil waiting and watching. Seeing that incendiary mows through Vladen. Post-plant positions now. The crossfire's been held. Cirque should be discovered soon enough. Joe Cab's seen him. Blue Phoenix will not act to get the exit there. We'll just hold on to, well, all that they can. M4's picked up and all. And an 8th for NIP. Starting off their T-side half now.
And I think that round obviously showed glimpses of what we saw on their T-sides versus Amcal, creating a bit of chaos, trying to work in a lot of trades, a lot of quick picks. Right there from Cypher, I actually think on the Ninja box, he's in a pretty good position. I mean, long range with the M4 up against the Galil and the MAC-10. It looks like it's a good position for the fight. But in the end, just back and forth picks, very quick trades come through. Nice double there from Joe Cab to try and work the bomb site.
And once again, Bleed's returning rounds are disrupted. Very early in the half as well, sets them on an economical back foot, which is going to have ramifications for the rest of this game. Deagles, 5-7. SMG on Vladen once again. Cirque with that M4 that was saved from the previous round. Love to see him have some impact, but he is bottom of the board right now.
Farfan getting forced away just by the util. Not much of a gamble stack right now, but a fairly quick prod out towards A main in for an A split.
Shots to those Deagles ringing in. Mistem does get caught off by 5 and his 5-7 doubles up as well. Silence down 3 on the NIP side, and Vladen's caught them out in connector. He knows what's going on with the bomb being dropped, the information of the stack. The CT side are well set up to deal with them here.
Oh, Cirque needs to try and be able to adapt out to the right-hand side. Fladden could swing on the contact. The MP9 only gets one. And somehow it looks like this is getting recovered. Farfen still gets damage in with that 5-7. And now Maxter is in a 1v2.
Known towards Connector. It's where that last kill came in for him. CT side picking up an AK as well for Farfen. And for well-deserved for him as well. 3 kills on that pistol. Nade sent by Maxter will reveal exactly where he is. The flanks being set up by Hampus. And Maxter has no idea, no info as to where these CTs are playing from. Farven finally swings to make it a quadra. Hell of a recovery, 10 from the Ninjas, but Farven recovers the round itself. Should not have been one on those pistols. He takes the top frag of his team. And for great impact on Bleed.
And I believe it was kind of publicly known that Maxter was in talks with a potential move over to the Bleed organization. So that's another thing that adds to the whole context of this best of 3 of maybe what it means to not get him, or maybe what it means to try and see if you can take a series off of them. I mean, right there from Farfen, though. I mean, when you consider the 2 opening kills he got towards main, you'd think that crossfire between Circuit, the top of jungle, and Vladden out there to jungle as well was kind of going to close it. But no, not to be. Farfen was still required.
Slow walk-ins. Pistol players, the Ninjas. No real firepower to play with in this kind of a round, so Cypher should make it easier. That pick on missed them, and the rest of them should fall out in mid pretty nicely. Firing squad, very different positions from each other, all work out well for all the kills, and all 5 alive on Bleed. An even scoreline stance, 8 apiece.
And for Young Ninjas, this is where we've kind of got to try and see who's going to create opportunities, right? I think Silence in the first 5 rounds of the game was very much on it with the AWP, looking for opening kills, gathering 5v4s. Since that point onwards, we haven't seen that same level of success from them. And one player I would like to see create opportunities is Blue Phoenix. You look at that game against Amcal, I felt like he was a dangerous player. Felt like he brought quite a lot of X factor to the table, that he was winning rounds by himself, he was working opening man advantages. It's been a fairly quiet map for him so far.
Yeah, Silence has ironically been the loud one so far. Blue Phoenix had an alright opening half, not the most impactful one in the world, but missed them the first casualty to Cypher, the impact man of the CT side. It looks like 2 kills for him in that mid face, looking for Silence, and Jocab next. There's such low HP up top of that stack. The Incendiary doesn't land. Cypher will look to escape and maintain his lifeline of 4 on 2. As meanwhile, you've got Blue Phoenix trying to find that impact, pressing on from ramp, but not quite seeing anybody. He's deep on that A-bomb site. The bomber's got to join him.
Now, even though the HP bars are low, this is well established right now from Bleed. They're playing quite defensive. You've got a double setup out to jungle and window. Cirque's playing very defensive at Ticket, where he's not even fighting. He's just jump spotting. He's trying to gather that information towards ramp. Blue Phoenix can call out to Jocab to try and make something happen, but for me, Blue Phoenix needs to look for picks. He's got to try and work out here towards top con.
Make some noise. The bomb's been spotted. They know where both players are at. Jocab does catch Cirque, but Farven leans in from jungle, gets his frag, and Jocab now needs the full-blown ace clutch here. Cypher, low HP individual, might be the first port of call around this corner. No, it's Farven instead. 2 kills to his name, and he's having impact on the CT side now.
Well, between Cypher and Farfen, I want to say that almost every round that Bleed has won has been because of one of them, or if not, the 2 of them combined. You look at that round right there from Cypher, he's just got away with just so much damage. He got aggressive down con, got that first kill up towards top mid, looks into underpass, gets the second kill, and then you think, okay, probably gets traded. No, he gets a 3rd kill, and then somehow can still escape on red HP towards Connector. He should not be able to run away off of the back of this. And then Farfen just cleans it up in the end.
Fast rush out of the pistols, see if they can get a bomb plant bonus, see if they can hold on to a little bit more in the next round, because this one is a wash. Not even the plant will be coming through. Confidence well and truly on the Bleed side. All 5 alive, economy built. 2 rounds now in the lead. And again, just that contrast of how the match started, how concerned we were for Bleed at the first 6 rounds of this game. And, wow, now concerns might start to ring true for NIP instead.
Well, I think it's quite easy to forget that it was 5-0, wasn't it? When you kind of
6-0,
look
I
at
think, actually.
Yeah?
Ridiculous scorelines.
Let me check.
It was definitely 6.
It was 6. It was 6. So even more so. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that you just forget. It's looked so comfortable from Bleed from this point onwards.
Brilliant things so far from the Bleed camp. Now as they turn around, look at far and straight shot on Jokab, but the flash blindness keeps Baxter in with a kill and a follow-up on Zerg, who may have just lost that A-bomb site. Man advantage taken by the Ninjas. Will they try and commit towards this? Cypher certainly wants to. He gets Baxter, charges straight in, sees that player of heaven, triple found! Oh my word! A true robot! But not the bad kind, the mechanical one that executes all. 11 on the border, Bleed.
And sometimes you just need that little bit of flex. Sometimes you need that little bit of disrespect to be able to make impact happen. And right there from Cypher, get on the edge of that jungle smoke, catch them off guard. What I love after that first contact is the way that he looks up towards Palace, deals with the Palace player before focusing back down on site directly at triple. That is not easy, to be able to pick your moments and to pick who you're going to fight at that moment when it is quite chaotic, when there is players all around you. 1, 2, 3 quick kills from Cypher.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from him. And Bleed, the brilliant squad for it. The young Ninjas have run out of steam. AK set on 3 individuals of the CT side just to really put the hurt in. Even the AWP looking. Cypher, more aggression, might find so much more with it. He's seen one player up top of stack and just dives out of the way and missed them, trying to hunt for that kill while blind, only gets half damage.
Now, he's very keen to try and create impact, very keen to be on the front foot, but also realize that you're hanging around for too long. Missed him, looking to try and smoke off top connector. But pressure is building right here for Young Ninjas. They just can't respond. It feels like they just haven't had chances to respond in these rifle rounds in the second half.
Hampus sees that gun barrel. Jokab missed them. Molotov sent in towards that position. Blue Phoenix comes up good against Vlad, and he tries to line up one player back before he gets away from the ladder room, but he's unable to do so. Swap will also get Molotov, then thrown off position. Missed them, gets that shot. Jokab gets Hampus. And finally, the Ninjas are back ill on the board here. Bleed have been bled out.
And that was actually insane movement there from Hampus to evade that molly, get up the ladder towards the front side, and still not take any burn damage. As soon as that molly comes through, Young Ninjas are pretty much convinced that there's no one in ladder room. And decent work there from Hampus, but just couldn't quite be able to establish and sustain that position. And then Cirque, I mean, just getting overwhelmed, right? Molly towards his position out there at market. Looks to try and see if he can work a pick up there from the short individuals, but not to be. Young Ninjas get 1. But my concern, Jay, is that it might just be 1, right? I don't think I've seen enough consistently from them outside of that 6-0 start to really have faith that they can kind of put this in a threatening position, that they can get closer to maybe an overtime, maybe a map still. To me, Bleed have just looked so much stronger in this second half.
One to end the streak, 2 in the half for the Ninjas so far. Bleed squad. And real quick for Cirque. AWP trying to insert himself alongside Cypher, who also moves in from connector down the mid-wall. Spray of Jokab does not go low enough to look for this individual. Look at the confidence that he's got to walk all the way up here, see no one else, understanding it's a solo play in mid. But is it going to indicate that B play? Certainly walking up short might start to telegraph something. The Molotovs will certainly indicate what's going on. Cypher with that one frag, reducing the man advantage. Vladin struggling to hold on with that Molotov burning in his back, but he still gets 2 kills for it. Happens with extra support. And once again, the Ninjas have been wiped out.
A lovely performance once again there from Cypher. It's another high impactful round where, you're right, there's only a solo lurking towards mid, but it's info. You catch him off, and look at how quickly they start rotating bodies out towards B. They start bringing Vladin's support. He's just got to stay alive and try and do some damage. He smokes off himself to the left-hand side of bench, plays the timing perfectly to the player out to the apartments, and then Hampus is rotating in, Circa's rotating in, Bleed now just 1 to close.
Three map points. Bleed's map pick looks to try and go their way. Young Ninjas shown so much in the early game, but very little since. And Bleed will look to capitalize upon that. Bomb will get planted. Suppression of the utility is good, but the post plant is something else entirely. Joko has at least found the opening frag.
Hampus does not see Mistum coming in close. They're hearing the footsteps underneath them.
Flash turned away from, boost up to right there. Farvan's going to get both kills. 18 deep for him, and Max the call out in the open. Needs that AWP support. The smoke will blind him off, though. He's going to have to get ahead of it. He's also got a player up in Palace, ready to hold their nerve. Farvan caught. Adjustment from Max is not good enough. 2 down on the T side. 1 man left. Silence gets 1 out of 3. Closing in the pincers is Vladen, who gets his frag, and Hampus will get the defuse. 13-9. Bleed recover from a 0-6 start to take map 1.
A very comfortable performance to say. And that is wild to say when the scoreline is 13-9. But I think you bang on. A slow start there from Bleed. But once they got more comfortability, once we saw more rifle rounds. Remember, when you're 0-6 down, you have pistol, you have anti-eco, you have your first gun round, you have another anti-eco, then you have your next gun round. You're not really showing a lot of gun rounds. So once they finally started coming in, that's where they set the precedent. And from the perspective of Young Ninjas, they just ran out of steam. They were all over them at the beginning, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, and it was concerning to me when they started losing the initial rifle rounds on the Bleed side, right? Because that's what led to those 6-0, to that 6-0 initial start. And I was thinking to myself, oh God, this is where it's really going to fall apart, isn't it? But when they, as you mentioned before, once they had their rhythm together, that team looked so unstoppable. And it's looking a lot more like the squad that we saw over the course of time, over the course of the last couple of days, I should be more specific. Now that they've got their map pick, Nuke, the unpredictable fashion, might not be so, well, I mean, it could still be impactful in terms of taking us to a third map, but the concerns that we might have had about the Ninjas taking control of this series at least get put on hold for a moment.
Well, I think for Bleed, it's very keen and exciting to see Cypher and Farfan performing in the way they did. I think those two guys were creating a lot of chances. They were closing a lot of rounds, and it makes me think out on Nuke that if they're not being silenced, if they're not being held appropriately by the Young Ninjas, they could just run riot again and be 2 very key impact players for Bleed.
Well, insta-ban for the Ninjas side, but still a map pick for them in this series. Neither squad have played it, so anything can happen in the next hour. We're going to a short break, and we'll come back with Nuke, our second in the best of 3.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Well, felt like Bleed were bleeding out at the start of that fast map, but they were able to get back in control, stem said bleeding, and take their map pick of Mirage. Now it's Nuke, and this is typically be the point where we'd ask you, what do we expect? No one knows what to expect here. This is a map that neither team play. You mentioned it earlier during the pre-game that it was not Young Ninjas insta-ban for good reason, I'd imagine. I kind of have a bit of a weird thinking about this one, though, because I think about what happened against Amcal, the amount of chaos that Young Ninjas were able to create, and I imagine that if they're going to raise some more hell, it would be on a map like this. I mean, they clearly must have some sort of idea as how to counterplay the Bleed side, so if they can do a similar thing to what it did in that opening match, then maybe they could pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, that's even a stretch, right? I think the reason they've gone into this map, obviously, is to give themselves a little bit of a curveball in the video, and I think it proved that on Mirage. They were out of their depth. Like, yes, okay, it was a very good start from them, but if you look at it as a grand picture, they were out of that depth in that first map. So going into map 2, I don't know. Like, it could go map 3, it could go 2-0. It's just one of these cases where when you don't have the evidence, you don't know what to think. What it's going to come down to is maybe more individual moments. And unfortunately, we saw some very good individual moments, some silence in the first maybe 5, even 6 rounds of the game. Then not really much from that point onwards. Cypher and Farfan had some really good moments themselves. So it might just be who creates the most moments.
Perhaps that is the case. I mean, you're really going to get impact from anywhere in a situation like this. Like, as I said, maybe Young Ninjas could pull it off. That's a big, big maybe. Like, no one knows what's going to happen right here. Not you, not me, not even the teams I wouldn't imagine. Bleed certainly wouldn't have prepared for a map like this. The only thing you can do is sit back and just watch how it all plays out. Pistol round going live. Bleed have the CT start of things. 2 sets of dualies for Cirque and Cypher. P250's in on Maxter on NIP.
So trying to get towards top hut. It's a power position with Julies. Anytime it's an A take, you can look out door, you can look out hut, you can get a lot of damage. Now it seems like Maxter is faking the top site hit, and it is going to be a ramp lane.
Cypher's Julie's trying to charge him down. Vladden trying to get out of the way of the T-side line. His USP going to pop open those windows and get the hell out of position. The T's will dive into that bomb site and try and look for a plant. They might well be able to get it. I say that, and Hampus has gained the man advantage. Missed them caught off out towards ramp, so there's a start. What more will they gain here?
Well, Cirque is trying to hope that he can get pressured out here to the single door, but it's not happening. It's out towards double. Vladden struggling with that USP and finally gets traded. Cirque tries to create this crossfire between him and Hampus. Bomb does actually get dropped, and Blue Phoenix is now in the 1v2.
Block out of the doors. Has time to play with. Only so much of it, though. 50 seconds on that clock. Campus is low HP. He might be a victim to a quick double kill. Takes that face. Shots miss out. Sees where Cirque is. Can't line up the headshot. And now they chip away at his HP bar. 14 points of health now for Blue Phoenix. Even more time ticking back. There's that shot. Cirque seen. Kill still for the dualies. Bleed take the pistol.
Well, I think what really hurt Blue Phoenix in that 1v2 is every time Cirque is peeking from default, he's chipping down a little bit further, isn't he? There's always 1, maybe 2 bullets that's coming towards him, and it just starts dropping from 80 to 70 to 60 to lower and lower and lower, that eventually it just feels like it's not going to happen. Not a crossfire to peak on the contact right towards the end, but Cirque just knows with the HP difference that he's got him left to right.
Good stuff from him. Well held at the back, playing away from the Ninjas, and Not even a bomb plant being allowed, so no second round force play for the Tees this time. Hampus already going to think down quite heavily there by the pistol players. Regardless, they're putting as much impact as they can do out here. SMG of Farven still gets its frag, and from range, the M4 still has an advantage. Farven lesser so, though. Blue Phoenix with that pick. Hampus maintains the advantage.
Yeah, one thing I did want to ask you as well, Jay, is how much stock do you put in real recent performance? Maybe not so much like the last few months or the last few weeks, but maybe the last few officials. Because for Bleed, 2-0 versus Big, 2-0 versus Godsend, and now your first map in the series, your map pick, you're down 0-6 and win it comfortably. Like, this has been 5 maps back-to-back that have looked quite convincing from the Bleed organization.
I mean, it depends on context, really. Like, I'm more of a man that looks at tournament placings because I think that the 3-month sort of like window is where you need to like where you need to take take an overarching view of what the team is doing. So, I mean, for a team like Bleed, they've only been in it for like the 2 months now at the moment. Like, they've only been active since the start of the year. So in that respect, I'd say that the recent performances probably have a little bit more to speak of because they're still trying to figure out exactly what's going on. I mean, we talked about that with the stand-in situation with Vlad and taking various players' positions and filling in for roles for Launx and for Cypher in certain capacities. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's 5 maps of very big encouragement at the moment for them. If they could make it 6, then, well, they'll be well on their way to the playoffs here. Guns brought in for both teams. The AK's out for the Ninjas.
Oh, Maxter catches a good timing, but the trade is instant. And Farfen might look to try and drop off top hut and get out that M4 that was played there from Cypher towards door.
Oh, Hampus didn't see the player up at Silo. He does fight onto Chocab in the end. Very nice indeed. 4v3 for Bleed as a result. Farven does get caught by Blue Phoenix, does think well for damage, so half HP for Soak to get the kill, not quite the double up. Caught looking the wrong way against Silence, but his shoulder peeks out for Hampus to double up himself. Missed them now, has to make a double in a 1-on-2.
The issue is he's got to fight towards Hampus outside, and timing could be everything. Hampus was outside looking, but didn't see anything, and he's going to get caught towards main, surely? Yeah, just about.
Vladin trying to predict where Mistem is going to go to continue that outside control or charge right into the lobby position. Seems to be the right call to make. Hold back in at that closed vent, so that way 2 of the main entries towards the bomb site to cut off that vent and that squeak door. 30 seconds when he is going back out towards ramp, so this will be a B plant.
Now, Vladin has got an incendiary and a HE, so you wonder how that could be utilized in the late portion of the round. As soon as that bomb goes down, maybe put it out to one of the doors, maybe put it out to the observation window and try and tap or even stick the bomb. Missed him, though. AK up against MP9. It might just be a matter of timing off of this.
He puts that plant down safe, and he's waiting for Vladin to make some noise. Double doors are closed, back turn towards Decon, that's closed as well. Opens it up, can use that utility, the incendiary especially to suppress. One does come out from the CT side to hold back at Dark. Mistem, of course, is nowhere near it. Knows that Vladin can only attack from one angle, going to hold the angle itself. The spray goes very awkwardly for both players, but Mistem wins out the fight.
Well, that's an excellent position that Mistem gets himself in. As soon as a single door, I should say, gets opened up, if you create that off angle, mate, there's only so many places you can be, and there's only so many places that Vladin's going to clear. You don't have all the time in the world. You don't have teammates to try and help you clear out the bomb site. So that tucked-in off angle is just perfect in that scenario, especially with the range game. And know that Vladin's only got an MP9, and of course, there was an M4 that was dropped there on top side, but the issue is you want to be silent, right? You don't want to make any noise. As soon as you drop your MP9 up to that M4, Mistem knows straight away where you're going to reposition to.
NIP putting Bleed down on the pistols.
Well, there's a Zeus out. This could actually get a kill.
Seen it do work in the last couple of days alone. Cirque has fallen first. Silence does get caught. AK, Galil rather picked up, but unable to apply to Mistem, who's AK, for realsies, gets the frag. Now Cypher is USP, cut down by the MAC-10 all the same. Decent efforts here for the CT side, but not much being done on the grand scale of things here. The PT-50 trying to hunt down Maxter. Barvin would like not to give up $1,200. In the end, he does. And Hampus have to hold on to that M4 all the way back at spawn. No choice in the matter.
Well, I want to say that this is a successful hero M4 round, which seems wild considering it didn't get a kill, but it stays alive, right? And I think if you got a kill, but it went down, you might look at that and think, it was okay. The idea you bring it in and you get one Zeus kill, which tarnishes the economy slightly, not a massive amount, but then hold on to the M4 and the armor. I mean, that's nearly $4,000 worth that's being brought into the next round.
Yeah, I think people underestimate exactly how much damage has actually been done with Silence's casualty, because we're still very early into the game here. I mean, 3,600 players are going to have to drop him. So that's going to be 2 players that are going to be low. It's, again, as you mentioned, it's not like they're going to be fully reset, but...
Come closer to that conversation if you're able to put impact up in the next few rifle rounds.
Exactly. You set that groundwork up early.
What's that truck doing there? Isn't that meant to be out on overpass?
I think it was the same asset from Global Offensive, but I think they replaced the truck on overpass.
You don't reckon? Oh, yeah. I'm not sure, actually.
Might have to go back and verify that later.
It might be a placebo effect right there.
Yeah. My mind is deceiving me. It does that quite a lot these days, actually, Dwight. I'm going insane. And hopefully Bleed aren't going insane with how these early maps have been for them.
Looks to be the top side play. You've got Mistim with early nades towards T-Roof and actually a walkout from door.
Maxter has walked right past the player on top of Hut. Cypher detected at the right moment, and Farvan's not lasting long at all. Cirque even mowed down through heaven. The round is over as quickly as it started.
And that is just the pinnacle of a clean round, when it's just satisfying. When you go for the top site hit and you're getting immediate entries. We always talk about your top site hits. Util's got to be on point. Your entry fraggers have got to provide impact. And you could just see that double kill from Maxter out from door. I mean, I think from the perspective of Top Heart, it looked as if there was sort of a bit of a gap between that smoke and door. But somehow, Maxter was just able to slit all the way through.
Hampers has got a couple of kills out of these exits. 2 on 2, make it 1. Very nicely done for the triple. Chamber doesn't lead to the round, but I think that might still be okay. Again, 4 casualties taken, as much money away from the Ninjas camp. Bleed getting as much out of the exit positions as is possible. Of course, they haven't got any money of any worth to buy in with the other 3 players. The 2 rifles staying in, though. I mean, do you justify a force buy in this context?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if it was the next round of lost bonus, then yes, it's a risk. It really is. I know you've done a lot of economical damage, but to me, I think it's a risk too high.
Upgrade pistol on Cypher. And Vladen. And Farvin. But actually, Kevlar around it from some capacity, so more of a half invest than a full-on force.
It's still dangerous. I mean, especially if Hampus or Cirque can win out an opening duel.
You got those 2 rifles playing together here at the ramp entrance. Maxter has seen, or been seen by Farvin. Seen 2 players now, but doesn't get the kill on either of them. The lineup was pretty fantastic. Now this lobby push is going to get tons of info for the CT side. Meanwhile, the Ninjas, the main T side force, walks down in secret.
Cirque is already dropping. Look at that rotation. That AWP has come all the way down from lobby and out to ramp. Now, he should be able to strike with at least a contact towards either the observation window or the double doors, and more rotations are coming. This looks really dangerous. This actually looks like it's going to be an eco victory right now.
Yeah, Vlad's seen nothing outside. They've got another AK to play with. And they are hard stacked on the B site. Cirque's AWP so ready for contact. Want to hit that shot, though. He is waiting for the right moment. Any hesitation, any whiff is going to cost him dearly. AK popped open the window. Cirque peeks in to catch Blue Phoenix. Now down to 3 on NIP. Farvan keeps himself at bay. He's going to get spoiled out by Jokai, but does get that man. But Hampus very fast on a responsive. Cirque swap down silence, and Mistim is all alone to clutch a 1-on-4. 2 kills go his way. 2 pistols are what remain, and he grabs that bomb and rotates it right upstairs.
Yeah, but so does the vent rotation. Comes up very quickly. Oh, I thought both of the CTs were going to play together. They're just going to leave Cypher on A, actually.
He's going to hear him, though. Information to gain. Second player can maintain his position. Molotov sent. He's going to hide and try and deny the plant. Tapped once. Close quarters of the AK. Sees their second player. 5 seconds. Plant will be secured. Vladden's quickly made his way up, though. He's 5-7. Sneaking in. Utility's thrown. The AK turns back to him. And with the last couple bullets of the mag, lands the headshot. Just clutches the round.
Now, which way, I'm thinking, do I address this? Is it a complete troll from Bleed, or is it a really good clutch there from Mistim? I don't know. I'm still debating that one. I mean, there's a lot of individual fights being given up. I mean, that swing from the double doors, I'm sure we'll see it on a replay. It was the AK kill from Mistem. It just seemed like there wasn't a double frag. We'll have a look at this again. That fight from Hampus, it's so unnecessary, right? It's so unnecessary. Yeah, look, it's a very well played clutch. Even the way that Mistem taps that bomb, just to try and draw that first fight from Cypher on A.
In the grand scale of things, though, however, that was 2 rifles versus 4 casualties, and Hampus and Cirque are going to combine once again to get the picks on outside. Economy not as fantastic for the Ninjas as you want it to be. And 2 players down. Chance to really springboard for Bleed. They can hold on to the man advantage this time, then perhaps it would be the case.
Now, they know that Hampus is the back of T-Red. The issue is how do they deal with him? And again, Hampus just swings, doesn't even hold back that passive position. Jocab is desperate to try and get this trade. Cypher and the reload's being heard, and Hampus has just got another. Hampus has just somehow got another kill, and they know he's there.
How do they deal with Hampus, you ask? Answer, they don't.
Yeah, and that's really ripped the economy. Again, Mistem winning a 1vx means that 1 alive, you then go into the next round and lose it without a bomb plant. Money stay probably has to be a half, maybe a hero rifle to come out from Maxter or Silence just to try and give it a little bit of extra juice. But across the board, this was a huge swing round opportunity for Bleed.
Only upgrade pistols on a half invest for NIP. Fast rush into the ramp control. Vladden's nade Molotov combination can mow down 1, 2, continue the spray towards 3 and 4, but only do damage to them. So 1 gun can get picked up. The M4 if Farvan still holds it up against those 2 casualties. The AWP knows to back away and not concede anymore to the T sideline. They've done enough with this eco. Maxter slowly closed in upon by Hampus here, so it's only a matter of time before he falls.
And I mean, even someone like Hampus, right? He played on the main organization for NIP in a couple of stints for about 3 years. And those 3 years, you are pretty much only playing at the tier 1 level. You're only playing in the larger events. You're playing at the online tier events. You're playing at the LAN events. And now you're kind of coming down to Bleed, where your last few officials, you played Mal's NXT, which is ranked 111th on HLTV, and Young Ninjas at 97th. Like, this has got to be quite frustrating, I imagine, from an in-game leader, starting from almost the bottom again and rising up through the ranks, getting Bleed to those higher territories when then they can start getting invited to late stages of tournaments. But at the same time, when you create these new projects, you do have to start at the bottom.
I mean, I think you said it before with international teams, like, it's a long-term thing, and I think
100%.
that I think that Bleed definitely understand that. Kill from Maxter, however, understands that Cypher is a dead man. AWP on the outside as well. They're wary of it. They're so heavily contested, but not so much as to hard press and rush him down. Jocab keeping his head tucked away. Advantage sits with Nip.
Cirque rotating out towards ramp, might try and drop down to hold ramp and get the rifle to drop into B. Maxter is actually evading that incendiary, but Cirque is still waiting for him.
Tag must have been heard. Smoke will come down anyway to suppress, and Cirque will not stick around to hold on to that position. Just those flashes being sent, or smokes rather, deeper, to ensure that they don't hold that aggressive angle. Campus, meanwhile, trying to pop up over a secret. He's done this before. Decent success, finds the kill on Mistem. Jocab could not get the trade back. Barvin on outside as the teams make their way in. Cirques all will try and adjust forward. Flashes are sent to Arsene. The flash is so well timed though, so it throws his aim off just enough. Maxter with a tap to the head. Advantage now for Nip, but Hampus has caught a decent kill himself.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to go back down towards lower. This is actually getting very awkward. There's hesitation here from Young Ninjas.
Ladden's moving in. Blue Phoenix might be ready for him. Indeed he is. Galil kill found. Farvan's AWP now. Hearing the plant coming down, can't do anything about it. Retake with this AWP, the main fragger, because Hampus on 7 points of health will not be able to do much, even with the AK in hand. That's a very good quick scope, but 11 HP to do the rest. They're out of there.
Yeah, they're not keen on that one. And right there for Cirque, obviously finds himself in a bit of an unlucky timing, goes for an extension out there towards Heaven and just gets blinded. And then eventually gets caught off guard. I mean, right there, if I missed him, I'm actually quite annoyed. You've got Jocab, who was, sitting on the top of main, watching Secret, and somehow Hampus has been able to come up Secret and drop me. That round had a very good beginning to come through from Bleed, but in the end, the trade game worked out nicely. A little bit of hesitation for the Swedes. They kind of get down to that lower bomb site. They cancel as soon as they realize that Hampus is already into the vents. But it's Blue Phoenix's kill towards Hut. That was the ticket. That was the one that opened up the rounds.
Mentioned in the last map to have some bit more impact, and even though he's not quite the top fragger here, key man at the moment for the Ninjas.
Oh,
the
there we
lead
are.
back for them. Hampus did drop.
Yeah, so that's actually quite a lot moving into round 10, because obviously you've got a handful of rounds left in the half. Economy's on the ropes, 2,400 loss bonus. Saving that extra rifle would have made quite the difference.
And they still get the guns out for round 10.
And from Young Ninjas' point of view, I mean, 5 rounds on T-side of Nuke is a pretty good beginning, especially if you can stretch it to more.
And tactical was taken to try and aim for that. Both teams' economy is not in the best of spots. The Ninjas, especially with the lack of the loss bonus here. Swing opportunities. Slow approach on these defaults here. Again, passive towards outside. Want to evade Cirque as much as possible. He's repositioned, though, inside of the bomb site itself. His AWP flash blinded, missed shot, but Hampus and Farben still have the T-side players marked. Blue Phoenix can get Hampus at close, so advantage stays with Bleed, but only by a single man.
Now, Silence is trying to cut one of these rotations from the top side. Blue Phoenix trying to walk in from main. He's got a teammate with him for an ace split.
Farben. Tetris. Blue Phoenix gets caught at the perfect timing for Farben to stabilize that shot. And the AWP is ready for Silence, but not as ready as he wanted to be. Shot still with the quick peek. Jocab now faced upon by Farben, who makes it another kill. Another triple for him at low HP. But Vladden's there for the closing casualty. And Bleed are back on track.
And I want to ask you, Jay, when was the last time that either one of us have seen an individual player be 17-4 and yet the scoreline is only 5-5? Like, that just, it seems wild that Hampus is allowing so many picks, but yet the scoreline is actually so close.
Yeah, he's been mental.
Fair work from Farfen too, because Cirque has been struggling across this series, and that was another time there where he struggled with the AWP towards back default. That round was just recovered because of Farfen.
6 sequence plus their top fragger who's pulling ahead of everyone in server. There's a lot of positives for Bleed. The scoreline is not one of them. Still 5 apiece, as you mentioned. Still dead set even. Oh, half tied up score to gain from this. I mean, NIP are 4 sport, so it means that buys are going to be rough for round 12 as well. See what they can make happen with the Tech 9s.
Yeah, the double eco status hurt hard in that last round. Hampus searching for outside. There's only one player of Blue Phoenix from the backside of red.
And for caught off guard. Okay, that aggression does finally get punished on Hampus's part. Vladden also heavily pressured by the number of T-side players that are going to his angle. The AWP of Cirque very, very late to react to that shot. Second one even misses out. Third one might even get a chance. Missed him. Gets the second casualty of the round. A 5-on-3 right now for NIP. Finally, Cypher chimes in with a pick, and taps continue. Farben on site is going to get overwhelmed, and Cypher still out here towards the vent corner. Nade sent his direction, 15 points of health, and they know that he's still held there. 2 versus 2, forced out by these pistols, and now NIP have rifles.
A good reposition, though, from Cypher, just to play back passive, allow Vladden to try and peek in from heaven, but Silence has already seen him and done a lot of damage on the dink down.
1-on-1 now. Vladden on the defuse, tapping it. Going to force Maxter to make a move in. The M4 to swing at the right moment at 13 HP. That was the only way to win that round. And that's exactly what he did. 6 minimum hit.
Unfortunately, Cirque's being a bit of a liability right now from Bleed.
Yeah.
He's struggling. And you can see the way that Young Ninjas are pressuring him. We saw it in the last rifle round out there towards default. There towards ramp, I mean, he should be getting at least one, and not getting anything almost put that round completely in jeopardy. It allows an AWP to get recovered there. It allows the T's to take a lot of deep space in Hell and try and look to put pressure and emphasis towards A in Heaven. Decent timing from Blue Phoenix towards outside, but it's the pressurization right now towards Cirque, which is worrying for Bleed.
Yeah, you're going to be hunting him down if you're on IP. Now he has got the range game to play with. He's on that M4. Blue Phoenix caught to so much damage on the early utility. Easy pick for Hampers ahead of that naded out smoke. Advantage taken. And the Ninjas slow things down.
And Vladin probably wants to fall back here, play the man advantage. Cirque's on a rotation as well. Oh, this could be a nice, tidy little crossfire. Cirque to take first contact, draw them in, and then Vladin to play tucked.
Flash turn from Cirque. He has to stand with the M4 to get a spray onto two individuals. Still maintains the map control for the Ninjas, although trades advantage and the man advantage particularly still stays with Bleed. Cypher swings, can only do so much to silence Miss them now on the site. They know where both players are at. They're converging on the retake now because Cypher's gone down. The plant may be imminent until silence drops, maybe not so much. Missed them working another clutch. Sees the one individual. Has to take those 1v1 fights on a CT basis. Hampers doing damage to a little over half HP. Missed them. Doesn't land his headshot either. Continues to give chase here. Needs to find an angle of escape.
Hampers just gives it up. Could Miston be on for another clutch?
Barvin reads it well. Knows that he must be coming up to this bomb site. He's going to wait, not allow the Overwatch to take a pick. He's planting open. Farvin could deny it right here. He's seen the AK. It just does not get the headshot required. Farvin denies the clutch from Mistem and makes it 7-5 advantage CT at the turn of the half.
Well, I'm just writing a mental note that anytime Mistem is in a 1vx, it's on. It feels as if it is on. He's done really well there. I mean, Circuit ramp getting two was pivotal in that round. You can see the crossfire was actually Vladin that takes contact first, just with the way the timings worked to the reposition. He needed two, and he got exactly what was required. Right there from Farfan, you know that he's low HP, comes up into the vent, and just catches him off in the end. 7-5? It's all right. I mean, for NIP, I think quite similar to Mirage, they got off to a good start. I mean, they were up 4-2 and felt like they should have got more than what they offered. And I wonder if that's going to come back to bite them like it did on map number 1.
Well, second half pistols will be all important. Bleed to continue running this lead, and the Ninjas, of course, to try and take it right back. Equalize at the very least. They've got the Julie setting for Maxter as the fast upper take comes in. Maxter caught out so far in the open. Silence, flash blinded. Joe Cab quickly falls the same. Overwhelming is this pistol from the T's.
Blue Phoenix is going to try his best to recover it, but let's be real, this ain't happening. Very good entries there from Bleed. It almost felt, what, 2? Maybe 3 seconds, and it was just 3 kills, just instantly.
Try and take that fight. Try his best to get Cypher. No exits. No casualties for Bleed. All 5 alive for the pistol. And a very confident one at that. They just overwhelmed the Ninjas defensive.
Indeed they did. And for Young Ninjas, you've got to make a tough call here. Force buy or not. Now, down 5-8. If you force buy and you lose it, you're down 5-10. And at that point, I think the game is kind of left the grasps of sending it to a third map. It certainly is a risk if they're willing to pay it off. They're going to play it very safe, not look to force buy. Get those rifles in quickly. That does mean that Silence won't have an AWP next round, though.
I reckon this is probably the right call to make. You got that little bit extra buffer room. They can do anything. And actually, they do manage to get that stack together on the Heaven position. Get Hampus to fall. Advantage taken, missed them, and Joe Cab mowed down by Farvin. That one gun maybe all they find in this. Nice to see if maybe Maxter can sneak around downstairs, go out to have the secret, grab that gun. But ultimately, the round itself will fall the way of Bleed. Maxter will get caught off over a lobby, so I'll maintain that much. There's your knife, there's your anti-eco, and now here's your gun round for the Young Ninjas. We'll need to turn it up, though, because as you mentioned before, we're getting to very, very dangerous territory on the scoreline.
And quite frequently, I want to say, Jay, over the last few months, we've mentioned Sprout and maybe the position that team has found themselves in with a lot of different roster changes and how the lineups looked over the last 12 months. Do you reckon they were cursed right at the beginning when Farfan and Keto left? Because that was, at the time, one of the bigger roster moves. That was kind of the one that tipped a lot of heads because you had two very strong players on Sprout go over to Big. And, yeah, maybe Farfan caused it all, caused the collapse.
It's all his fault.
Yeah, it started way back in the day, and it trickled down.
Just love that idea. He's playing 4D chess with like a 5-year plan or something.
FNS is still here somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doubtful that's really the case, but it's a very curious little domino effect.
Well, here's another one. I mentioned Cypher was at Epic Land on the weekend. Do you know who else was there? Thomas.
I mean, to be fair, many known UK players were there.
It's true, but he wasn't playing. So, you know, just scouting out, maybe seeing what he had and what has gone now.
If it doesn't work out with Bleed, maybe ITV could be back on the cards for Cypher.
Oh, can you imagine if they brought that whole roster back? That would, everyone would be so happy.
UK. Well, for now, he certainly is on the Bleed squad, and that doesn't seem to change anytime soon. Certainly not midway through this matchup, God forbid. Smokes in, engagement for Hampus. Look at him and Cypher and Vlad and Go. Just overwhelming again. The rifles don't stand a chance from NIP. Bleed to gain access to the site again, to gain the round one more time. This might be closing time.
Yeah, this looks over now. I mean, this was one of the rifle rounds we were kind of talking about of a lot of importance, and it's just destroyed. Just complete destruction outside. I mean, look at what happens as soon as they break that smoke. It's just an instant firefight. Hampus has just looked too good. I don't feel as if we saw a massive amount from him in map number 1, but here on Nuke, he really has just been too good for the Young Ninjas, and the scoreline difference just feels too much. I mean, when you consider 4-2 up and now 5-10 down, the vibes and the similarities are almost identical to what happened on Mirage.
Yeah, Young Ninjas couldn't create that chaos that we hoped them to. And Bleed have held on. Hampus, of course, taken the brunt of the star spotlight during that first half. And Farvan had his moments. Now he's picked up the pace. Both players on 19 kills. Just absolutely incredible numbers.
I mean, something to add as well, Jay, is that performance that we saw from Young Ninjas as against Amcal. I actually saw a tweet about it. There was 3 HLTV match pages back-to-back in which all 3 of the major qualification teams had failed in their opening game. Was it just a day of luck? Was it just the way in for Young Ninjas in that game against Amcal?
Not a great day for NIP, I give you that right now here. Vladin, 2 Mac-10 frags, at least Cypher's taken back by Mistem, but still a 4-on-3, still trying their best to force out fights, trying their best to try and gain back the man advantage and gain back some sort of semblance of control in this match. It's not happening. It is not happening at all. 11-5. One more buy up for the Young Ninjas to try and fend off the map and match point for Bleed. With the way that they're playing in this half, I don't know if they can do it.
Well, I'm going to copy how you normally say this, Jay, and say mathematically it's possible they've got another rifle round, but realistically speaking, yeah.
Like, strictly speaking, it's true, but realistically, you're right. Like, I'm going the realistic route today, mate. I've become very cynical in my old age. So, yeah, this is, I still don't know about this one, man.
Here we go, Hampus. Give us another. Give us another kill.
He's played Redbox so well in the first half, but in the second half he gets 2 kills. That might be more than enough. Maxter with that trade. Blue Phoenix stands alone at ramp, well aware they're pressing on. Smoked ahead on Molotovs. He does isolate Cypher. That's one pick. Vlad seen, pink down, kill found. And now they continue onto that B-bomb site. Mistem and Maxter. Double M. Trying to hold on to the very different positions in terms of this site. I'm at least going to bracket in the Bleed side. Plant, will it get denied? It's closed off from Decon. Mistem's not going to reach ramp entrance in time. Try look for the fight. Try look for the 1 kill. Or some sort of way in. Fire the AK spray. Only to do damage. Only chance that NIP have. Maxter walking into the site actually does catch Cirque off guard, so that's 2 versus 2, making it 1. They forced it out, and Farther, the bomb's not planted for him. On the defuse, they'll go. The HE's are sent. The AK engagement, the spray is good for the first. He doesn't know where Maxter is, though. He got his way out into the open. He's picked up a kit on the way back to the defuse. And the Ninjas... Well, that's 1 out of many.
Well, that was almost quite anticlimactic. It kind of felt as if there wasn't much in that retake. It sort of, to me, it was, maybe we'll prod our way around this. And all of a sudden, 2 kills just come in very quickly. And Farfan is very much out of position there. I think if he's towards observation window or he's out there in double doors, more impact can be made. Because like you mentioned, when the bomb's not planted for you, there's not really a lot you can do. He tries to break the smoke. He tries to take that first duel up there on the rafters. A very good late retake there from Young Ninjas.
Well, not the flawless end. At least I can deny that much for Bleed, but as you mentioned, still a very long way back here. 5 to the good on Bleed's lead.
Even the buy. I mean, 2 players alive. You're going to have to drop over Blue Phoenix. Isn't going to be looking that great. The kits are in for a couple. The util's quite light. For Young Ninjas, you're desperate to survive, right? But you've got to be taking this round because the ramifications of what could happen against Series Point looks very rough right now.
Yeah, 4 sets of util only on Maxter and Silence. Blue Phoenix only has a smoke. Jocab has absolutely no util. This is going to be a very, very rough draw, to say the least at this moment. Hampus make his way out towards Secret, mostly uncontested. Jocab was going to try and contest him down in the corridors. AK ready for the angle. Jocab overextends. That's the advantage.
Hampus is so good, man. He has just looked fantastic out here on Nuke. Constantly being a thorn, being so annoying with these opening deaths for Young Ninjas. And now there's a bit of a gamble stack towards A.
Maxter kill on Vladin. Mistem follows suit on Cypher. Farther can at least trade to a 3 versus 3. And Maxter evades that squeak door position. Look at Blue Phoenix. He's stuck in the back lines. He's caught Farther immediately. They weren't seeing that. They didn't see that coming at all. Hit the bleed. Flank involved. Cirque can at least take Mistem back. 2-on-2 again. Aware that Maxter might still be creeping in. He gets that engagement. But where is the last? Where is Blue Phoenix? Cirque thinks he might have an idea. Goes for that fight and wins it. A triple for him in this round. Might have had a very shaky map in a series, but still comes up good when Bleed need it most to get to match points.
But there's no deny that that is Cirque's most impactful round of the entire best of 3, and it's with an AK. It's not even with the NWP. Very good sequence, because we can obviously see on the radar and the way that Hampus is creating that space outside that they want to end A. They want to get Hampus up in heaven, but Cirque is still being pressurized. He's still alone in the door, so he needs to keep fighting in order for Hampus to actually get out there from heaven.
Six match points for Bleed. The Ninjas about to get neutered by the T side. The guns of Hampus leaning around that corner, trying to look in initially to contact over at Mini. Mistem also holding his nerve at the other entry. On the defensive, they'll look. Molly sent towards that closed vent corner. Mistem starts sneaking in on Cirque. He's timed it so well. Farven's caught Silence, though. It's all timing from here. Killing the first player, not that second. Vladin unaccounted for. Trigger discipline. Need to strike right then and there. Advantage Bleed once again.
But they have been able to get up vent completely undetected, and actually a bomb planted off from Jocab.
Even man stance. Hamper sneaking in the backlines of Blue Phoenix, whose FAMAS can also step into the equation. Cypher gets his pick back though. 1 frag found on him in this round. 45 seconds. Maxter making noise. Blue Phoenix providing pressure as well from heaven. Swing forward, just barely spotted him. Don't know if you call that information out to Vladin, who's still an unaccounted for entity. That SMG closes in. Blue Phoenix picks up that AK to apply it and just keep the Ninjas alive again.
Well, I think it just shows that that was a fairly poor crossfire from Bleed. They're in a position where they finally traded that backstab from Mistem. They've got 1 for 1 out towards the door. But Jocab has come up vent and denied the bomb from going down, and no one is even there on a contact. Hampus towards outside being watched as well. You won't get many opportunities like that for Joe Camp, and he took exactly what he needed. Fast upper play.
Yeah. Nade sent, smokes down, Vladen sneaks in first and foremost, Max the hid behind the Tetris blocks. Expecting there to be a further rush, but as soon as he gets to open vent corner, Vladen's going to wait and bait. And Bleed will continue with the default. They've got a couple of angles to work into this bomb site, though.
Yeah, Mistim's got to be careful about overfacing, and Vladen's actually got into the vent completely undetected.
Mistim just puts a re-smoke down on Sweet Door as they check it. They'll recognize that nobody's in that position, but there's a bigger game plan at play. Farben does find Mistim. He does overextend in the end. Advantage now for Bleed once again.
And Vladen's actually coming from lower towards outside now, so he can try and cut a rotation out there from Secret. Bleed have got so much time and still so much utility. They can start doing outside smokes. They can go back towards A. They can work ramp. There's just so many options.
Tags on Maxter. Continuing to work down the ninjas. 45 seconds for the hit on Bleed, though. They're going to have to make a decision. Eventually, Vladen's going to go ahead and join them over at the window. Cypher looking to strike, but Blue Phoenix strikes back instead. A second kill for him. A third and a fourth lineup. And there's your impact, man. Just when the ninjas are on the verge of defeat. To Phoenix in the skies, and Vladen with nothing that he can do.
Well, that was the perfect round. Again, they had options. They had the opening man advantage. If they can go 1-for-1 out there towards ramp, I still want to say that round is theirs for Bleed. You've got a really good position for Vladen to cut rotations from Secret and from Vent. But my, oh my, Blue Phoenix in a tucked angle should be getting only one there, and he's got 4. That is a great sequence from him.
Core held up by the crossfire. There was a second player involved in that, and all the kills go the way of Blue Phoenix. Credited with that round, and rightfully so regardless. And it's all about survival for the ninjas, but they are starting to close this gap. 4 more to go.
And the money state's getting quite uncomfortable for Bleed. I mean, you have a look at 3 saved in AKs for Jocab, Maxter, and for Blue Phoenix. This is actually prime opportunity to start driving this closer and closer towards an overtime result. And Vladen, how much impact can he find here in round 21?
The one rifle that was saved, Farben making a P215 with the aggression. Missed them. Could get caught off. Damage has been done. Maxter does turn onto that player. Cypher can get missed them in the end. Cirque faces Maxter adjusting back towards Hampers. Fat AK can't strike at all. Good effort from the pistols. Rush tactics not to be. 9 on the board of NIP.
So realistically, there's 2 good chances to close. Right here in round 22, a half in round 23, and then a full rifle round in round 24. So 22 and 24 is what we're looking at as the more gun round opportunities that Bleed have to make sure that they do close this, so that it doesn't go all the way to overtime and that it does end in regulation. Maxter, nice individual sequence from him being pressured towards front side of site and from door.
Up now in the hands of the CT side. Silence seeing what he can do, is looking down Squeak Door initially. T-side presence, of course, lacking with that Tech 9 on Vladen's part. Blue Phoenix trying to get a little bit more aggressive from here. Did so well on that ramp defense. Let's see if ramp aggression can work out well, or squeaky aggression from Maxter will catch off only one.
Yeah, it seems to be an upper play. They can come out from door. Hampers can late lurk outside. The player in towards garage could be an impactful entity.
If Hampus doesn't check it, certainly so. Sprays awkward, and Jocab can get the kill. Miss them, and Blue Phoenix on the site defensive. Keep themselves together. Assisted suicide from Cypher's part, and Molotov sent to try and keep him away from entries. He'll go for the plant.
Tap that once, try and draw that rotation up from B. Doesn't know exactly where Silence is.
Now put the plant. Jocab's not going to act. Now he will. Cypher goes down. And NIP are continuing to stack on these rounds here. This is 12-10.
It just shows there from Jocab, he's had a difficult map. I mean, before this, he was 4-17, but he gets a really impactful kill towards outside. Deep in garage, Hampus looks to try and come in through main, and just catches him on that timing. And Cypher tries absolutely everything to try and recover it. Blue Phoenix wasting a lot of time too, and closing down that round. His probably most impactful round of the entire map. Bleeds are going to upgrade Cypher to a Hero AK. Now they've got max round loss bonus, so they can afford to buy down quite heavily.
So weird to see JoeCab and Silence being down at the bottom end of the boards in this map, when on the first map they were the two main key players for Young Ninjas. How times can shift over the course of a single series. Max is at least posting up his numbers, matching the likes of Hampus on the other side of the board. Cypher with that hero weapon, like you mentioned. And JoeCab with his AK, trying to be a hero of his own right. Backstab inbound.
And Mistum could be very much on to deny that opportunity of the hero AK and opening kill. This info play outside, though, it looks so damn strong.
Slowly but surely, JoeCab creeps in the back. We've got their heads on a swivel, but I think Cirque is about to be in serious trouble. Oh, no. Headshot gain. Second kill denied by Vladin. Now they've seen that bomb, though. What do Bleed do with that lack of information, that information given up to NIP?
They're going to freeze for a moment. Cypher's hoping for a reface, hoping that one of these CTs is going to press him out towards Hut. They can still work in from door, and now they've got an extra rifle to play with, too.
35 seconds. Cypher. First man forward, Farven. And back him up. They get right past Max. They can mow down two individuals. That is one of those AKs taken aback. The bomb being dropped and everything. Cypher at least picks up that one frag, but now they got to go back upstairs. The bomb has been dropped. Cypher is going to try and pick it up. Blue Phoenix, no miss them lesser so. Hampus is caught. Cypher again in for the clutch, but the AWP is ready to lock him out. That's exactly what Silence does.
For a moment there, it feels like there is a chance of at least working that round, getting it down into that vent drop for the next time, but that M4, that cheeky bloody M4 out there close to the door, that's probably the worst position to be up against if you're going in for a vent drop. Two players just drop instantly to that M4, makes it so much more uncomfortable in the entire round. And now Young Ninjas have won 5 in a row and 6 out of the past 7, and now 1 away from closing all the way down to overtime.
Round 24 will be played. Farven will strike first. Maxter caught dead to rights. Advantage for Bleed. Can NIP take it back? Apparently not. Silence has fallen elsewhere. Farven with a secondary pick.
Another spam. I think either through Hut or out from door. That's 2 spam kills from Farfen. And now they start to work in from main. Cirque should be here to trade off the back of it, and there it is.
2 less standing. Mistem and Blue Phoenix, 2 majorly impactful players. They get a kill in. They try and double up, but Cirque and Farven do the complete opposite in the other direction. 3K for Farven in that round. And Bleed take the matchup. They're moving forward to the playoffs.
It's a well-fought victory. I mean, again, Bleed and Young Ninjas instaban is Nuke. So when you come out on Nuke, you know it's going to be messy. You know it's not going to be a clean affair. And I think it showed when it was almost done. And then there was another round. And then there was another round. And then for a moment, it legitimately thinks that Young Ninjas are going to go all the way. I feel as if they'll be disappointed with themselves. Map 1 and Map 2, they had good starts. They put themselves in good positions, but could not get that consistency to close out either map in the series.
As I like to say, mathematically possible, but not really achieved in this context today. It is still going to be the victory, of course, for Bleed. They move on as the first place team from Group A. I mean, I don't know if I expected them to be the first place team in Group A, but certainly they have done well to earn it, not losing a single map along the way. That is also, I think, 3 back-to-back series as well, which have all been 2-0s for the Bleed side.
Yeah, look, that's impressive. Again, it's not the strongest of competition. You look at Big, they've just made 2 roster changes. Sirison and JDC's come into the roster. The other 2-0 against Godsend, Rusty's just come into the roster. And now you look at this Young Ninjas side, it's a fairly new project. Okay, it is their full 5. I don't think they've got the accolades yet to kind of be like, okay, now we're seeing them beat the top 30, top 40 teams, but it is still 3 back-to-back best of 3s where you're not dropping a map. And that in itself looks impressive. I think that's what Bleed's looking for. Another event to get into the playoffs, another event to play stronger competition, to get more officials under their belt.
Yeah, I think at this point right here, when Bleed have been hyped up so much by the backroom staff or just by the general perception that the public seems to look at them with, like, you definitely want to get some victories on the board. I mean, I know a lot of people considered not qualifying for the RMR as a major setback for them, and maybe they would have looked at it themselves. I'm not 100% certain, but just the fact that you didn't make it that far, you've come to rest, you've had a very confident group stage, and now you're starting to really get in some decent momentum. If they can carry that forward even further, it's a case now just how far forward they can carry it overall.
Yeah, well, now they've got to prove it against some strong teams. Again, when you get into the group stage, you might feel as if for a team like Bleed, you get a free pass, right? You're kind of playing teams that are sort of outside of the top end. Once you get into the playoffs, that's not going to happen. You're going to be playing tough teams. You're going to be playing tough matches. But it's the result they came for. It's 3 best-of-3s back-to-back in which they'll be very happy with the outcome.
Well, ultimately, Young Ninjas put up a hell of a fight over the course of this group stage. They are still in it against the big side, but now things start to look a little bit more difficult from here on out. I mean, it was always going to be difficult up against Bleed, but, you know, beating out Amcal set the expectations very high. Inconsistency now with their last couple of losses. You have to question whether or not they're really going to hold much of a fight against Big now.
I mean, if we're going to be realistic, it's probably no. Big are a tougher team than Bleed, in my eyes. I know, obviously, we can look at the chain logic and say, well, Bleed beat Big 2-0. But when you look at the cohesion, when you look at their consistency, yes, they've made roster changes. But the last 6 to 8 months that we've seen Bleed in the Tier 2 online space, they have looked very clinical. They've been getting to grand finals. They haven't been getting upset very often. And it makes me think for Big, yeah, okay, they might get upset in their opening game. They then might go flawless. They might then start knocking teams out of this competition and just going all the way for another deep run.
Well, I have got a key opportunity to do that in the decider games in a couple of days' time. Of course, that is Young Ninjas and Big in the decider match in on Group A, of course. For now, though, Bleed, of course, have moved forward to the playoffs themselves. And we will find out who will be the next team that will look to join them as Bet Boom take on Preezy in about an hour's time. So we're heading to an extended break, but that one should also be a bit of a doozy. Join us back here after said break for the rest of the day in the Rest European Series.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And welcome back to the Rest European Series. It's time for our final match of the day and our second of the two winners' games from the group stage. Of course, Group B is now set to be decided, or at least in part decided, as who's going to be that second team forward towards the playoffs. We already have Bleed. Of course, they beat out Young Ninjas a little bit earlier on this evening. Now, Preezy and BetBoom are up to task.
And we've seen back-to-back now, the alternate attacks game and the Bleed game, fairly comfortable series. There hasn't been that many threatening maps, threatening moments. And it does make me wonder for this final game, what kind of game we're actually going to see.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm particularly enthusiastic about the nature of these two teams and the trajectories that they're on. I mean, both teams have been making developments over the course of the year, and I certainly think that BetBoom probably are walking into someone as the favourites, but look, Preezy have been making some decent progress.
Yeah, they have. I would say, obviously, BetBoom have the experience at the higher level, and it shows that on LAN, right? We saw them go to IEM Katowice into the play-ins. We saw them at BetBoom Dacha. We saw them at the RMR. Now, we know that Preezy was there as well. I think BetBoom showed more. At the same time, they also showed more and didn't take that more. They didn't qualify to the major itself. And I think for both teams, that would have been disappointing to not make it. More so for BetBoom, considering that they had two decent chances to make it happen. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to pull through.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about these two teams in terms of like them trying to bounce back off the back of not making it to the major, right? I mean, certainly for BetBoom, obviously you talk about the experience of the some of the guys in the roster, obviously led by a tier 1 champion of his own right in Nafany. You've got a lot of great potential in terms of his underlings and his talents that he's bringing up through this team. I'm yet to see them truly strike when the iron's hot in terms of making it far in establishing themselves in the tier 1 environment. They had the IEM Sydney event last year, which was a very encouraging situation to show exactly how far that potential can go. Now it's a case upon building upon that, especially in the rest circuit.
Well, I think it shows that this roster is solid in the sense that it came together about 6 months ago and we still haven't seen a player change. They have kept the same foundation. They've looked to strive and they've been very consistent. I think when you look at their online results, top 4 and Yellow Compass fall, yeah, okay, they were disappointed in the IM Shendu closed qualifier, but to make it to the RMR, I think when you look at even further than the last 3 months, especially on online results, it has been fairly consistent for them. These are two teams that we can very much see in the playoffs, and two teams that I think are threatening enough to kind of prove that they could at least make the grand final. They could at least put themselves in a really deep position, and I think it's great that we've got both of these powerhouses in Tier 2 going up against one another for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, again, let's zone in on BetBoom a little bit more in depth because, like, I know that these guys have been making like very good headway in terms of progressing themselves and their team. I mean, coming into this project, it was a very unique set of circumstances because you had a number of players that were sort of trying to make their second amend. To mention Nafany and how he was basically the victim of a mutiny over on Cloud9, jumped straight into that, and then obviously Chiron, who had hit a couple of opportunities on Spirit and the VP in the past. Same situation for Siren as well, and Zorti and his established tenure on the Forza side. So they've got like decent backgrounds of their own right. The only player that doesn't is Danist, and really that's the only like outlier of this BetBoom team.
Yeah, it's a very strong and consistent experienced Tier 2 roster. There's no denying that whatsoever. And then you've got a couple of Tier 1 experienced players in there as well. You've got Nafany and Siren. You've also got Chiron with his VP stint, even if it was only for a few events. It means quite a lot. And Zorti knows what it's like to grind. He proved that with Jerry, and he proved that on Forza. He knows what it's like to consistently play in the online field of Tier 2 teams. But you're also looking at a Preezy roster where I think similar, you've got a lot of high-end experienced Tier 2 players with some Tier 1 spice in there as well. Roy with his stint out on Copenhagen Flames and Fnatic playing at that higher level. Refresh playing out on Heroic, getting that stint with EG as well. And then you look at someone like Dupree and you think, my goodness, that is a sick player to bring into this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I typically would say someone like Dupree would come down to tier 2 and sort of bring up like a new, fresh crop of talents and impart his experience towards them. But I don't know if that really applies to this kind of a Preezy roster because of, as you mentioned before, all the tier 1 experience that is involved in several players on this particular team. And even then, the guys that are lesser experienced still have a little bit of backing towards them. So again, just to reiterate the point, these are two very well-established rosters, which is why I think this probably is an appropriate main event of the evening.
Yeah, very much so. This is a game that is not going to have a lot in it. I think Preezy are more consistent in online, not so much with the placings, but just playing tournaments, right? They've got more officials under their belt. They've got more tournaments under their belt. The difference here is that you're going up against one another where it is two very high-end Tier 2 rosters. And when you kind of get games like that, it does put a lot of question of all the tournament placings because you might be going deep. You might be getting into grand finals. But if you're only beating top 50, top 60 teams, and then you're going up against a top 30 team, it puts everything out of whack.
Yeah, you mentioned that Yala Compass Fall event there for the Bet Boom side, and just to call back to that very quickly, because these two teams faced off against each other during the playoffs of that event. It was a direct invite for Bet Boom, Preezy to come through the Swiss stage, and they play each other where Bet Boom was able to take the victory. Now, in terms of head-to-heads between these two teams, there is some CSGO and CS2 sort of shared position, but in the CS2 series, that was a victory for the Bet Boom camp. So they have that a little bit behind them as well, again, proving their point in terms of like their potential in this roster.
Yeah, it's very true, and I think it's going to mean quite a lot just knowing that Bet Boom are quite familiar with it. I think for Preezy, they'll obviously look to try and get under their skin. I think for both teams, they had some competitive opening games. I mean, take Bet Boom as a prime example against alternate attacks. Map number 1 went into overtime. It was quite comfortable on map 3 to close. And then for Preezy, map 1 was pretty easy. Map 2 was a bit of a slaughter. Get into map 3, and it's yet another overtime. So both of the results of these teams getting into this winners matchup was not a walk in the park.
I don't think it'll be a walk in the park to get through each other either. It wasn't in that last series. That was a 2-1 result for the favour of Bet Boom, so there was still a 3-map affair in that respect. The maps played were Ancient, Nuke, and Overpass. So talking about that in terms of this next veto, any shared territory again here?
Probably not Ancient. Ancient's been quite rough for Preezy recently. I think Inferno should get banned by the Bet Boom side. Preezy should be banning Mirage. Overpass is quite good right now for Bet Boom. They've also kind of got Nuke and Mirage. So Overpass, Nuke, and Mirage are options. I think for Preezy, they'll go into Vertigo.
Well, Mirage will not be on the table because they're going to ban that out on the Preezy side. Anubis picked in by Bet Boom, and indeed Vertigo comes out from the Danes here.
Yeah, Anubis is actually quite a curveball here from Bet Boom. It's a little bit of a punish pick. We normally see Preezy banning the likes of Anubis in the second wave of the veto. It's a map for Bet Boom in which it's actually never been picked in the last 3 months in a best of 3 context. So certainly curving the veto ever so slightly. I mean, Vertigo's not whatsoever. And then Ancient as a decider, again, a map that Preezy probably could have picked. I will say it is looking on the weaker side right now, and that's probably a bit of an advantage to Bet Boom.
Yeah, definitely looking at that whole perspective, understanding that there's probably a decent couple of punishes in that respect. I mean, for Vertigo, for example, there for the Preezy side, the fact they picked into that, it's very much not a great map for Bet Boom at all.
Yeah.
So that whole angle is definitely workable in terms of the second map. Probably the most solid map, I want to say, in terms of making like a decision towards the team that picked it in this best of 3 veto overall. Do we think that anyone's won out a particular veto?
Not massively. I think, again, for Bet Boom's sake, they have shown that they can offer more against that higher-end competition. They've shown that they can hang with the larger teams. So I think for that reason, they're still going to be favoured. So, yeah, I don't think there's a huge amount in this veto, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement in terms of like a general concept about the idea that Bet Boom are probably walking into this series as the favourites. I mean, that much seems very obvious when you compare the pair of how deep they went in their shared tournaments, the RMR, Compass, and the like. And just as well as that, obviously, the run-up that they've had the last 6 months, when you take a look back at the start of CS2, obviously, they made it into Sydney, they made it into events of that sort of high nature. Preezy have yet to truly do that consistently, at least on the scale that Bet Boom have. So, again, I think a lot of favourites are going towards Bet Boom. In terms of my prediction, I'm going to go towards them, but I also feel like Vertigo could still get one out by the Danes.
Yeah, I think, again, I'm leaning towards BetBoom. I mean, it's quite a similar conversation that we had with Fnatic, right? That they had a very good chance of qualifying to the Major. They weren't able to do it. Can they rectify? Again, all they had to do was beat an RV at the RMR. Couldn't do that. All they had to do was beat Eternal Fire. And that series, you think, oh, on paper, it's kind of 50-50. They got blown out of the water. And then they go down to the last chance qualifier, and even that get blown out by Guild Eagles. Couldn't even take a map in that series.
Well, if it's similar situations to Fnatic, remember who they opened up in this tournament against? It was the Preezy Cam. So if BetBoom are going to suffer a similar situation, then they're going to have a bit of a hard time in our final best of 3 of the day. Pistols going live very quickly into Anubis. BetBoom are charging down mid. TMB has been caught off. Roy can get one trade back, but both him and Refresh, the 2 A-side defenders, still able to hold their own with low HP. Refresh finally forced to act. Oh my god, what a flick! And what's around from him?
Oh, okay. This is cooking early. Very good offensive right there from BetBoom on the A split. They come through from camera. They're successful instantly. And just when they start crunching down, just when they start getting through camera, down the stairs and towards default, in with the A main play as well, Refresh has the trigger discipline and gets a whole 3 kills to deny BetBoom that opening round.
Unreal shots to the head. The third one in particular was super sick. Wow, okay. Preezy, what a start. Refresh, what a start. Rightfully on the M4 for this one. No bomb plant allowed for BetBoom. The Danes off on the right foot.
Oh, we could be in for an absolute banger of a series. If that's how the first round's going to come down, I am excited for this best of 3. Preezy and BetBoom have been quite consistent on pressing their tournament placings online into playoff positions. Beat one another today, and it's a free pass in.
All about the playoffs. Here we go. Quick up again from the BetBoom side, this time by nature of the fact that, well, they have themselves only the pistols and trying to beat them by pace and overwhelm them in the numbers game. Almost did that to Roy, 10 HP for him. Back on that A-bomb site, though, he's alive.
Now, you have a look at Anubis of the track record for both of these teams, and you start realizing that it's one of the least played maps in the pool for BetBoom. We know that their Instaban is Inferno. We also know that their Vertigo is quite weak, but you look at their Anubis, only 2 wins and 4 losses in with the last 3 months. So certainly going a different direction than what Preezy would have expected in this Vito.
And see those T's group up. Refresh. M4 did see the boost, know what's going on. Chiron caught. Nafany does get caught back by TMB the same. Decent shots of Siren, able to get that 1 frag back, and not even against the likes of Roy. TMB running out of ammo is going to have a bit of a struggle, so 2 casualties taken. Not the most ideal stance for the CT side, but they managed to work all 3 rifles into the next round anyway, so 2-0, decent start.
Yeah, we saw BetBoom playing Anubis in their opening game against alternate attacks. We didn't see it for the Preezy side. 16-14 was the result, went all the way into overtime. A fairly solid T-side performance from BetBoom. They were able to go 7-5, and it kind of got quite competitive and eventually went over to overtime. So if they got 7 last time and it got pressed to OT, that's at least a ballpark figure of what you would expect BetBoom are trying to achieve in this first half.
We had to find the start in this matchup. Still very early doors, of course. The rifles will be set in so they can try and receive a bit more of a momentum swing towards their favor. Preezy. Good responses from Refresh, understanding that there's 2 players, potentially even 3 players out there. That nade does not quite catch the kill on Zorti, but there's 2 very low HP players to find. Kill on the first comes easy. Second spray back on Siren. Eventually, Refresh is going to burn the damage part. Look at Nafany here. He's stuck behind the CT line. TMB thinks he's completely safe, and he's not. That one insertion allows him to get full control of the A-bomb site. Ultex desperate to try and get this trade back, as is Roy. Nafany's seen him.
Oh, this is all about timing. Oh, and Ultex strikes out towards heaven, but doesn't get the kill, just damage.
And that sends him out of there. Dupree's falling away.
Can you imagine that? I mean, Refresh has had such a great hold. That incendiary timing, the HE placement, the fact that he gets 2 kills retreating back towards default. I mean, anytime your A anchor gets 2 kills, that should be enough. No matter what the circumstances are, that should be enough. But right there, it showed the importance of that lurk out from camera completely being undetected.
How did he get past the other 2 CTs is what I want to know. Kill found on Dupree, at least making it an expensive round for BetBoom, but one that will go their way regardless. Even Nafany to drop. But the man that won the round itself Wow, okay. Well, definitely going to be seeing a barn burner of a series, mate.
Yeah, right there for BetBoom. Very good space being applied out there from camera. And for Refresh, that's disappointing in the team. Again, an A-side anchor has come up with probably more than you could have imagined, and still they're not winning the round. BetBoom. I mean, it just showed that they wanted to pounce. They wanted to drive a lot of attention away from A-Main. I mean, there was 2 players burning. I think it was, Siren and Zorti were down to around 30 to 40 HP after that Incendiary and the HE. Freezy, 2 in a row, do lose the 3rd, and it does put the economy into some question. This is a swing round for both teams, 1900 loss bonus. There won't be a lot in the reserve. A very good chance for the Danes to go 4-1 up. A very good chance for BetBoom to take the lead at 3-2.
And again, that rifle round was all about setting up the platform for success. They would have loved it to have been a confident or a more confident one. At least they can get most of these guns together.
One thing I am actually quite intrigued about is who's going to be the new head coach for BetBoom. Because obviously they had Intershine, who was, I think, the analyst for FaZe, and they benched him about a week ago. So really fresh in terms of the life cycle. Now, we know Hooch was previously coaching Aurora, and he's no longer with them. So that's at least a free agent coach on the market right now, especially in the CIS scene. I am wondering what direction they go.
Quite a number of CIS veterans that could transition over towards that that role, right? I mean, look, Hooch is just one example. I think you could have a lot of potential names you could just throw out into the ether, and they probably actually might make decent and respectable ideologies in that respect. I don't know, again, what the best fit is, because I know that this team was kind of not thrown together per se, but they're still trying to figure themselves out in terms of those little intricacies. It's definitely Nafany's project. He was the one that picked the players. I'm not sure if he's also picking the coach at the same time. So it might also come down to chemistry and how well he works with some of the other guys. Because I don't think he's had that many like well-known and well-experienced coaches outside of his time on Gambit and Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right? I mean, obviously some of the other guys on the team will have. I mean, another thing to kind of add is that you kind of got Nafany's project. You've also got Jerry's project out there on Perivision, and I think the results have been very different with both of those teams. I think a lot of the time we normally see the progress, especially in the CIS scene, coming for like one change here, then a few months, and then maybe another change here. To actually have a full-on brand new project in the CIS scene to get impact straight away is actually not seen very much over the last few years. So BetBoom have certainly been able to start this project off on a really good high. I mean, anytime you're in and around the conversation of top 20 on HLTV, it proves that you're holding your weight. It proves that you can keep qualifying to the next level and at least hold competition against the tier 1 teams.
Yeah, and Perivision, you mentioned them. Obviously, it's also playing in Rest this week.
Yeah.
They'll be playing in tomorrow's elimination game against Ecstatic, so we get to see whether they can maintain a spot in the tournament. I mean, we could end up seeing a BetBoom Perivision match in the playoffs if they go that far. That's entirely something that's down to them within their own capacity. They've got a bit of a rough draw also in Group D as well against Monty, so not exactly like they had the best of starts the way that BetBoom did. But you are right, they are very, very different projects, but just sort of based within that same sort of infrastructure and that whole same scene. But both sides have quite a fair amount of experience, maybe more so on the BetBoom camp. But look, Jerry's no slouch. I'll give you that for free.
And I mean, very similar conversation for Preezy. Like, it took them some time for this, obviously, lineup to find its legs and to make the right pieces happen. I mean, Tops got benched out in November, and I think anyone that was recognizing the Preezy run sort of in the summer towards the tail end of the year, he was struggling. He was finding it really tough to kind of play at that next level. So benching him and picking up Roy was an immediate upgrade. And then you obviously find that Nikodos gets picked up out to Heroic. It puts the question mark on the AWP conversation. You have to be as ready for the RMR and major cycle as you can. So you pick up an experienced player, you bring in Dupree. Now you kind of look at the lineup for Preezy and you sort of think, well, they might just have to keep running this 5 as long as they can. It's not ideal for TMB to be the AWPer of the team, but there isn't really a piece that's easily replaceable to bring in an AWPer. So I suppose for the foreseeable future, unless results start to struggle, that Preezy will just keep running this 5.
Yeah, I mean, we had this conversation somewhat a couple of days ago as well about the idea that compositionally it doesn't fit within the same framework of having, you know, your IGL entry fraggers, your AWPer in those specific kind of roles. So the idea that Preezy is sort of like moving that in a different direction, it may cause some issues, I think, later down the road. But you are right in terms of that. There is no one you can swap out and immediately say, right, that's the guy you probably get rid of. Maybe that will start to show if results start dipping in a few months' time. But in the here and now, it still looks very competent for Preezy. So it is a very difficult thing to consider and a very difficult thing to try and discuss and find a definitive answer to for the Preezy side. I mean, maybe internals might also have something else to do with that, and whether or not they are whether they have any, like, you know, personal differences that might make it too difficult to potentially bring in another AWPer, or whether they have a lot of faith in, again, dupreeh and his experience and his own role and what he's been able to bring to the table on the Preezy side. There's so much to consider, I think, in terms of a team like this.
And there is, and again, they've got some good coaching staff behind them. They've got Vorberg, who obviously was with Roy out on Copenhagen Flames. He was there with Refresh out on Evil Genius as well. And then not only him, but you've got an assistant coach of Poly, who we know was the assistant coach of Apex. And the rise of Apex that we've seen over the last 18 months or so, you've got two sort of coaching positions in which the players are familiar with, and they're familiar with being able to get towards that higher end of Tier 2, getting that opportunity at the next level.
Yeah, again, this is a team that I think are very well established in their individual talents. It's a case of establishing themselves as a team, and they've got good backing. I think that there is much like I would talk about long-term projects in the last matchup, Preezy is certainly going to be a long-term project in my eyes. I think they've got a lot of opportunities to continue to build upon things, and they'll have to find the right moves in the right places and the right opportunities to progress at the right times. I don't think that right now is really a time to be discussing any sort of major changes for the Preezy side. It's just a case of just working on that and then figuring that out down the line.
And I think another thing to consider for all of these Tier 2 teams right now is stay consistent and stay towards the higher end of Tier 2 and wait for that summer break. Because as soon as the major cycle comes out, as soon as you get into that summer break, that's when, typically speaking, you get the Tier 1 opportunities of players maybe getting benched and players dropping down to the lower divisions. If you can stay towards that higher end of Tier 2, you can often upgrade your rosters after the major concludes. So I think there's a lot of teams, even in this competition, that might be looking towards the end of the major circuit and towards that summer break of just saying, okay, let's try and push for it for as long as possible until we might be able to find a good piece at a good time.
And look, if they get a chance to go deep in a qualifier or to make a good run in, like, you know, a RES or an ECL and get a chance at a big level, high profile LAN event or other sort of, like, you know, key opportunity, maybe an ESL Challenger if you want to do that as well. Like, those are some things that you're mostly looking at as a Tier 2 team, and especially for teams in this position. I definitely think that they're both within the top end of the Tier 2 level, trying to break through and make that next sort of step, right? Like, both wouldn't be in contention for RES if that wasn't true. So, sorry, for the RMR rather, if that wasn't true, I should be more specific. But also for RES at the same time. So you say that both of these teams can make a decent crack at the playoffs, potentially even make a run to the finals. I mean, I wouldn't put it past either of the two teams. So let's see who's going to come out on top in terms of this winners match. Of course, still very early doors. Ready to jump back into this matchup. New server loaded 2-1 on the board of the Preezy cap. And BetBoom again have their guns at 3 Galils to play with.
Very quick on a contact outside of B main, and TMB just has to fall back. Altex close range with the MP9, and he's in a good position to do some damage.
TMB fights alongside Roy. They combine their damage to get the kill on Zorti to start things off. The main T-side force moves in. Lineups are there. Altex with one decent pick. Roy through the smoke can get Danist, and dupreeh is caught off with his AK in hand. Refresh now sneaking in the back. I don't know if he hears those footsteps on Chiron, but they are in the bomb site for definitiveness. And finally, Siren gets that kill on Roy.
I'm not really sure how this has happened. It was an opening pick there from Preezy, a 5v4 advantage, 3 players on the B site and a rotation in quickly. Somehow BetBoom have actually been able to win out the trades, and Refresh out here towards main's going to lose the fight to Siren. BetBoom probably shouldn't be winning that round. Even the MP9 out there close towards main should be on for quite a lot of damage. Preezy struggling against the trades once BetBoom actually get into the bomb site.
Yeah, very proficient stuff, and for Siren especially, Quadra, I think, in that round, what a hold he was able to gain, and watch a few of those kills once again of his own right.
Jeez, he's looking everywhere. How does he find that?
That is so quick. Right on then. Okay, well, BetBoom made a statement in that round, and Preezy have no choice but to accept it. Force invest for the follow-up. They can't afford any M4s.
Tapri and Alltex out here towards B. Resmoke goes down, and Siren does respect it. And actually, Alltex tries to see if he could drive in a pick, and actually, Dennis gets caught with a molly out. So that MP9 on B gets 2.
All right, well, Freezy want to answer back. Fine, why not? Go for it, son. Mac 10 set, AK is trying to see if he can pick up anything on Nafany's part. Prodding forward, looking for them. Damage will be done in small capacities to the T side, but try and see if they can hold their position. Roy finally dives in against the Mac 10. Siren's going to punish him.
That's a very good pick to return. Siren needs one more. Oh my goodness, they've just fed. Oh no, it's fallen apart. They've completely choked it. They had a 5-on-3 advantage, and they make a couple of info plays towards Dark, and it hurts them big time.
So, Dweg, what happened?
Yeah, again, a little bit eager, right? I think Roy's trying to make an info play aggressively by himself out from mid, loses that first fight, and then I think when you're the Dark players, you're expecting to go 1-for-1. You're expecting to get that trade. The fact that the Mac 10 Asira gets that first kill onto Roy, then gets 2 kills in Dark, shouldn't really be happening.
Refresh. Oh my god, he's going to get exits. He's only got the 1 kill. Thank God for Chiron. Little bit leery at 14 points of health, but he's alive. Bet Boom maintain at least a little bit out of this damaging round, but Freezy, the idea that they're on the verge of winning it and then they start feeding themselves the Siren, that's just what a silly, silly turn of affairs there.
Well, it's incredibly disappointing because your double eco status, you have to force buy, you're in a 5v3, you shouldn't be trolling those rounds. You should be closing them down. And that actually has pretty big ramifications for this first map. That was a very good chance of resetting the economy of your opposition once again, going a little bit back and forth. And now you kind of give BetBoom the freedom to start working their T side and start gaining early success.
Oh. Back to basics again for Preezy. Trying to get those Zeus in play for Roy. Nice try, not to beat. Kill found from Nafany. Looking for a bit more on Dupree and Co. Does get overwhelmed in the end. That's just one gun that they can try and recover here on the CT side of things. We've got Siren that's still taking dink damage. Aware that TMB might still be out there. It certainly does now. That another exit, just see if they can hold on to that gun. Danis is also there. In extra support, does get caught off. Actually, decent work there by Alltex to get that secondary pick. Trying to do as much damage as they can here for Preezy. Another casualty would be lovely from here. I don't know if it's going to happen, though.
Alltex is going to try, and yeah, look, it's not bad. Again, you're doing quite decent economical damage. There wasn't a lot of investment in that round. Preezy will be happy. At the same time, though, they need to try and put some emphasis on. You won pistol, you won anti-eco. You've not been able to convert since then. And for BetBoom, you win this next T-side rifle round, you're shaping yourself up for victory very early on in the series. You get yourself 6-2 up on T-side, you put yourself in a very good position. So Preezy need to answer back quickly.
And 2 to the good on BetBoom's board. Molly's an incendiary sent out to the mid position. Utility trades back and forth. Siren, the man leading the charge here over in the main control. You've got Chiron also down at Canals, expecting there to be some more dark presence, which there may well be here from the Danes. Pushed very heavy in previous rounds to cover it off in case they start making plays. There are plays going to be made on BetBoom's side as Nafly strikes on Roy first.
Oh, TMB's already been seen. That AWP does find that first, but can he follow up? Danis getting aggressive. Nafany coming through from camera also drops. A little bit off with the spacing there for BetBoom, not crunching together.
TMB able to hold his 2K alongside that rifle support on the site itself. Siren caught off behind the smoke. There's no real breathing room. Bomb's been dropped, needs to get recovered by him. Will he fall back? Will he continue committing? No. He'll get away.
And Nafany just needed to come in slightly quicker, or those A-main individuals needed to be slightly slower. You could see the pressure point was building up onto TMB, and he actually does a very good job of finding two. Chiron in from the mid doors. Might try and see if they can still split A, but they need to still deal with that AWP, and of course this rifle from Refresh.
Chiron leans up. Refresh Turns away from that camera position. The spray's a bit awkward. It does come up good. The AWP miss a good bullet. Second shot doesn't connect. Chiron's forced this back into a 2 versus 2. Dupree closing in the pincers. Chiron's got a triple. How have Preezy lost that? How have BetBoom recovered it? Can they keep control? Dupree, frag on the first, aware of the second. And nade sent up to Chiron. Counteraction utilities there. Finally, the spray comes up good for the 2K. Oh, that round got far too close. Far closer than it ever should have been.
Well, another thing to add in that 2vx is you actually kind of think, why are they putting a camera smoke down when Chiron's coming camera? Look at what that does in terms of the timings. Right there from Refresh, he was holding the pixel angle. He was just waiting for an info play. As soon as he catches info, he can reposition out towards that right-hand side. As soon as camera gets re-smoked, his attention, both him and TMB, is A main. And Chiron gets a really good timing of walking through his own teammate's smoke from Rug and nearly sets up that round. A very good effort in a 2v4 when, in all honesty, Jay, that round probably shouldn't be winnable.
Refresh engaged upon the spray. 2 kills makes it a 3. And that is good night BetBoom already. Chiron trying to fight back. Get something out of that Canal's control, but the fact that the fact of the matter is that FAMAS has just mowed through the entire T-side force. They're extending a bit far here. Dan's allowed a decent kill back on Refresh, so his reign of terror comes to an end in this round, and once again, Preezy are going to concede some opportunities back to BetBoom.
Now, Chiron's still alive, and he's been a danger man. Timing, though, as Altex gets aggressive out towards the T-stairs position. This could be anybody's fight right now.
Slow leans, plant. Trying to get secured. You've got Altex leaning into the back. He might be calling out some false info. Roy bats away, looking away from the site at the wrong moment. Plant should come down. The retake should be on. BetBoom are hunting for a bit more, though. Chiron extends towards heaven. Roy's going to hear that plant. Look for Danist. So wary of baiting in the second player, though.
Chiron's in a good position right now. Get one from heaven, try and waste the time. Roy has got to be the first contact.
Gets the kill. 1v3 now. Danist backed up on site, sees several heads, but doesn't get past Roy, who maintains control. And keeps the round together for Preezy to equalize 4 apiece.
Now, one thing that we did see in that Rush Rugs play is no A main flash. Now, one that you can throw from the back of Rugs is just a jump throw that lands in A main to then commit out to the bomb site. All of the flashes from BetBoom were actually being thrown through the windows after they commit. That first flash tries to at least counter the first player, but not having an A main flash really hurt them in that position. Refresh was very aggressive, right position, right time to do mass damage.
Yeah, BetBoom. Down the pistols mostly with the hero rifle setup for round number 9. Seeing what Chiron can get out of this, especially. Teammates spread out in mid. The boost up was looking for anybody who could be pressed onto that door or elbow position. It seems like timing on Roy might be everything. Turned away from camera, flash support for his teammate. Again, Nathley's inserted very deep, and this seems to be a quick pop in. And the utility is ready when the timing is right. Roy's going to get overwhelmed, as is TMB. Refresh still in the center of the bomb site, though. A couple of guns have been picked up. Danis turns his onto Refresh, and advantage goes the way of the T's.
And BetBoom are looking really sharp. I mean, right there, you could just see how quickly those trades come out. Really good awareness as well, that when they take contact out to camera, they're watching for that temple rotation. That's where one of the AKs, I think it was Chiron, got that kill.
Siren sprays awkward against Altex, who turns in one pick back, a trade to even stances. Nade sent as well, the Incendio that should force Danis out of the way. He burns to little more than his demise. Chiron, all that remains, sees Altex low HP. That spray is good. Dupree in for the clutch. Incendio going to try to drive that player forward. He turns away, looking for the defuse, thinking that he fell back behind the fire, but he didn't. He pressed on to victory for BetBoom as they reclaim the lead.
Chiron showing up in a very good facet right now. And I think, again, he's one of those very rare players in the CIS scene that we actually saw him dabble a little bit in the international scene. I remember his time out on EC Brugge and a couple of those international mixers, just kind of getting his chance before going over to Indy Ire, where that was probably the team that made the biggest statement out of anyone. When he went to Indy Ire, that's when we saw what he was made of. Had a little bit of a stint on Aurora, played on VP, of course. Look at the impact that Chiron is bringing in the first half right now of Anubis.
Tactical taken by Preezy because they got some problems. And I have to say as well, the number of times that BetBoom have found their way all the way up to camera exploited on that A-site split several times over the course of this map so far.
Well, I think it shows for Preezy they want to give them mid because they're not fighting it, right? They're not having anyone at doors. They're not having anyone at house. They actually are giving that respect of playing with mid and instead trying to work the foundations towards Temple and, of course, what's happening on the A side. The BetBoom are finding their rhythm and a very close opportunity there for Dupree to fall.
Got damage on Chiron instead, ding to 20. They will start pressing in mid a little bit more. Roy particularly held out ahead of the house. Trying to trade blows back. Dupree's expecting BetBoom to aggress up towards this smoke, expecting him to pop forward towards Dark, but that's not happening right now.
And Anafani up against Roy here in mid. The in-game leader, Anafani, is slow playing this. Doesn't want to overextend without a teammate. This is really slow from BetBoom. They are trying to force a slight aggressive move, either mid or out to B.
Oh, good shot there. Roy goes down. Now they're just straight up losing the mid fights here, not even giving it up to the BetBoom camp. Advantage stuck by them. Dupree is still hoping to hold a decent pick in at Canals. Zorti and Siren are the two individuals to fight on shoulder bait. Scene one. Spray continues. TMB might have to get involved, as will Ultex, as Nafli and Siren will fall together 3 on 2, making it now 2 on 1. Chiron and Danist quickly dismantle the B defensive, and Danist is there to close out on TMB. Wrapped in from mid, shut down all the same. These rounds are coming down to individual moments of complete turnaround.
Yeah, they're bringing a lot of X factor, right? I think when you look at the majority of rounds that BetBoom have won on T-side, they probably haven't even been at the advantage. They are winning some unreasonable rounds. They are winning rounds that they shouldn't be winning because what it's showing is their crossfires are really solid. Yeah, they might be in 2v3s or 3v4s, but when they're getting into the bomb sites, they are covering each other really well right now.
Pistols trying to get an advantage in this round, but Preezy pushed back by Danis AK first and foremost. Damage has been done to that man. Molotov and the initial bullets that started. 2-2 split between the CT forces. No one in mid, both on the sites. And the main control in particular, the push forward over on A. And they're still trying to poke the bear over on the B play here. BetBoom have their hearts set.
It's so funny that it almost feels as if Chiron's had the AWP more than Zorti, just because a lot of the time it's been dropped and that's where he's picked it up to find impact. Walk out on a contact. Look at the space that Nafni's finding. You will NB every single day of the week. You've already walked out jail without a contact.
Free was not spotted by Nafni. TMB. Okay, that's a decent kill. 5-7 sees that AK. Nafni struggles to get that pick in. Oh my god, he's caught the kill back. Chiron finally gets control. And Siren's there to remove the next two players back from that A main position. So crisis averted. Again, Preezy giving it the good old college try. But BetBoom have the half.
And if you are Nafani and if you are BetBoom, you are insanely happy with the scoreline. You were down 0-2 and you're 7-4 up on T-side. That's a very good recovery after... I say recovery, it's just a very good scoreline after losing pistol is basically the premise. I mean, to go even 8-4, 7-5 would be decent. 8-4 would be incredible. TMB getting the AWP out. We saw him have, what, a pretty good sequence of the double kills out to back plat on A. Outside of that round, we haven't seen a lot of impact from him.
Dupree trying to take the aggression once again into Canals. Was he spotted by Siren? I can't quite tell. Crosshairs train, lean forward of the smoke. Dupree now certainly made noise. Close range against the T's for 3 to fight against. He's not going to survive long here.
They got to be really careful around those canals. One drop into the water and you basically are gonna. Cannot make sound cues there. TMB now desperate to try and get that trade, but Zorti's waiting for the fight.
Orp standing. Minute on the clock. Still watching and waiting for presence in contact. Roy doing a story in from mid. Tucked head away, see Nafany. Nafany's seen him. Headshot gained. 3 left on the Preezy side. Refresh stands on the A defense, gets that first kill, dives out of the way. Reface on Danis, gets the double up. Triple against Chiron, almost lands the kill. 14 HP for him. Alltex might find an easy pick. Siren might be the next big concern, but no. Caught on timing, looking away at the worst moment. And TMB, last round of the half, a 1v3 for him to clutch. Orp in hand. Flashbang keeping him away. The Orp of the C-side is also watching. Zorti is at least baited, and Chiron will drop for 1 frag, but this will need to be a magical clutch from the rest of it, and it's not going to happen. 8-4 at the turn for BetBoom.
Now, Jay, can I dumb this down and say the only reason that Preezy got 4 rounds is because of Refresh, and that's it? Honestly, look, can we think about it for a moment? He gets what? That mad triple sequence with the USP and the pistol. He gets the insane triple kill with the FAMAS out there towards A main. From my perspective, when you look at the entire success of that first half, it felt like Refresh was the only person that made damage happen, that made opportunities succeed.
You know what, Dwight? Yeah, I think you're right. I can't argue against you. Preezy have to step up soon, because even that one man will not be enough to win you the match. Map is still in contention as they shift over to the T side. At BetBoom, a 4-round lead, a pistol win. To try and set us up for victory row on the CT side of things. Smokes down as Preezy look to try and execute onto the B bomb site. Taps that USP in the back. 3 players total to defend, one of which is Danis at the pillar control. Gets that first shot onto Roy. Draws out first blood in the half. The Pre and TMB can clap back. Overwhelm the initial site defenders. 1 at dark, 1 on rotate. Alltech's going to catch off Chiron. Doesn't hit the shot somehow. Finally, Dupree closes him down. But Siren, quick to the bomb site, quick to the scene. Gets his frag. Now waits for Zorti to try and make his way up. Continues fighting onto Dupree in the back lines here. Now the USP has joined the fray, but Siren is taking him right out of it. Dupree a triple in this round. Zorti might give himself up to the quadra here. 3 players to find for him in total. Just can't even get past this first individual. Time stalled way too far. He's not going to win this round. A pistol will be taken by Preezy.
I think it just showed there for BetBoom, they've got themselves in decent positions. The issue is those 2 smokes actually cancel out quite a lot. That's quite unorthodox. I haven't seen that one before of the double smoke on the pistol. It meant that that player on the back site, right, that was out there towards Glyph, gets completely smoked off, so they can't help Danis. Danis is pretty much isolated out from the pillar, has to try and focus as much attention towards main as possible. Overwhelmed. Chiron drops quickly from dark. Nafany gets spammed in there from TMB towards cave, and Preezy 2 for 2 in pistols.
That they are. Didn't stop BetBoom from winning the first half, though. Is it going to stop them from winning the map itself here? Alltex, plenty of players around the corner. He might get stopped in his tracks. Dupree holds on to the quadra and Refresh gets the follow-up. Only a little lost in that exchange, so everything's all Preezy for Preezy.
And this has got to be the first time in, what, a good 8 years of maybe Dupree's career in which he has to grind online events? I mean, think about it, right? Heroic, Vitality, Astralis, TSM, Dignitas, that was all just Tier 1 LAN. Just basically for the entire career.
Man's lived a life of luxury.
Very much so. Something we don't see in Tier 2 very often.
Oh, he's here playing and he's here grinding, so credit to him. He's got the hustle behind the man. They're going to go quick into this. Dupree's going to lead the charge. In fact, he's got the leadership capabilities in the opening duel counts. Chiron and Danis still maintain the man advantage, though. Extend it by a kill. Refresh brings it back in control, but it's still him and Alltex versus 3.
A very good sequence there for Chiron, considering he was looking towards main to even get 1 in that scenario. A Refresh to smoke off the left-hand side, slow down those cave players from getting quickly into the sites.
Given a chance to make their way around the outside of the site. Nafany kill found. Nade to open up that smoke. Refresh got an easy pick on the first player. Cannot see the second though. Zorti uses those traces, uses that sound cue to fire back through the smoke and get a response for Bet Boom.
This looks very familiar. Win pistol, win anti-eco, lose the first gun round. Unfortunately for Breezy, this time around, economy's on the ropes because of it. Money is not in the best position for Altex and for Dupree. And for Bet Boom, you come out successfully in round 16, you look at an 11-6 scoreline, that feels like job done. Now it just feels like it's closing time. Bet Boom with an instant response, and I'm keen to keep my eye on this Swag 7 out from mid if it does bring any impact at all.
Good shot from TMB, again trying to bring home those opening kills and put Bet Boom in an awkward spot.
Well, they needed something. I mean, when you're working with 3 AKs and a couple of digs, you're desperate for an opening advantage.
Got one Lurked Eagle out towards that main over on A. Was trying to spot for Chiron, but behind that smoke, he's not going to see the man. Information sparse. They will try and push it. The question is Altex going to be ready for these two individuals? Roy certainly isn't. Caught off at the window. Altex looking to swing for those 2 picks. Doesn't even get a tag there.
Oh, Siren's got a good timing, but the entries from TMB open up the B bomb site. That's another couple of kills to add to his tally.
He's just working as much as possible. It's gone from refresh in the first half to TMB looking for everything in the second. Down to 3 HP, so he can't do much more in this round. Siren has caught Altex as he tried to swing for the kill. A 2-man advantage reduced to 1, and still no chance for Bet Boom on the retake.
And it really looked like Bet Boom had recovered that round. You lose the opening pick to TMB outside of main. You then make that info play into the canals, and we can obviously see there's another player with just the pistol of Altex outside of main, sort of in that canal area, and Siren was obviously in A main itself. So just from a positional point of view, Bet Boom find themselves targeting a lot of the canals. It's just TMB, man. He just rips in that round.
Yeah, Preezy trying to claw things back. And I draw back to that first half. Yes, they won the pistol conversion and Bet Boom won the first rifle, but unlike the first half, Preezy get right back on it. Swing opportunity that would have certainly ended the map up if Preezy had let it go. As it stands, though, they can try and look for number 8. Siren and Zorti still have these guns in play, though.
TMB with an opening left side sight of the smoke. Just to try and see if you can draw out some opening util. Can you kind of work as much of that saved-in util as possible? Altex aggressively towards main's. Got to be careful because it is going to be a bait to set up this AK for damage.
Altex ready to swing. Roy got damaged up first and foremost. The AK is Zorti to strike back for 2 kills, almost 3. Nafany closes out that third man. 2 players remain on Preezy. The AK at TMB desperate to find a responsive. But now Nafany is joined by his teammates, the pistol players and the M4 inbound. The 5-7 gets TMB and Roy is left to do it on his lonesome. Cannot get past the firing squad and Bet Boom counter with a steal.
Well, I tell you what, this map and this best of 3 is going to test the mental from Preezy. There's no denying that. They have lost so many winnable scenarios. They have lost so many rounds that they should be winning. And it does honestly press the mental. It presses resilience to not hard tilt, to not just feel as if you've got nothing in that game. I mean, right there, great bait and switch of the USP. The idea that you're getting 3 kills with 1 saved-in weapon towards A main should not be a possibility.
Force back. Preezy bring a couple of rifles into the rest of the setup to try and clap back against Bet Boom because they can't really afford much of an eco basis. The storyline difference is so ridiculous, and Chiron is also just as ridiculous himself. Mows through 2. Dupree cut down by Danist. Trade's good now to the two-man advantage, trying to make it 1 and none. TMB again able to clap back with his AK as Roy can overwhelm one individual. Needs that headshot on Zorti pretty desperately so, and he's going to do it. Now needs to go back for the bomb and get the plant, but he's wary of Siren. Where's he coming from?
Well, Siren's still got a full belt of util, and it just gets very silent for both of these teams. Now, they know that Siren's the A player, so it's expected that he either comes A main canals, or he comes CT, or he comes through from Temple. He's not expected to come mid.
That bomb still dropped at main. Roy have to pick it up. And looks back out towards main. I was unsure if he was going to go for a big old rotate. He doesn't have time for that. A mistake to make that call. Incendiary reveals himself and put that plant down. Siren will smoke it off, reveal exactly where he's coming in from. Wholly telegraphed. AK on AK action. Roy goes for the swing and the spray. Damage goes both ways. The kill goes the way of Roy, though. A 3K for him to keep control.
And Roy was a superstar in that opening game that we saw against Fnatic. Map number 1, 25 kills and just 8 deaths on their map pick of Inferno. And then when we got to Vertigo, it felt like it was a race. It felt like, okay, which out of the two teams is going to get their superstar over the line? And we saw Roy dropping nearly 40 kills on map 3 of Vertigo. Just came up to be an absolute demon. And right here he shows his quality. Right here he shows his class. Didn't feel like there was much in this 1v3, but that's survival of the map.
Survival of the fittest. Preezy only barely keeping themselves in this, and Roy could have easily lost that kind of a round. Broken state of economy for Preezy now. Pass that AK off to a teammate. Mac 10s on him and TMB. Galil out for refresh. Despite the win going the way of Preezy, BetBoom still have a better buy. 3 M4s and 2 SMGs. Swing and a half once again. Both lost bonuses low, no savings in either team's bank accounts. Flash forward as Chiron tries to take aggression, and Dennis shoots him in the back of the head. Betrayal on BetBoom, 2-for-0 trade.
That's a perfect opener to come through from Preezy. Even the drop of the util, or drop of the gun, I should say, to try and pick up that M4 from the likes of Nafany. Get back in that B site. A little bit of hesitation, tried to go in for the B pop. Didn't work out. Perfect flash in for Roy, and this has fallen apart. This is the excellent return here from Preezy.
Zorti still fragging. Nafany still holding. Hanging on for dear life. Refresh gets caught. Old Tex, he stays alive. 18 HP for him. Dupree, however, the high HP element against Zorti on that first shot back will be able to shut down any chance of the clutch, and Preezy will connect 2 in a row after a very significant back and forth affair. They have broken that wall of attrition and now should start to spring ahead. BetBoom don't have any money to buy here.
Well, there's no denying that 1v3 clutch from Roy has now actually set up the chance of a 2-0. It set up the threat of a 2-0. I mean, right here, 9-10 down, up against the Nico. This is actually probably a favorable position for Preezy out on Anubis.
Just got to carry that momentum and not fall victim to silly season. Particularly Chiron with the Zeus. Oh, he's got a refresh. The TMB immediately takes him back out. No rifle recovered. No extra damage can be done to the T side. Dupree also working alongside Ultex to clean up players in mid. Dupree stays alive at 3 points of health. And outside of that one casualty, no major damage done to the Preezy side. 10 apiece as BetBoom will look to the buy.
And in such an important rifle round, there's not even enough money to get Zorti on a big green, which obviously is going to change the ramifications of how they want to play the round. One thing I do know is Chiron's been their go-to guy. He's been the guy to create chances, allow opportunities of opening man advantages. He has to try and create impact in a round like this, because Preezy have got BetBoom on the ropes.
Really unfortunate that the war of attrition has really affected the lost bonuses here, because BetBoom have not really stabilized any economy state. Zorti close against the AK. Wins the fight against Altex. Refreshes 2 around the corner. Can only get the 1.
And now mid-pressure in with Util, but not committing all the way. They're actually halting for a little bit. It seems like there is B-split potential, maybe for them to actually fake out mid and drop down into the canals and come out to Electric. TMB, we've seen him get entries solo in B main before.
Multiple times before. No one's watching main. Now he's been seen, as is Chiron. In the utility to support it. He's going to walk out, get caught looking the wrong way. Dupree has got Siren. Nafany's back in with his own trade. Roy, another 1v3. Surely he won't take this one.
Oh, here we go. We know that he can do it. Chiron going to smoke the molly. They're going to put pressure on.
Go for the fight. Kill found. Transfer. Doesn't land it. Danis keeps it together for BetBoom as they reclaim the lead.
Oh, that was close. That was really close there from Roy. He's done everything right in that 1v2. Put down the incendiary, try and get that bomb down. As soon as you hear them run through, get off the bomb and look to fight instantly. Try and get that spray transfer, but not to be. Very good start from BetBoom towards A main. You can feel that Refresh is desperate to try and get that trade back, and instead, Siren around the corner just makes it uncomfortable. Danis not even down on low HP with that spray transfer. BetBoom just get there first. Now, the issue is that obviously what we've seen from them on CT side is following up rounds, and another thing to kind of consider, that goes down 3v1 to a 1v1. Only one player is staying alive. It's really going to affect not only the economy state because of the loss bonus, but the buy that they're actually bringing forward into round 22. You've got a FAMAS out for Zorti, a FAMAS out for Chiron, another FAMAS out there for Nafany. There's not a single kit in play either, and a lack of util across the board. This is a very, very good chance for Preezy right now.
Reset would be lovely, but it could apply the other way. How many swing rounds have we seen in this half? Economy hurting. And Preezy understanding that this is a round that they cannot afford to lose. Nade sent, very nice damage done to Refresh. The follow-up HE will dish out him and Dupree the same. No kills yet. Refresh is going to hunt for contact, though. Is he going to get watched? AK spray blinded. Chiron and Danis can combine. They charge straight in without flash support, and they all get ripped apart.
Oh, what a perfect hold. The B players come up, and yes, Roy's been able to create space, but 2v5, you need some magic, because you've got to have the trigger discipline, and you've got to get mass damage off of the back of this.
Something special. Bomb scene in mid, I believe. Chiron so wary of where that second player is coming from. He finds the fight. He finds the win. TMB. Here's the rotate coming back from one individual. Nafany's there also to push in. It's all a case of timing, and Zorta's going to win that time. All 5 alive for BetBoom to get to map point first. Preezy. Oh dear, not even a bomb plant bonus.
Yeah, they blew their opportunity. I mean, it's crazy to think that the majority of this second half has been default heavy Counter-Strike, working the time, slowing the rounds down. They're committing to an Xe after the first 25 seconds of getting out of spawn. That's a lot quicker. There's a lot more acceleration into that round. And not only have they blew their chance, but they've given so many AKs to BetBoom to close.
3 in play. Nafany's taking a FAMAS still because he can. He'll probably still win it out as well with the way that BetBoom is strung into life. TMB trying to look for the entry on Danis. Doesn't line up the kill. Zorti and Chiron get their first 2. And the end seems to be nigh for Preezy. Ultex, 1 Deagle back on Zorti. Can at least get a responsive in. But they need a whole lot more here.
Just the info play out from Canals. Chiron, even with a height advantage to look up to mid. Nice little cheeky angle to use at home, because if these T players come back towards mid, there's no chance they're dealing with Chiron.
What are they going to do? Dupree doesn't actually lose his life to it. Kill eventually comes in. Ultex catches him without ammo. And still Danis is down there. No one's going to face back through that window. No one's going to drop there. Refresh and Ultex to group together and slowly push.
All about timing. And for BetBoom, you're quite happy to slow the clock. You're quite happy to let them keep working their default. Siren in an off angle out from heaven. So if they come towards A main, and already it's been seen. Great contact there from Danis.
Now Ultex. 30 seconds to win the ace clutch. 1-on-3 for all intents and purposes. AK in hand and making his way up to that B-bomb site, slowing things down. Trying to protect himself against the noise. Nafany will be smoked off, so a plant can be received here. Checking all of his corners. He is so twitchy.
Yeah, he's tapped the bomb, trying to draw the fight out in the open. No B player in sight. The only one is Nafany behind the temple smoke.
Oh, this is not good. He's planting open for Muscle. Close it. Old Tex, who just committed to the plant in the first place. He won't know that in the Initiarum. But then 13-10 will close in for BetBoom as they do take map 1 of Anubis.
And I think for Breezy, overall, it felt as if they weren't consistent enough in map number 1. It seemed like the first half, it was the refresh show. In the second half, it was a bit of the Roy show. But you go 2 for 2 in pistols and 2 for 2 in second rounds. That's a 4-0 beginning and only getting 10 rounds. I think it really showed that the consistency in rifle rounds went the way of BetBoom.
Yeah, I have to agree, and that certainly was, I guess you could say, a certain expectation. It was their pick and everything, but with the way that those rounds were coming down to a knife's edge, you're kind of thinking to yourself, man, Breezy could have really won that at a certain capacity.
And they could have done. That's always going to happen in these kind of games. You get a few rounds where you always think, what if just one extra kill goes our way, if one extra bomb plant goes our way. But that is what's going to happen when you got 2 top-end Tier 2 teams going up against one another. The differences is going to be really small. And I think it showed there for BetBoom. They just came out on top. They probably would have liked to have made it more clean and made it a more comfortable scoreline, but they'll be happy. They won their map pick.
Indeed, they do. Now they move on to Breezy's pick, potentially the punish against the BetBoom side. Vertigo is not exactly a stable position, but the fact that they've got their pick in tow means that they could well survive against the Danes if they absolutely stomp them out the server for their own map pick. We're going to head towards a short break and see how well BetBoom will fare on Vertigo.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Green means go for Vertigo, map 2 between Preezy and Bet Boom. And however, we have to take a look at how things went down on map 1 and say that yes, Preezy could well have won it if they had more consistency. You look at this one, however, I don't see Bet Boom winning out this map. It's not exactly like it's a very well-placed map for them in the last few months. I don't know. I see this one going to map 3.
Yeah, I think there's still a decent chance that we actually do close in 2-0. And the reason for that is, again, while we haven't seen Vertigo in the recent history for Bet Boom, they still do play it on occasion. They get a couple of decent results here and there, not a massive amount, obviously. But look at that game against Fnatic, right? That was really close. That was right down to the wire. And very similar to map number 1, a few key rounds can make the difference. And I think a few key rounds for Bet Boom on Vertigo could just be the difference to them closing in 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will give you the Fnatic matchup because that one probably was a little bit closer than I think it probably should have been on this map. But I also consider the fact that I am looking at this one for the Bet Boom side, and they lost 1-13 to Eternal Fire, who are within that same sort of bracket as being a top-end Tier 2 team in the same sort of way that both Preezy and Bet Boom are. So if you're using that chain logic right there, you're sort of taking a look at this map thinking that Preezy pick into it quite a lot. The idea that they're going to go towards this map is not only just like a strength, but also a punishing against the Bet Boom side, who, yes, have occasional victories, or occasional playtimes, but only so many of them have been victories. In fact, if you expand the map pool between the last 6 months, and they've got 6 times played it and only a 50% win rate. So, and even then, those victories are against like ITB and Bait and Shapito. So again, not exactly fantastic in terms of the map itself. So I'm still thinking we're going to go to map 3. Preezy, however, definitely need to get a bit more consistent and stop letting Bet Boom take silly rounds away from them. Pistol should be a little bit of sanity.
Yeah, all techs to the molly out towards Headshot. They've got a couple of flashes and another molly. You actually don't normally see 2 mollies on a pistol.
We're going to charge straight through one of them. Try to look for the CT side line, rather. Give enough breathing room for the T's to get that plant in. Nafany... Suicide? What happened there? 1G perhaps? I'm not 100% certain. Either way, the kill has come in. Roy is going to find one of his own. Chiron caught in the back lines. The CTs suppressed out of the bomb site. And the Glocks just hold their nerve, hold their positions for now. Refresh gets Siren. Danis and Zorti will also drop. Yeah, or weird pistol, but one that does go the way of Preezy.
Yeah, I mean, for Bet Boom, it's obviously a very passive setup, so there's not really anyone contacting from Gap or contacting on the Crane individuals coming up, so very defensive. You had a HE that went down towards default that did quite a bit of damage onto Pre, getting the bomb down. But yes, I think it was actually his own HE.
Oh, dear. Oh, Nafany.
I think just because of the molly, right, he wanted to throw it and get out of there quickly.
Ah, that's upsetting. Oh well, it's only a pistol. Eco to follow it up. Mac 10 actually does lose its life. Decent damage done to Refresh as well. 2 points of health for the man, and only Siren remains. Maybe to get that one more exit, but not much else should be seen by Bet Boom in this round. 2-0 start for Preezy. And then from there, we will look towards the gun round. Still, Siren tries to hold his nerve. And I'm surprised how much damage they're getting away with these pistols here.
And I think when you look at the map pool for Preezy, Ancient kind of was the go-to for the majority of last month and a little bit of January. They liked a lot of their Ancient, but it's been weak recently, and it's actually kind of brought both Vertigo and Inferno into the map pool as other options to go that direction. Obviously, Inferno's the permaban for BetBoom, so you kind of filter into Vertigo, which is quite nice for you considering the lack of results for your opposition. So this is now the 7th time in best of 3 history on HLTV in the last 3 months that Vertigo's been picked by the Danes.
A chance, of course, to make that pick work well towards their favour. Chiron, I don't know how he's alive there. Now he's certainly not. Dupree closing out the casualty. AK is leaning in from the rest of the T-side line. Dupree and Roy there to deal with Zorti and Nafany, respectively. Siren and Danist actually do get a couple of kills back, actually. I don't know how that M4 lined it up, but it did. 2 versus 2, making it nearly 1. Danist on 19 HP. That HE should again finish off the job. And Siren is left alone.
They're just going to back off quickly, just try and buddy up together. And I think as long as you're together and you're in good trading positions, it should be the round, really, for Preezy. Right there from BetBoom, they tried to reorganize towards the top of Crane after losing their sandbag player of Chiron. Just a little bit of hesitation, felt like they wanted to overswing, didn't really see a lot, so they tried to fall back and just kind of got caught in transition there, which allowed Preezy to take fairly easy free range of those kills up there in Crane.
Yeah, Siren just to hold back in top mid. Not too keen on the retake. Not too keen on the clutch. Makes sense again. Not a lot of anything to work with. No util, no kit. And no contact by Preezy, who have that plant. Know that the backline is secure. They can get their way out from the stairs. That's what they'll do. Siren. Nothing to get found.
And for Preezy, they'll be very happy with the start. Again, they've gone 3 for 3 in pistols. They've gone 3 for 3 in round 2 conversions. But every single time out on Anubis, they won, or they lost, I should say, the first gun round. So this is actually something that's different for them. They can go up 3-0. They can look to try and press even further. It looks fairly comfortable for the most part. Yeah, okay, Danis gets a couple of kills, but handled pretty easily for the Danes.
Yeah, you're right about the way that these rifles have gone in the early few rounds of the halves. Preezy would be pretty happy with getting that rifle win. Now to carry it forward. BetBoom, of course, do have 1 M4 to play with. Danis has also invested into the SMG for a little bit extra automatic support. We'll be holding on that B-bomb site with a little bit of mid-aggression coming in from the BetBoom squad.
We've seen them be very strong on these sort of low-investment hero kind of rounds, and knowing that Zorti's already created this much space, look at what they're doing on B. They're gamble stacking on B. They're stacking up heavily.
Utility coming in just to convince them even further. You can see actually coming in from Zorti. He's closing in the pinces even more. So if only he had a better pistol, they're not going to catch him off anyway. Kill found on refresh. Shock of the life for the T side. Now they try and react towards it, draw attention and time away from the Ts. They do maintain the 4-on-4.
Now this looks promising. This looks really good. Now Dupree has caught another lurk kill out. The issue is you've still got that M4 in play. Now it has actually rotated out towards a B site there from Siren.
Roy's caught another on Nafany. Chiron and Siren, last 2 players remaining. Eagles looking to fight. Chiron seen. Tap of the Deagle. Unable to connect it. Decent nades doing more damage. The counter smokes will also be in effect. Chiron just looks to fall away.
Preezy. I like the stabilization of the freeze right now. There was a very uncomfortable scenario right there that Zorti got in very deep towards T-Spawn and got an opening kill. Just work it down, get the cross smokes up on the site, had that molly towards headshot, and just almost breathe a little bit, because those are the rounds when it does get quite chaotic. Maybe when the comms are quite high and you feel like you're pressed to make a decision, that you want to get up onto the bomb site quickly. That's when you can very easily lose the round and just allow a bit of a steal to come through for your opposition.
This will be number 4 for the T side. Good way to start, good way to follow it. Good way to get involved on your map pick and Very encouraging for Prezi, the fact that they were still making things relatively back and forth and close throughout the course of Anubis. And here on their own map pick, they are really not giving much of a chance for BetBoom. Opportunities are rising. You can even see they are still giving it very, very good goes in terms of getting picks out of nowhere. Not enough firepower in that last round to make much happen with it. Maybe that'll be the difference for this one. AWP and M4s back in play for the guns.
Well, it's just a shame, really, that there wasn't the MP9 in his hands rather than Danist. I think in that scenario with an MP9, we might even see Zorti look to reface and try and get a couple of kills. He is bringing that AWP out, looking up into the windows to see if there's any early utility for the rush. Very defensive towards ramp from both Roy and TMB. Roy's going to try and work that ramp smoke to get into the scaff.
Up the tops. Expecting there to be utility somewhere, but no such luck, no such presence. Smokes in from Chiron eventually will come down to block them away. A little bit late, though. Will land ahead of the ramp entrance and actually isolate TMB for a decent kill. Roy's there for the responsive, but Nafany has caught a pick back against him, so only a man advantage maintained by BetBoom.
Yeah, Alltex is trying a bit of a B walk right now. Him and Dupree are actually walking all the way up into B with a little bit of distraction being held to ramp. And Siren, the B anchor, is extremely defensive. Now he takes contact. He's got nades to try and slow down this bomb plant out towards default. What they don't know is that the bomb's actually going to take a while to go down.
Putting some utility away. Eventually it will look to commit just to ensure that cross is locked and there'll be no danger to refresh. Most important man of the round right here. Incendiaries will come back. They try and suppress it, and that Molotov will not extend to Danist. Finally, bomb has been planted. Retake is on.
Refresh and Dupree to try and work that crossfire out towards White. Alltex does gain a little bit of info, and he's actually working a slight gap up here towards danger.
Make their way around. Refresh, flashed in. Gets only one kill for it. Nafany and Zorti, couple of decent trades. HG's back on the bomb site, though. Nafany's only going to take damage for it. AK needs to swing. Zorti has him covered. And the defuse will come in for BetBoom to win their first.
Well, I think it just shows that that man advantage that was held up there towards the front side of ramp really helped that entire scenario. Prezi, it felt as soon as that bomb went down that they were eager for fights, and it's understandable why. You're trying to recover the man disadvantage. You're trying to get yourself in a position where you can maybe catch them repositioning, catch them with util out in the open coming over from Guardian. And being on the front side of that retake, but not to be. BetBoom get their first round. Now, the economy has gotten to a position where if they can string a couple of rounds in a row, if BetBoom can win round number 6, they'll feel as if they can really contest this first half.
You know, once again, they've worked down the economy.
Zorti brought the AWP last round to mid and didn't get any opportunity. He's bringing the AWP mid again, which probably gives us a tell that come the next rifle round, or maybe even the one after that, we might see him look for an opening B pick or look for a crane pick, because it has been doubled up in mid now.
Start to check out mid entirely. Refresh was waiting for Siren, but didn't pull the trigger, was not ready for that CT. Frag found to start, and they get the hell out of the way.
A lovely re-smoke there from Danis towards the top of the B stairs, just to stop the reaction. As soon as Prezi lose that mid player, they might think about pressuring up towards B and almost taking that space for free. As soon as that re-smoke goes down, it allows Siren to regroup on B. So now him and Danis can establish a crossfire and leave mid completely.
"40 seconds. Prezi taking their sweet time, but setting up the execution at that very marker. Danis still holds on to Roy. Great kill. Swing back for the second man. He gets him in the last tick of his life. Siren will burn back the same. And now TMB is left alone to clutch a 1-on-3. Plant can at least be secured. Incendiary might burn him down heavily, though. He goes up with it, securing the money bonus, but not much other than that. Not even a chance at the post plant. Second on the board for BetBoom.
Well, fair play to the B players, because that's not easy. When you're going up against an exec, first off, Danis, how does he get that second kill? opens up the angle, gets slightly wider to look up towards the stairs, and he knows on 11 points of health with that molly coming in, you just got to fight. That's just the only thing you can do. You can swing out wide, hope to get a couple of bullets off. He just gets another immediate headshot. And then even for Siren, he's got, what, another molly to his feet out there towards default. He's got flashes coming over, and he gets a kill. Both of those B players perform fantastically to be able to get that retake on successfully.
Guns return again for Preezy. At least the money bonus aids them in that respect. Far forward from Roy. Forward man of the ramp default, seeing where Nafany is, aware that Chiron's probably hiding behind sandbags. He's been there quite a number of times over the course of this half. Swing in to look for a kill, but flash blinded cost him his life. Now Zorti's up in the back lines at Sniper. HE might catch the pre-off and almost does. Siren instead is the man to find Roy.
This is actually quite a lot of damage done to the T-side when you consider the opening entries and the success they were able to get towards ramp. Or the battle goes the way of TMB. Just saw enough of Zorti to catch him off.
Just saw enough of Siren to react. He saw that quick flick. He wasn't sure whether to pull the trigger. Incendiary will eventually land. Burn them out of position in that back line. A little bit open for Siren. That gun barrel not seen. He still took the shot to attempt the wall bang anyway. That's all distraction, though. Keeping Betboom on the A site, slow rotating away. Back to spawn, into B. The smoke goes down, the plant comes down with it. 2-man advantage for Preezy here. Dupree is trying to get aggressive because he is such low HP in this exchange. He will go down first and foremost if they find his angle. Although Betboom were leaning in to look towards that bomb site, maybe look towards an exit and springboard it into a last-second retake from there. Nothing presents itself, so the smarter call, as it always was going to be at this round, is to save.
Well, Preezy are looking quite comfortable from just the scoreline perspective right now. Obviously, going 3-0 up, felt as if you got a good start of the half. You then kind of get into a position where Betboom have just had a really successful B hold. They've had a very good round in which you get bomb plant bonus, but a lot of players staying alive for Betboom. You then respond with a strong round yourself. Keeping 4 alive, dropping Nafany, dropping Zorti, I should say, and from Chiron. Roy and Dupree, I mean, this double kill out towards ramp was basically the entire round finished up. So Preezy will feel at 5-2 with the stance that they've offered, that they're in a good position right now.
A tactical call in by Betboom here. Preezy have been on the front foot since the word go, and they found a couple of good rounds to respond towards it, but Preezy answering back.
And I think it's difficult to do economical damage if they keep getting retakes, isn't it? Because obviously we can sit here and say, oh, well, if Betboom are keeping 4 alive, 3 alive, it's helping out. But the real way on a CT line to disrupt the economy management is don't give them the plants. Don't give them that extra $800 of the bomb plant bonus. And for Preezy, it's been successful in that regard. The post plants obviously haven't been that successful. I mean, you even saw with that last one, the bomb went down and then it was just immediately with the pummel of the util, it was the round over straight away. But that's what Betboom have to try and stop, is these plants right now.
Shots on them, Zorti, old Texel, drop Dupree, returns to Danist, and Chiron will burn Roy out to the ramp position, I believe. Starting advantage, trying to get those trades together, but the HP too much to handle for Preezy. TMB does see Siren, but Siren catches him first. Advantage extended. Dupree on 8 points of health as well. This is not a winnable situation for Preezy.
I do wonder, as this half goes on, are we seeing too much AWPing from TMB? Remember, not really a primary AWPer. He has to be the AWPer of this team. I wonder if there's more impact that's going to come to his name with the rifle in comparison to the AWP. So that's something to think about as these next handful of rifle rounds continue in the first half. Zorti with a very good opening pick out there to the B stairs, really shaping up that round.
Well, you just think about TMB and his most impactful rounds on Anubis, always out of that, on the T side specifically, always out towards that B main control, and he always had that AK to get the 3Ks and multiple entries on that side. So maybe that is a call. And I guess it's one of the advantages of having someone who's not a primary AWPer. You can quickly switch it to a different weapon, switch to a rifle if needs be. You save yourself a little bit of money. You try and find a different level of impact and a different kind of setup for him. That might be the call to make for Preezy from here. in this round. The call, of course, is the save. Keep those 2 AKs on Dupree and refresh, because there's no way they're winning the 2 versus 4, not with that low HP, not with no time left on the clock. And they made that call as soon as they recognized they were on their own.
And I think for Zorti as well, he's definitely coming in a career path with playing with a lot of the familiar players. I remember when him and Kenzie first came out on Unique and Ethereal, kind of got a taste of what it's like on playing at that higher end of Tier 2. Made his move over to Forza to play with Jerry and keep that relationship going with Kenzie and play with guys like Nori as well. And then finally kind of make that move over to BetBoom, where everyone is new to you. You don't have familiar faces. You don't have teammates that you've played with before. And it kind of offers up a brand new experience and a brand new atmosphere for him. Let's see how consistent he can be with that big green on the city side, because we know he's a powerful player, that's for sure.
Quick up with Dupree, trying to look for that first man. The Molotovs burn him down to 15 HP again. Chiron getting out of the way, knowing that he's safe, knowing that the T's must have fallen back away from that fire. Smokes in, the HE is Zorti there to finish off TMB. 1 man to fall.
Now that utility usage was on cue right there. Nafany even looking to try and press very aggressively down from Ramp. Catch off that first, and he's caught so much with it. Alltex has got to try and recover this entire round, but that seems quite unlikely.
And now impossible that he's dead. Refresh 1 on 5. Okay, that was overwhelming for BetBoom. Find their way in, overwhelm the Preezy camp, and just give nothing at all. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow.
Well, it's a call that's an instant call, right? I think you get that first advantage. I mean, Chiron obviously knows that they've got to be low. He was out there at Sandbag. He put that HE. He knew that there was players top ramp already. So he knows roughly the HP bars are going to be low. As soon as you get that HE kill towards the bottom of the ramp Sandbag, I suppose protocol for BetBoom is let's put pressure on. Let's not just work the man advantage. Let's not just give them the respect of ramp. No, let's look to fight them. And it caught Preezy completely off guard.
Down to the pistols now for this round. They've got no guard to put up. BetBoom, better weaponry, better state of the CT side. Everything looking better for them. Zorti, another nade kill right on a refresh. Right on that sandbags angle, which has been exploited a couple times now. Another HE to that exact same position. He continues to chip away, chunk away at their HP bars. Zorti gets another frag on the AWP. Alltex and TMB, I mean, what do you do from here?
Not a lot. You could hope that they get hungry, and Chiron might just drop. Glock, though. You'd wish you had a P250, wish you had maybe just something extra, but the cash just wasn't there. And this is what I said at the beginning of this map, Jay, is that key rounds could be everything, right? For maybe shaping up a 2-0 or maybe go to a final map decider. This was a 4-0 start, and now it's 5-5. This is where pressure is on right now if you're the Danes, because you've got off to a good start, but you've let BetBoom back into the game.
We stand at evens. Preezy stand at a crossroads. Look at the money build up on the CT side as well. It's almost a shame there's only a couple rounds left, because 10,000 on 3 players, you'd be buying for days. Instead, Zorti posted, sees the gun barrel, knows that Dupree's right on that corner. Is he ready for refreshing the adjustment? You're damn right he is. What a shot.
Jeez, that is a blinder. That's a really good kill there from Zorti. Oh, man. Nafany gets caught up there towards 51, and Chiron's going to be looking for that trade towards Roy, and he's going to press him.
Gets the frag for it. Only 6 deep in this map, which I don't think really indicates his level of impact and the major thorn in the side he's been against Preezy here in ramp. Another kill foul for he finally drops a 3-on-2 gained by him. BetBoom ready for the A hit.
Siren just backing off, and they could play this retake heavy. Now, look, they've got double incendiaries and HEs. They can put that down towards default and deny that bomb from going down.
HE is put up by the T side. Counter Molotovs will force Dupree back. The HE combination clearing up a little bit of vision. Dupree doesn't see anything back. It's still for time for that third player to join the fray. BetBoom standoff against Preezy. The smokes that can get used. Preezy's going to tap it again, tries to begin baiting a kill, get that headshot, and that second adjustment to the third isn't there. Siren holds his nerve, but Dupree is just that little bit more stable.
Okay, experience paying off in the end there. Betboom, I actually think played that really nicely. You've got yourself in a good position. You've got counter utility going down. You're wasting time off of the clock. 3v2. Play defensive, but dupreeh, I want to know how he's able to kind of press himself into some fights. Really didn't look like there was much in it. Great transfer up there to the sniper's nest, and then getting it into the 1v1. Betboom will be fuming that they didn't win that round.
Freezy will be celebrating that they did. dupreeh especially. Anthony trying to lead the charge into this ramp defense. Smoke to suppress any vision onto him. Roy's allowed to move forward. They should be aware that he's out here at top somewhere. Alley defensive in some capacity. He's going to wait for the right moment to strike.
Yeah, this is all about trigger discipline, and this is also about how his teammate on the side of Chiron can pull distraction. Nafany does not want to strike too early.
TMB checks him, forces the fight out, trying to see if he can bait him out a little bit closer, and actually closing the gap against the AWP. Siren has shot Chiron in the back. Oh, the A site might fall for it. The Hazy will get dupreeh, and Nafany gets Roy elsewhere. But the real hit, it's not even going to be on the B site. I thought the bomb had rotated away. It's not with anyone at the moment. Alltex now trying to see if he can find Danist. Incendiary's forced back. The Galil gets out of the way, looks for a fight, gets a dink, but no more. And the bomb not even on the site. Now left to try clutch this, a 1-on-3 for Refresh. Smoke and flash combo, Galil in hand. Danist is close, but Zorti takes the fight, and Betboom will make it 6 apiece at the turn of the half.
Well, you're bang on the money. That's a fundamental mistake there from Preezy. They pressure A, they look to try and shift up B. Why is not one of those B players picking up the bomb there? How are they in a scenario that they're taking the B side? Because even your ramp players, I mean, it's not as if they could have gone back and got the bomb. You think about all the pressure that's being provided from the front side of Crane and that mini ramp position. Unfortunately, Betboom have been in a couple of TK positions. Right here for dupreeh, a lot of impact on the site, and then Nafany just gets 1 kill, and I mean, good positioning, I suppose, for Danist to not over-rotate out of B. As soon as he's towards the generators, he realizes, yeah, they're going B, they could just start stacking up.
Dead set even at the turn of the half. Now Preezy go to their CT side. Betboom have put in quite the shift. Prove that there is something about them on this map up. Preezy picked into it as a strength and punish at the same time. Kills finally found to start things off with a lot of confidence in the pistol round itself. Refresh with 2. dupreeh has been traded back. Chiron and Danist's 2 players versus 4. Backstabs are closing in as well, so it's only a matter of time before these 2 end up dropping. Bomb's not even with them. This should be a pistol for Preezy.
Yeah, Danist is just hoping for some overextensions, hoping for a little bit of hunger of these B players. And you can even see that TMB is not even fighting out here from Zigzag. He's playing very defensive.
Thanks for coming in against the CT side. We're looking to continue pressing onwards here. Danist unable to kill. Finally, TMB will look to strike, and we'll be there for the closer. So yes, it will be a pistol and a lead regained by the Danes. Betboom, good effort to try and go for the aggressive players, and they've got time to recover this, but for the time being, it will be the CT side pulling ahead.
And I'm still not convinced we're going to map 3. I mean, this is Preezy going 4 from 4 in pistols in map 1 and map 2. And what have they shown for it? I mean, that first half, 4-0, 6-6 at the end, only because dupreeh has an insane 1v1 of a 3K. Across the board, they have not been consistent on the rifle rounds, and I honestly think it's going to affect them come here at the second half.
I will certainly say it speaks echoes to the issues we saw on the first map. Preezy finding good rounds, but not finding them consistently enough. Betboom, look at how fast they're going to play with these Mac 10s and Tech 9s. Forcible in this round and overwhelming the rifles for it. TMB and Alltex will clap back, at least maintain the advantage from beyond the smokes, but not from beyond the bomb sites. TMB will get the advantage back in. Zorti now 1-on-2 for the clutch. Plant will just be secured. TMB didn't go for the peak. He could have denied the plant if he went there. Instead, MP9 stands to attention.
Both CTs coming in from different positions. TMB long range with the M4, and Zorti may have just caught the timing. Oh, he runs out of bullets. But I think it's still okay here for BetBoom. I mean, think about it, right? You force buy in, you then get yourself a bomb plant, another 3 kills. This is a very good opportunity to buy again. Try and get those rifles up. Try and get an AK into the hands of Siren. Get the Galils out for the majority of others and force that reset against the Danes.
What's the call here, Nafany? Yep. Force indeed will be coming out for them. Tactical was also called in at the same time. Ooh. I thought for it. Okay, I'm a little bit confused because Siren bought the AK. He went ahead and refunded it, and then Nafany's bought down the Galil anyway. Trying to work out the specifics of this investment. BetBoom will go the more utility-favored, Galil-favoured setup. That AK will still be out for Siren's part of things. And Preezy have the helmets to protect themselves against those weakened T-side weapons, but BetBoom, make no mistake, this is a force invest, and one that could turn everything to a reset.
And Preezy know that they're on the ropes. If you give them this round, similar to the first half, you let them back into the game. Aggressive maneuver from Dupree out from mid with 3 players fighting A early.
Siren's seen him. Pre has not. Dive down against several players. Lineups right there, but only goes so far as the 1 kill. Nafany barely alive himself, but advantage negated nonetheless.
That's actually insane, considering that pixel angle was there and they were aware that Dupree was going down ladder. You're expecting that to be a freebie. You're expecting that to be an opening man advantage. And instead, a 1-for-1 trade and Nafany on 4 points of health. Dupree's done a lot of damage.
Yeah, he stood up massively for Preezy in this one. 16 kills deep for him. CT side. Falls back away from the A-bomb site. Engagement of Chiron doing so much damage. Again, Roy can finish off the job through the smoke. And he's still got Nafany at low HP. Plant will be secured. Look at how far forward he makes his way in. He snuck past the entire CT line. Pixels away from spotting. Refresh caught on the reload. And it's a 2 versus 2. Roy and Altex, both attention turned back. Oh, the shadow has thrown Altex off completely. And Roy has no idea where Siren is. Caught back by Nafany. Sets up his teammate. I cannot believe he got away with that round.
Fantastic. Fantastic ability and initiative right there for the in-game leader. He knows that he has to make a play. They're coming up to the bomb site. They know that Roy is out there in the sniper's nest. And look at what he does. He presses in there towards elevators, makes it uncomfortable, gets in towards the sniper's nest, deals with refresh, and you feel for the youngster. You feel for the MP9
Look
there,
at
Vortex. It's the shadow advantage, and he thinks he's got him on low HP as well. 4 points of health to win out that fight versus Altex.
Oh my god. Pixels away from spotting, and Preezy could have shut that down. You couldn't get more perfect timing. At least they started off this round. They will not be able to maintain that man advantage. Refresh though, his Deagle is involved. Danis is caught. Advantage back for the CT side. The bomb is on the site. Needs to get committed and planted here. The Galil's hunting for picks though, as is Dupree.
Zorti just wants to slow this down. They want more fights before they prioritize this plant. It's now given time for Siron, who was out there towards ramp, to move over. A dink down to Zorti. 24 points of health to his name.
Engagement of the AK, can't hit the headshots on Chiron. TMB overwhelms his teammate Chiron, and Siren stacked up. Find that kill on Dupree, and Roy goes around the same corner. Refresh tries his luck and managed to make it successful against both those casualties. Maybe a few too many for Preezy, but they do get the round past the finish line.
And very scrappy, and for BetBoom, that was probably the best chance they could have had to seriously threaten the 2-0. They knew that double eco status was out there from Preezy. It was a very good chance of tying up the scoreline and then taking it into a lead, maybe committing too quickly. Look at this shot, though, from Refresh. I mean, that's just pure RNG, isn't it? He is literally strafing away and still connects the Deagle shot. Luck on his side, but in the end, the Deagle gets 3 from Refresh.
Forced back a Bet Boom. Trying to continue this war of attrition. Nafany's caught TMB already. Dupree caught off by Chiron. The AK steps up with the pistol plays. And now an M4 AK combination. Overwhelmed. Not a casualty taken until finally Refresh chimes in. But in the 1-on-5, Bet Boom have done it again.
And this is just getting manic. This is just getting into a point where both teams are crippling each other's economy. And Refresh is known. They know that he's out here towards elevators. He's got room to go. He's got room to go back to A, out to mid. But if you are Bet Boom, you want to try and get this kill. You don't want to offer too much up, though, because look at the HP bars. It's low for Siren, it's low for Danis, it's low for Nafany. You want the kill, but you don't want to put too much in it.
Bet Boom clap back. Preezy just can't alleviate the pressure that their opposition are posting up.
And they have to buy here. I mean, it's economical turmoil for both Alltex and for TMB. At least they've got a saved-in rifle. At least they've got that AK. I think that's the only positive you're going to get going into round 18, though.
Not between the first map or the second if Bet Boom lets up. And the chance here for them to really springboard into the lead. You're right about the buy status. Buy here, double eco in the next. You get a FAMAS out for TMB and Dupree on the SMG. Similar story for Roy. Roy's cut down in an instant and TMB just caught so flat-footed there. Both individuals decimated by a gap popped out in the smoke and, well, it's a 5-on-3.
This is a really good position for Bet Boom, and look at how slow they just freeze this round down. Alltex is getting desperate. You're searching for a pick. You're desperate for a fight, and they do at least get one. So a chance for him to get out to the rifle, but oh wait, there's mid players, and there's players underneath him, so he can't get out to that rifle.
Quick wraps from the Preezy side that remain. Dupree and Refresh need to come up absolutely magical here. Refresh with that first frag. That's a start. SMG holding a little bit of range. Takes a fight back onto 1 and 2. Third player not quite spotted yet, but they've got nades sent towards his direction and damage being done to the big veteran. Refresh has got to do so much here. AK backs up at spawn. Suppressed by smokes. Has not got any vision and will fall back and look to save again.
And this is where, again, these kind of matchups, it's going to be key rounds. It's going to be key opportunities that if you're not taking, you're just going to lose. You're just going to get bombed out of the series. And for Preezy, 4-0 in pistols, 4-0 in second round conversions. And yet, you look at their map pick, right? You had a very good clutch to come through from Dupree. Roy's given us quite a lot of an ability. And yet it's a tied-up scoreline. Like, how is that the case? It shouldn't be a tied-up scoreline. When you think about the advantages that you get from winning pistol in the second round and some of the X-Factor clutches that we've seen from guys like Roy, guys like as well of Refresh, it shouldn't be happening. But I think what we're also seeing from Bet Boom is that X-Factor. We saw it on map number 1. We saw the chaos that Chiron was able to find. I mean, even Nafany, take his round as a prime example of what he was able to do.
Bet Boom now to drive this one forward into the 10th and the lead over Preezy. A lead which they would have not gained at all except for that point during this map up. Roy and Dupree falling victim to the back 10 of Nafany. Plenty of cash gained by him. Third kill on TMB. In fact, the AK of Refresh finally takes him out of the fold. On this B site, it's Alltex alone at Deagle. First shot misses and he's driven away. Any chance they might have had here in this round for Preezy has been negated. Refresh is best to hold on to that AK. Sticking around here is a dangerous game. He can escape.
And this again is where I pose the question, where is Roy? We know that he can be a superstar player. We saw that in the Fnatic series. Him and Matties were going at it. They were kept getting multi-frags. They kept trying to race one another. Who was going to drop 30 first? Who was going to get to 35 first? Who was going to try and get to 40 first? So when you compare the Roy that we saw in that opening game, the one that dropped 25 and 8 on map 1, the one that dropped nearly 40 on map 3, you need him. You need him to start bringing that impact. And right now, it's been a fairly mid performance. 10 kills and just 13 deaths for him.
A little bit of cash bonus there for Ortex. Unfortunately, you can't get away with the AK.
You can actually drop an AWP now to TMB if they want it.
We were questioning whether or not he wants to get on the rifles a little bit earlier on. Let's see whether Preezy question it themselves. The option is at least there. Seems to be the M4 for that man. Three-man boost shut down instantaneously there by the MAC-10 and giving no chance, no opportunity for Preezy to get anything out of these rounds. As I mentioned before, this is the first time on this map that BetBoom have had a lead over Preezy. They have equalized in the turn of the half specifically, but they have, until now, been yet to pull ahead. And now they are in the lead. They could well spiral it out of control. Money is still broken for the CT side. BetBoom for a win here could go 12-9.
Now, Roy and TMB have got a very aggressive approach down from ramp, holding in from the tops. Chiron's going to spam, but it's a lack of info because TMB and Roy aren't really challenging this. Preezy are now going to start falling off, so TMB's probably just going to jump spot or fall back completely, actually. So even after that aggressive stance, they fall off of it.
AK engage of Chiron, very awkward against TMB, who wins the fight. Nathany hoping to catch a player off on the edge of the bomb site over at B. Dupree is holding on to Guardian, but Zorti finds the pick, and Ortex is looking very lonely here. He's also overwhelmed. BetBoom pounding in Preezy again.
Oh, Roy being watched out from Zigzag save. Get out of here. And if I'm the A players, I'm fuming. I'm absolutely fuming because we've dealt with the lurk. We've had 3 on A. We've dropped Chiron. We've got a man advantage. All the B players need to do is do damage and waste time. Set up the retake. And what happens? Ortex is kind of getting blown out of the water towards White. He's already dropped to 50 points of health just off the back of that HE. He gets nothing. And then Dupree just gets railed. Just gets absolutely swung upon in from Zorti towards Guardian. And the bottom line, Jay, is those B players needed to do more. They don't do anything.
TMB drops next, refresh. Manages to maintain that one frag, but Danis is closing in real quick on him. Oh, doesn't quite get the exit. At least that AK stays in, but when Preezy need the most, at least is not good enough. 11-9, BetBoom closing in on the win to take this map away from Preezy. What felt like it should have been such a confident affair based on the history that Preezy have had compared to BetBoom. And their first tactical pause is called very, very late in the day. As BetBoom well and truly on the favourite position now.
And it feels like a bit of a joke, doesn't it? You're up 4-0. You're now down by 2. How are we only seeing the first tack? Now, again, there's context because of there's not really the gun rounds to kind of provide the assistance just because of the way that the back and forth nature happened with the resetting of the economies. But that does feel wild. On home turf as well for Preezy. A map that last 3 months, 6 wins, 6 losses, fairly consistent in the pool for them. Picked it 7 times in best of 3s on HLTV the last 3 months, going up against a BetBoom side that has played it once against Eternal Fire. BetBoom looking to close in 2.
Chiron straight up and in. TMB again wins the 2 fights down at ramp. Mows through both the main entry and the IGL. Danis gets back and holds a pick over at the stairs position. Advantage still sits with Preezy. No one's on this B bomb site though. They are so wary of a mid lurk. Zorti, what's he gonna find here? Kill on Dupree. Refresh trades it.
This actually feels workable, which is insane considering the opening damage that came out towards ramp. Bomb can go down. I believe this is still on.
Siren and Danis have it being impossible, and they're gonna make it reality. AKs set to very different positions, watching very different angles, very different entries, unorthodox post-plant. One that might just work out for them. Siren going to hold his nerve. The M4 and SMG just revealed themselves backed up. We're going to focus on refresh. They must be aware that if there's one player back towards CT, it's in his single position. Siren with the first and the second. Third kill against TMB. He baits him in, but the M4 wins the fight. He hasn't got a kit. Surely he hasn't got time for this either. He's holding it. with the most biggest of balls. He knows he's lost it. He's out of there. He'll go up with the bomb. And Bet Boom will go up to map and match point.
Well, if they're tilted now, I don't even know what words can describe what you are after this round. My goodness, 5v3. 2 opening kills, top ramp. Look at that, 12 seconds into the round. They've got themselves a 5v3. Oh, man. They are got to be so angry.
Yeah.
So angry. Because this is 2 rounds now that you should be closing. And it just hasn't come. It just hasn't ended the streak. There's no excuses. There's an off angle out there towards B. Rather than playing back and repositioning after the 2-man advantages, there just isn't an excuse that you can give for not winning that round for Preezy.
Bet Boom put in a shift. And Preezy kept pace for the most part on the opponent's map pick. You can understand how that would be a positive, but keeping pace on a map which you absolutely should be taking, it's not good enough. Not for the team and not for Roy. First casualty to Nafany. TMB took down to 25. Not a good start to this, what should well be the last round.
Well, that just feels like a throwaway kill. I mean, right there, Roy is fighting ramp alone. There's no one with him. There's no one fighting on the contact. Is it tilt? Is it a solo play? Is it just you're so desperate for anything right now? Bet Boom stabilizing out towards ramp, peeking on the contact. The trades are decent for TMB, but he's still so low HP.
In chance by Chiron, who wins that fight all the same. Dupree next up to task. Backup is making his way in. Siren's going to grab that bomb. Dennis checks out for the player over at ramp. Dupree can only do so much there. Alltech's got taken out on the site here, and it's 13-9. Another 2-0 to end off the night for Bet Boom as they beat Preezy and make their way into the playoffs.
Well, I'll say that shouldn't have happened. That's basically the direction I'm going to go in the post-show, Jay. For Bet Boom, they won consistently in Map 1 and Map 2 rounds that they shouldn't be winning. That 3v5 is a prime example, and I think it shows that when Bet Boom are in uncomfortable situations, it always feels like it's on. It always feels like, hang on, there's still room here. From Preezy's perspective, though, 4 from 4 in pistols, and with the way the round should have gone down, you should be at least taking a map. That's the bottom line here for the Danes.
Yeah, I have to concur on that. Like, there was even a point in which you take a look at how things went down on Anubis, and you think, oh, they might just edge out Bet Boom, but they let so many silly rounds go their way, and you look towards this map, and even though you can say, oh, it's a good map in the past for the Bet Boom side, the reality is you're getting 13-1 by teams like Eternal Fire, and as respectable as that squad is, that's the one map they have in the last 3 months. That should be an easy punish for the likes of Preezy, and that was not what that was at all. They go crashing back down into the lower bracket to face off against Fnatic, and look, it's a tasty rematch for Fnatic, seeing what they just saw right there. I mean, they must be formulating a decent counter plan to their earlier opening match.
Yeah, well, again, we said it at the beginning of this game. Both of these teams are towards the higher end of Tier 2. Both of these teams are threatening for the playoffs. Now, after that performance from Bet Boom, I think they're threatening to go very deep, and probably to go deeper than Preezy. I just look at the way that it went down, and again, we're always going to say it in these kind of matches. A few rounds here and there, it's probably a 2-0 for Preezy. A few rounds here and there, it's probably a third map. A few rounds here and there, like we saw, and it's a 2-0 for Bet Boom. The difference is, though, Bet Boom was so much more consistent in rounds that just were, first off, pure rifle rounds. Again, to go on the conversation of 4-0 in pistol and 4-0 for second rounds, it shows just from a mathematical point of view that they were more consistent in gun rounds, but Preezy struggled to close rounds that they should be winning, and I think that's something that they can reflect on and look at how, in the mid and late portion of rounds, how are you not closing 5v3s? How are you not closing rounds that pretty much come off of the back of pure impact that just weren't there for success?
No, I have to agree. We talked about consistency so much today because it really felt like that was the key thing that made the difference for the Bet Boom side. They are consistently outplacing Preezy in these tournaments, and they are consistently outperforming them in these matches. And I think that match right there was a perfect demonstration of that. Rightfully, the team that walked in as the favourites and walk out with the win to make their way into the playoffs. That leaves Bleed and Bet Boom as the first 2 squads that are out of the groups and in the next stage of the tournament. So with the conclusion of the first day, do I have to say that, I guess you could say that we did get roughly the right teams in the right places today.
Yeah, there weren't really any upsets, were there? I think for Bleed, again, we want to keep our eyes on them. We want to kind of see, especially in the playoff bracket, what they're going to be like. For BetBoom, they're a serious threat right now. Again, they've got a lot of experience at the LAN level. They've got a lot of experience playing up with the Tier 1 teams. But here online in Tier 2, we actually don't see many officials from them, especially in the recent history. So seeing the way that they 2-0'd Preezy today, they're going to be a real threat in the playoffs.
We'll see them in the playoffs in a couple of days' time, but for today, that's all we have time for. Tomorrow, we return with even more group stage action as we go to our elimination and winners games of Group C and D. Harvu v Sangul, Parivision versus Ecstatic, Aurora and Rebels, and my big highlight match of the day, Monty and 3D Max. Another situation of two of the top-end Tier 2 squads to close out tomorrow evening. There's a lot to look forward to again.
Yeah, there is. I mean, for Monty, they're in roster turmoil right now. I mean, losing Bro to Astralis is really going to hurt. It went from Astralis talent over to Monty to now back to Astralis. Losing SDY as well, it means that Gizmy and Vem can try and fill in the gaps and help out where's necessary. And it makes you think these next few tournaments, the next few months, if both of those players put in good performances, there could be the newer additions to the roster. So it's proving ground for the stand-ins right now.
Well, if their series against Parivision was anything to go off of, then certainly they've proved a lot already, but we'll find out how much they can prove against one of those teams that are also biting and most likely in with a chance to make it into the playoffs. That's all to come tomorrow. For today, that's all we have for you here in the Rest European Series. Make sure you're tuning back in because we still have so many more days of action to come and you don't want to miss any of it. Good night.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action.